for sure. But why jump now? I mean, I don't think this is going to slow. Do you?
No. How far are we going to get?
I don't know. 19?
Yeah.
Question mark? I don't know. I have no idea. Neither does the market. Like, a bookmaker doesn't know either. Like, That's one of the biggest things people always talk. Oh, you said the line was going here. Nobody knows where the line is going. It's our best guess. But Oregon, after losing to Indiana, most people are going to bet Oregon to bounce back. The wise guys are clearly doing it through 17. I don't think the public's going to run to the window and bet Rutgers. So it's hard to think that this is going to close lower than 17. But I didn't mean to bring the conversation there. It literally is happening right now, the move on Oregon.
No, I'm fine with that because I also think it's worth talking about both sides of the big upset that everyone was talking about. Penn State, without the quarterback, is some places 3. BetMGM has 3.5. They're an underdog at Iowa on Saturday night. And, that's going to be a wild scene. Is it going to be 4 straight losses for Penn State without James Franklin? That is certainly worth talking about. And on the flip side, what about the team that pulled off the massive upset as they're celebrating still in Evanston as much as one can celebrate? They're laying 3 against Purdue this week. So when you see numbers like that, okay, the Northwestern, for those kids, a once-in-a-lifetime win, winning in Happy Valley, getting a coach fired in the Big Ten, making a school pay $50 million to make a head coach go away because you won that game, laying 3 at home against Purdue, and then also what we see in this Penn State number, getting 3.5 at Iowa.
Yeah, going to be a fascinating weekend. So many angles to discuss. It's only Monday. Can't wait to see where we end up on Friday, and then can't wait to see where the room is on Friday because, as mentioned, the room in college football this year is 10, 28, and 2, minus almost 21 units.
Okay, what I'm seeing, because you mentioned this earlier in the show, what was the look ahead on Penn State, Iowa? What is your guess?
Penn State minus 4.5.
Try 10.5. A 2-touchdown move against the Nittany Lions. What do you do with that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
My brain hurts thinking about that. I mean, I can tell you.
Well, you got the coach and the quarterback.
Well, the coach, I mean, they might get a bump without the coach.
Correct.
So I have Penn State over Iowa. Right now I have, Penn State after the injury. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Penn State, 3 points worse than Iowa. So I think maybe 3.5's light. I think. I don't know. Long way to go, Joe.
Oh, man. Yeah, long way to go is right. And we still got a lot going on today with Major League Baseball. Okay, you guys said you were going to reassess after the break. Before we throw out our lightning bets, let's quickly reassess where you're at for Washington, Chicago.
Paul, I'm staying pat. I started to panic for a little bit. I heard the room, but then I thought, you know what? I don't care. The Bears stink. I'm keeping my bet. I almost said Redskins. Oops, I just said it. Commanders minus 4.5. I'm keeping it. I'm keeping it in, Paul.
I'm not only sticking with Commanders minus 4.5. I'm figuring out ways to dodge the room. So I've been grinding some Jalen Lane tape during the break. Ran a 4.3440 at the combine. Little speedster, kind of a return specialist. Look, he had 4 targets in week 2. And he has a grand total of 6 receptions for 45 yards. But I will say, he has, with Jaden Daniels on the field, he's at least getting looks. With Marcus Mariota, he was not. So I'm going Jalen Lane first touchdown at 30-1. I'm going Jalen Lane anytime touchdown at plus 625 with Debo banged up, Terry out, Noah Brown out. How do we weave past the room and still have Jaden Daniels figure out a way to get into the end zone and dodge Bill as well through the passing game. How does Jaden Daniels do it? You could pick Chris Moore. I'm going with Jalen Lane. So touchdown plus 625, and got to sprinkle the first at 30-1. So, and yes, Commanders minus 4.5. I understand though, if you take Bears money line, because the room is certainly pointing us that way. 5-0 on props for one team, never a good thing.
Mm-hmm. So I think I'm going to take the points because also, now you got this MVP ticket, right? 35-1. We're still there. Yeah. I was curious if that number would drop at all. Can he win the MVP if they don't win tonight? They're 3-3 on the season, one game behind Philly.
He's got to have a great game. Like, he's got to put up points. Like, it can be a shootout. I mean, total of 50, right? 49.5. It can be a shootout and he can lose, but he can't have a dud. Jaden Daniels, that is.
He has a number of primetime games coming up. A number of them.
Chiefs, including the Chiefs. Joe, if he puts up numbers, yeah. If he puts up numbers with Chris Moore and Jalen Lane, I mean, that's MVP.
I don't even know who those people are.
Right, exactly.
Back-to-back Monday night, Sunday night games in weeks 8 and weeks 9. There's an international game. He's got a lot of chances. If it comes down to the division at Philly last week, that's going to be on a big spot. So they got a Christmas Day game. Yeah. Lot of spots to impress. Boy, the more and more I talk about it, I like that Jaden Daniels 35-1. All right, Sam, let's make it official. Lightning bets, where you at?
Just one play from me today. I'm going to go Toronto minus 130 against Seattle. Mariners took game 1. I think the Jays take game 2, so I'll lay $1.30 at BetMGM. And I fully expect pain tonight on Washington minus 4.5. Beat the market. Got a little nice point of value. I know what's going to happen. I know.
Okay. You're saying outright? Or just...
No, last night, man, threw me through a hoop.
I get it.
Not good.
We've all been there. Yep. Because the upside in that one result was like, this is it. Me against everybody at my network. Everybody on the other side. Let's go. Man. It was a spot to be in. All right. I was on Buffalo before we even talked today. I talked about it last week. I used them in some of my contests. Buffalo minus 3.5. I didn't think we'd get here, but we are here on game day. Number of spots are laying 3.5 as that number has come crashing down. I like the value there on the Bills. And didn't think I'd be here. Bears plus 5.5. I'd like a 6. I don't think we're going to get to 6, but I don't understand the move. It's clearly a respected bet. The only thing that really changed was Bears got healthier and they benched their left tackle for the backup. I don't know if you remember Hard Knocks, the guy, the Canadian in the Speedo. That's the guy who's going to be playing left tackle for the Bears tonight because they decided to finally bench Braxton Jones, which they've been threatening to do for quite some time, but they finally pulled the plug on that. So anyways, I got one favorite, one dog. Paul, you mentioned everything you're on, right?
Yeah, one college play. UCLA opened as a 5-point favorite after Penn State and then trucking a terrible Michigan State team. I'll take Maryland. It's at 3. Maryland plus 3. Believe in Malik Washington. They've lost a couple close games. Washington, Nebraska. I think they go in there and beat UCLA.
All right, good stuff. How about you, Jake?
I just have one question for Sam. If the Commanders win and cover, will you go nips out on the air?
No, definitely not.
No. I just want to confirm something, Paul. Paul, you said Blake Snell is in the room tonight, right?
Over 6.5 strikeouts, minus like 150.
Of course he is. Brewers team total over 3.5. Thank you very much. Also fade Logan Gilbert tonight in game 2 with a couple of Blue Jays hitters. Vlad, you're still getting even money for over 1.5 total bases. Sure. Alejandro Kirk, good history against Gilbert, plus 135 over 1.5 total bases. And I'll take a shot. Anthony Santander, 5-1 home run.
Jake is milking everything he can out of baseball because it's going away real soon. You just got to get all those bullets out.
Get them all in. Get them all in. Our friend Ian McMillan recorded a video walking to the game last night. Jay's hat, Jay's jersey, Jay's shirt, Jay's L.
Can I see this picture that I had that Gertz created for me, by the way?
Yes.
I know we only have like 30 seconds. I was told there was a picture made if you're watching on video. Do we have time? Maybe. Maybe not.
All right, well, I'll add Springer MVP at 25-1. World Series MVP.
Oh,
get it on the Jays.
Let's throw another one out there on the way out the door. Throw a World Series MVP bet. All right, thanks for watching and listening to Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM Network. We'll talk tomorrow morning. We'll see how Sam's evening in the chair went right here on Bet Sweats.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM Network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can watch us on Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. If you'd like to listen to us, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure you hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram, Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. If you like our show, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends at BetMGM Network is where you can find the Wagertainment. We got the whole crew hanging with us here on this Monday. We have Tyler Morales, Jay Kassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Addie Bates, Nick Costos. He joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts on all the happenings from across the National Football League this past weekend, including the Chiefs getting back on track, beating the Detroit Lions, and just this afternoon, the Tennessee Titans firing head coach Brian Callahan. We were going to get into all of that over these 4 hours and much, much more, which is a good time to bring up. If you miss any part of the show today, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. We're putting all the content on there in on-demand fashion. So the least you can do while you're checking this out is to subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcast. We have one guest who will be joining us throughout the program at 5:20 Eastern Time. It's our BetMGM Network teammate, co-host of Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski, weekdays from 9 to noon Eastern. Our boy, Sam Panayotovich, checking in with us at 5:20. Sam does an awesome job co-hosting You Better You Bet's Countdown to Kickoff with Nick from 11 to 1 Eastern Time every Sunday. Fox Sports Digital, Chicken Dinner Podcast, Bear Bets Podcast. He's going to give us the betting recap from what we saw in college football and the National Football League. So we're going to hear from Sam at 5:20. We also want to hear from you guys out there watching and listening, the real ones, at home, at work, wherever you are consuming the Wagertainment. What's your best bet for tonight's Monday Night Football double dip? It could be either the Bills and Falcons game or the Bears and Commanders game, side, total, prop, whatever you like. Let us know your favorite bet and why. Put it into the YouTube chat or in the Twitch chat, and we will give you a tip of the cap as a real one later on during the program. But before we get into the meat of it, once again, want to mention off the top, just about 90 minutes ago, breaking news out of the National Football League, Titans firing head coach Brian Callahan. We got this news, like I mentioned, about 90 minutes ago. We'll go more in depth with this coming up in the 3:20 segment. But Tennessee hosting the New England Patriots this Sunday. And I mean, you just can't make this stuff up, right? Their old buddy, Mike Vrabel, former head coach of the Tennessee Titans, strolling into town as they just fired the guy that they hired to replace Mike Vrabel in less than 2 seasons. Titans right now, 7-point underdogs. You saw the news of Callahan getting fired. The betting market, no reaction. That just goes to show you what Callahan was doing as a head coach. So we'll get into that more in depth in the next segment at 3:20. But once again, Tennessee Titans firing head coach Brian Callahan, and this Sunday they host their old coach, Mike Vrabel, and the New England Patriots. But let's talk about what we saw yesterday in the National Football League, because in the late window, and I'll say this, wasn't the greatest Sunday, you know? And that's not even from like a betting standpoint. From like an entertainment standpoint, let's be honest, the games kind of sucked yesterday. But there were some interesting results nonetheless. And I thought the most interesting result from what we saw yesterday in the NFL was the Tampa Bay Buccaneers beating the San Francisco 49ers 30-19. Now, I was on the losing end of this one. I took the 49ers +3, also liked them on the money line, felt that this was kind of more of a coin flip type of game and that the Niners would be able to make the necessary plays to pull off the small upset. Well, boy, was I wrong. And boy, do I really need to go out there and give full flowers and full marks to Tampa Bay Buccaneers quarterback Baker Mayfield. Whew! Mayfield is playing out of his mind. I mean, yesterday's stat line is not like something that's going to be sent to Canton, Ohio, to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, but like 17 to 23, 256 yards, 2 touchdowns against his 49ers defense. But like just watching the game, stats aside, he looks like he's in such control of this Buccaneers offense. And now Baker Mayfield is becoming the early season story in the National Football League. I mean, everyone, we talked about this last week when we did our awards discussion on Wednesday when we brought up NFL MVP, saying, hey, like Mayfield's starting to charge. People are talking about him, but still, like, that's not a bet that I would make, not at the short price that was available less than 7 days ago. Well, every talk show's talking about it. Every football podcast is talking about it. Hell, on the broadcast, listening to Jim Nantz and Tony Romo, they're talking about Baker Mayfield in this MVP conversation, and he's in it. He's squarely in the conversation. Now, to quote Baker Mayfield after his post-game comments last night, it's just week 6. So even though the fan base is chanting MVP, MVP, it's just week 6. And we're going to head into week 7, and we'll see how Tampa Bay can do against the Detroit Lions next Monday night. But Mayfield has been an absolute stud for this Buccaneers team. And they're rallying around him, man. And like, they've always had his support, but you're really seeing the fully formed version of what we all thought Baker Mayfield could be when he was coming out of Oklahoma, winning the Heisman Trophy, going first overall to the Cleveland Browns. I mean, think about the story of this dude's career. Number 1 overall pick, goes to Cleveland, billed as a potential savior. They win a playoff game in Pittsburgh against that Steelers team. And then after that, injuries, just not on the same page with head coach Kevin Stefanski, and then he gets cast aside. Goes to Carolina. They waive him. Goes to the Rams for like literally 5 minutes. He wins a football game after showing up like 2 days prior when they beat the Las Vegas Raiders a few years ago. And then finds his way in Tampa, where he is the successor to what Tom Brady did with the Buccaneers in 3 years. Like, Mayfield has had such an incredible journey, and that's not even detailing all of that happened in college. We don't have to go into all that stuff, Texas Tech, then to OU, et cetera, et cetera. But like, this dude's story has been ridiculously fun to follow, and he is playing at the peak of his powers right now. Like, Tony Romo was gushing about Baker Mayfield all throughout the broadcast, and sometimes it can get to be a little bit much. It's like, all right, we get it. He's playing well. But no, I actually thought it was justified yesterday because Mayfield was so damn good, and he's been so damn good all season long. And what's most impressive about this thing with Baker Mayfield is that the Bucs keep losing players, but it doesn't matter. How many injuries does this team have on offense? I mean, we started the year off with Tristan Wirfs, his best offensive lineman, probably the best offensive player on the team. He was banged up for the first few weeks. Then Mike Evans gets a hamstring injury. Chris Godwin obviously has this leg injury. And now, yesterday afternoon, the odds-on favorite for Offensive Rookie of the Year, which that's now going to change. We'll talk about that more in depth on Wednesday. His wide receiver, Emeka Egbuka, hamstring injury. He's now expected to miss some time. But despite all of these injuries, and you could point holes at wide receivers, running backs, offensive line, everyone's banged up. Doesn't matter. Because Baker Mayfield's behind center, and Baker Mayfield's getting it done. And the most Baker Mayfield sequence from that game yesterday against the 49ers was the 3rd and 14, when it looked like the Niners defense was going to get off the field, and with the spread still hanging in the balance, the game still hanging in the balance, I'm thinking to myself, all right, let's get off the field. Mac Jones put a drive together, and we're cooking with gas. Nope. Here's Baker Mayfield dodging a couple pass rushers, running down the field, evading a cornerback, gets tackled, stretches the ball out, first down, Tampa Bay. The crowd's going nuts. He's doing like all the swaggy stuff, like he's feeling himself, as he should be. And then 2 plays later, here's Baker Mayfield, step up in the pocket, throws an absolute dot to Tez Johnson, the rookie, for a touchdown. And Tez Johnson made a hell of a catch and a hell of a backflip, too, on the celebration. Doing that with pads on, that's ridiculous. I would tell him, please don't do that if I was coaching the team. But that dude has some insane athleticism to be able to pull that off. But, like, that sequence in itself, within 3 plays, Ball game, Tampa's not looking back, and they take care of business to improve to 5-1. And I was watching the game last night thinking to myself, just being like, all right, so what does this actually mean going forward for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? Because that's the question that I think we have as bettors and as football fans. We need to answer that question to be knowing how we should be carrying ourselves moving forward with the Buccaneers team. And my question, and I guess my answer and my thoughts from last night was, all right, when this team gets healthy, they're going to be cooking with gas. And it's a lot of guys who they have hurt. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Bucky Irving, Luke Gadecki, now Emeka Ibuka, amongst many others who are currently injured, but will be returning at some point. And when you ask yourself the question, can the Buccaneers win the Super Bowl? I asked myself this last night, and I thought long and hard because I was like, I need to make sure I get this right. I need to make sure that I'm not getting fooled with what's going on right now or getting in like a full-on hater mode with what's going on right now. Can the Buccaneers actually win the Super Bowl? And maybe this answer surprises some of you out there listening and watching, but I actually think they can. I'm there. I'm officially there with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think that they can win the Super Bowl. Now, will they? I mean, we'll find out. Obviously, there's a lot of hurdles between now and next February for the Buccaneers to actually pull this off. But just based on the NFC and the landscape that's out there and what's on the AFC side, which is the much worse conference, in my opinion, unless they have to run up against Mahomes and the Chiefs, which maybe they will, I think they can beat any other team in the AFC. And right now, I think they can beat a lot of these teams in the NFC. Now, you look at the head coach in Todd Bowles. He's doing a fine job so far this season. Is he a coach that you think of as like Super Bowl winning head coach? I'm not sure. Maybe not. Maybe he is. But I mean, Todd Bowles has at least coached in playoff games. Baker Mayfield has played in many playoff games. So it's not as crazy to make this leap of, oh, Tampa can actually get there and get this done. Right now over at BetMGM, the Buccaneers, they're 20-1 to win the Super Bowl, 8-1 to win the NFC. I look at the NFC, and amongst the contending teams, which quarterback is playing better than Baker Mayfield? I mean, is Jared Goff playing better? No. Jordan Love? No. Jalen Hurts? I mean, we all know what's going on with the Eagles offense over the last couple of weeks. Matthew Stafford? He's been awesome, but is he playing better than Baker? No. Jaden Daniels? We love Jaden Daniels on this show. I love Jaden Daniels. Made us a lot of money last year in the playoffs. He's not playing better than Baker Mayfield right now. Brock Purdy, he's hurt. Sam Darnold, no. Baker Mayfield just outdueled him last week in Seattle. So if you look around the landscape in the NFC, who's playing better than Baker? I mean, I guess you could say maybe Dak Prescott, but his team is irrelevant, which we'll talk about in the next segment. But like amongst the contending teams, no one's playing better than Baker Mayfield. And why I think this is sustainable is because of all those guys that we discussed who will be coming back within the next month or 6 weeks for the Buccaneers offense. This offense has the chance to be an absolute juggernaut. And it is something that was apparent in the offseason, but we just didn't know how this would play out. Because if you go back to last year, and you know the stat that I know and love, success rate. Who was top 10 in success rate on offense? Who was top 10 in success rate on defense? Well, the Bucs on offense were in the top 10 in success rate. And now you can point to, hey, Liam Cohen, the OC, he left. Well, we all did that same dance with Dave Canales when he left to Carolina. Cohen seemed to be doing really well. Cohen's now in Jacksonville. Josh Grizzard might be the next head coach that we're talking about as that offense continues to cook and hum. So this Buccaneers team has the ceiling of a Super Bowl champion. Now, does that mean you need to bet that right now? I wouldn't necessarily do that. This upcoming Monday, 4.5-point underdogs at the Detroit Lions. Very good chance they lose that game. But afterwards, let's say they lose the Lions in a respectable manner, no more injuries that they have to suffer. Why can't they get this done? I definitely think that this team can win the NFC and get to a Super Bowl. And unless they have to run up against Mahomes and those guys, beat whoever they face in the AFC. Tampa is that good on offense. It's so impressive what they've been able to do so far this season. It all starts with the signal caller, Baker Mayfield, who's playing better than anyone on a contending team in the conference. Now, we'll talk some more about the 49ers a little bit later on in the show, but just wanted to say this about the Niners. Boy, they cannot seem to shake this injury bug, man. And last night was another example of it. Fred Warner, the all-world linebacker, done for the rest of the season with his dislocated ankle injury as the hits just keep coming. I mean, a few weeks ago, it was Nick Bosa, their best defensive player. Now it's their second best defensive player in Fred Warner. This defense, Robert Saleh is going to have to work some kind of magic with this 49ers team. But the good thing for the 49ers, the silver lining for the 49ers, is that this offense will get healthy. And when this offense gets healthy, Kyle Shanahan, the way he's been coaching so far this season, I think this offense can carry them to the playoffs and maybe to multiple playoff victories. Don't write off the Niners yet, because Purdy's coming back, Kittle's coming back, Pearsall's coming back, Brandon Ayuk also coming back within the next month. Niners, 10.5 with the win total. They could just stave off some of these injuries. I think this team will be making a deep run in the month of January. All right, we're just getting started here on You Better You Bet. All the top stories from around the world of sports, including the Titans firing Brian Callahan, next here on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
First five under 4 is minus 102. Very close to even money over at BetMGM. And it just feels to me that I understand that both of these offenses on paper in the regular season were two of the best offenses, especially when you're talking about the Mariners. But I don't know, these games feel like they're playing so close to the vest. And we've seen that, throughout the postseason, is that we have seen a lot of unders. I understand the Blue Jays had that hit parade in the last round against the Yankees. But Logan Gilbert has really locked it in the postseason as well. His alter ego, Walt, which he also had no backstory on. I was eager to hear more, but apparently it's somebody who just slices and dices the competition by striking them out. I don't know. I wanted more from that backstory. But I think of the pitching matchups, this is probably one of the best ones we're going to get in this series.
Yeah. Oh, I totally agree. Every now and then we'll get that number that seems like, during the regular season, we'll get a 4.5 or 5 in what looks to be a great pitching matchup. And you're like, oh, what's going on here? But here, I just feel like it's a bad number, to be honest with you. And also, when you look at these two teams, we saw an under game in game one. And last night was a night where, I hate to use one game, but last night was a perfect night, at least in theory, for the Blue Jays to step up and hit the ball, because Bryce Miller has not been good this season, ERA over 5, and they went cold. Vladdy Jr. went 0-4. So if those bats have cooled down a little bit, makes me like this first 5 play even more. So, yeah, play it at under 4, make yourself some even money here. I think it's a great play.
I also think that I don't want to fade Trey Yesavage because he's been really good. But it's wild to me all the things that kind of went in the opposite direction for the Mariners, and they still won game one. Like, even the fact that they played a, 15-inning game, 48 hours before this game. Remember the way that they had to get to the ALCS is they had to defeat the Tigers in 15 innings. And then they had, a starter going last night, and Bryce Miller, who's not one of their top guys. And they were on the road. and they still won that game. So maybe the urgency doesn't feel like it's quite there as much, and it would be wild if the Mariners keep winning games on the road. But still, it feels like this matchup might be even better for them now that, they get a little sleep and they have a better starter on the hill.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe hanging with you guys here on this Monday. 40 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts from everything that's been happening in the NFL over the last 24 hours. Obviously, the Kansas City Chiefs, they look like they're back, and they're about to get their best receiver back this week in Rashee Rice. But the Chiefs beat the Detroit Lions on Sunday Night Football. And then the breaking news that we're going to get into here, just a matter of seconds, the Tennessee Titans firing head coach Brian Callahan. So Nick will rap about all of that to begin the 4 o'clock hour coming up in 40 minutes. 20 minutes from now, there was so much damn stuff that happened in the world of sports, and it's all great. But we're going to get into some NFL games, college football. See you later, James Franklin, after a third straight loss by the Penn State Nittany Lions. Everything that happened in baseball, Seattle Mariners. I was at the freaking airport watching that 15-inning game against the Detroit Tigers. Hell of a game. Mariners advanced to the ALCS, and then they followed up with a win last night. So we're going to get into some baseball, a little bit of WNBA as well, as the Aces put the finishing touches on their sweep, winning the title. That's coming up 20 minutes from right now. But joining us here on the program, as he does each and every weekday at 3:20 Eastern, our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Bill, how we doing on this Monday, dude, Duddy, buddy? What the hell was I trying to say? What's happening, Bill?
You combine bud and dude, you get dud, Femi. Yeah. Maybe that's what I am. So, but no, it was a great weekend of sports, absolutely, and so much going on. We've got way too much show for a 4-hour show. That's what we got.
I mean, you could honestly do this thing for 6 hours. I'm not advocating that we do that, just make sure the bosses hear us. Not advocating for that, but this could honestly be like a 6-hour show. But let's waste no more time because there's a lot to get to. Bill, what's the number one story we need to know this afternoon?
Well, Femi, you just teased it there. Tennessee Titans head coach Brian Callahan was fired today after the Titans lost to the Las Vegas Raiders 20-10. That touchdown came in garbage time. They were down 20-3. And Femi, no word yet, at least that I've seen, on who the interim head coach is going to be. But this is obviously Cam Ward's rookie season. And interestingly enough, Cam Ward is now the 4th consecutive number 1 overall pick at quarterback that has had their head coach fired mid-season following Caleb Williams, Bryce Young, and Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a horrendous stat right there. Like you got to set these kids up to actually succeed, man. And they're giving them these coaches that are clueless. Urban Meyer with his shenanigans that was going on there. Then obviously Eberflus last year. Another like Frank Reich, who couldn't even make it through a season. The whole thing has been really, really bad. And now you can add Brian Callahan on the top of the heap. And as Nick has said earlier this season, and I think we all agree with this one, Callahan's going to go down as one of the worst coaches in NFL history. This was absolutely pathetic, these 1+ years that he was in Nashville as the head guy. 4-19 straight up, but most importantly for what we do here on You Better You Bet, 4-19 against the spread. Do you know how hard it is for the betting market not to be able to catch up to how bad of a team you are? How hard that is? Because we always laugh and applaud all these gaudy ATS numbers. It's just as hard to go 4-19 as it is to go 19-4. For the betting market to not be able to capture how atrocious your team is truly special stuff from Brian Callahan. And this year, 1-5. And we talked about it last week on the show, and I know Nick, he bet +6.5 with Tennessee, and we were texting literally last Sunday, being like, hey, the Titans, It looks like you should make that bet, but do you really want to do it? I did not want to do it. I did not make the bet. And this is not to kind of laugh at Nick losing his bet on Tennessee, but it just goes to show you how bad this dude was as a head coach. Because there were so many games where it's like, man, Tennessee's catching a big number. Do you want to bet them? All right, let's go out there and do it. And then you watch the game unfold, and the team doesn't look prepared. And their best player, defensive tackle, Jeffrey Simmons, at his locker yesterday after the game, telling reporters, we had one of the worst weeks of practice that I could remember. And this is coming off of the win where it was aided by Amari DiMercato and all the shenanigans down there in the desert that they came off of and were completely flat to start this week. He said their Thursday practice was atrocious. Deep down, he probably knew going into the game, yeah, we're not ready to play. That falls squarely on the head coach. You have to get your team ready to roll. And I'm glad that the Titans acted fast and said, you know what, let's not just ride this out. Let's just get on with it because we know that this guy is not the guy. Because they have a quarterback in Cam Ward who we all feel can at least be a good player. So far, through 6 games in his career, Cam Ward's been terrible. Now, is that all on Brian Callahan? Probably not. But a good chunk of it is as the head coach who's supposed to be an offensive-minded head coach. He's supposed to be the guy that came over from Cincinnati and helped out with Joe Burrow in that offense and is now coming here to help out with Cam Ward. That's supposed to be him. That's why he was hired, and he's never been that. Whether it was with Will Levis last year or Cam Ward this year, the quarterback play has been terrible, and that can't happen because you can't function as an NFL team when you have quarterback play like this. I mean, Cam Ward's EPA per play is the worst in the league. Is he the worst QB in the league? I don't know, but so far, it looks like he might be. We think that Cam Ward has a promising future, so you got to get this guy far away from Cam Ward. Now, it's so hilarious, though, based on the schedule and based on the timing of this whole matter, that this upcoming Sunday, Tennessee happens to be hosting Mike Vrabel and the New England Patriots. This is the guy that the Titans said, we don't want to do it anymore. Let's fire Vrabel, even though the last time we were respectable, it was with Vrabel as our head coach. 1 seed, trip to the AFC title game. That was all with Mike Vrabel. They fired him. It's been an embarrassment ever since. And here comes old Vrabel, the old ex, coming back to town, and he's got himself a nice, shiny new girlfriend. He's got all the best clothes. He's strolling in with a 4-2 record and ready to kick your ass in front of everybody. That is just an embarrassing situation for Tennessee. And right now with the betting market, they're a 7-point dog. Let's see where this goes. I would love to see if maybe we can get the dead coach bounce spot or whatever, dead cat bounce spot, and maybe bet the Titans because Callahan's not there anymore. Maybe that gives them a fighting chance to actually be able to cover a game. But as it stands right now, I will be on the sidelines for that game. But let's see where the betting market goes as we progress towards Sunday. But boy, Callahan, I'm glad that the Titans decided this was a time because we all knew this was not going to work out. Better to do it now than to play out the string and have a wasted 2025 season. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Femi, let's move over to Sunday Night Football because the Chiefs beat the Lions in this one 30-17. Felt like the Chiefs controlled this one for the most part. Patrick Mahomes accounts for all 4 Kansas City touchdowns, throwing 3 of them and runs in another one. Femi, Chiefs now sitting at 3-3. Lions fall to 4-2.
Yeah, is anyone concerned about Kansas City anymore? Are we concerned? If anything, the Chiefs would probably be 4-2, if not for kind of blowing the game against Jacksonville with all those penalties, which you did see last night. Very much corrected. 0 penalties after a horrendous 10-penalty performance on Monday night against the Jaguars. I mean, were there probably some penalties on the Chiefs? Probably. But hey, they didn't get called for them, so they were all good in that regard. Kansas City's offense is going to be something. And I think we're starting to see it bubbling to the surface. And once they get Rashee Rice back, which he's going to be back this Sunday when they take on the Raiders, this offense is going to cook. Patrick Mahomes is going to cook. And if that's the case, once again, the Chiefs are going to win a lot of football games. It's why we bet Kansas City to win the Super Bowl last week when they were 10-1 or at plus 550 to win the AFC. They're going to be there in the end. They made it to the AFC title game every year. Mahomes has been the starter. You can figure out what you want to do with the bets then, but you want to have those bets in pocket because this team, that head coach, that quarterback, that defensive coordinator, they're just the best. I mean, Baltimore, they're 1-5. Buffalo, we're going to see them later on tonight, currently at 4-1. Can they actually be what we all expect them to be, or are they going to get tripped up in this tricky road game on a Monday night? Let's see what happens with the Bills. The Colts, I mean, come on, get out of here. Like, there's so many AFC teams that have the records, but might not actually have the pedigree. The team with the pedigree is Kansas City, and they showed it last night against a very good Detroit Lions team. Now, for Detroit, the biggest reason why I think they lost, honestly, like, a lot of it came down to that fourth down variance. You know, Lions go 0 for 2 on fourth down. The Chiefs go 2 for 3 on fourth down. Ball game, that's what can decide who wins those games when you're rolling the dice as much as Dan Campbell does. Is it the wrong decision? No. You're playing Patrick Mahomes. Field goals are not going to win you the game. You got to score touchdowns. You got to extend drives. But I'm not concerned about Detroit at all. I think they're going to be fine. It was just a bad night at the office. Things didn't go their way. Dan Campbell's too good of a coach to not get this corrected. The Lions will be fine in the NFC North. And hell, right now, the Lions look like the best team in the NFC North, which I guess isn't saying a whole lot, given the fact that Green Bay continues to play with their food, and we know where Minnesota and Chicago stand heading into this week. So Detroit will be A-OK, but for Kansas City, here we go. Once again, it's going to be another deep playoff run in January, probably ending in February, once again, at the Super Bowl. Bill, hit me with the next one.
I mean, how about the Rams? They beat the Ravens 17-3 as the Ravens continue to struggle. They fall to 1-5. Ravens defense did look better in this one, but Baltimore's offense was non-existent without Lamar Jackson. Like I said, Ravens 1-5. Rams improved their record to 4-2. But a big note in this one, Femi, Puka Nacua now dealing with an ankle injury after injuring it on Sunday, and he is expected to miss some time, at least one game.
Yeah, this was a frustrating one as somebody who ended up betting Baltimore Ravens plus 7.5. Like, this was really frustrating. And, I mean, how about the goal line sequence? First and goal from the 1, can't get it into the end zone, turnover on downs. Like, that'll do it right there. And I actually thought Baltimore's defense came to play in this game. Now, you might point to the Puka Nacua injury, which is a massive one, and it completely changes how the Rams play offense. That probably helped out in Baltimore being able to hold down the LA offense. But, man, like, this Ravens defense, when it's fully healthy, maybe they actually could improve going forward. Let's see what happens when they get Roquan Smith back after the bye week. But as for the offense, I mean, Cooper Rush, the fact that they started him, like, come on, man. Like, they said that they wanted to look at Snoop Huntley. They put him at the end of the game, try to make something happen. At that point, you're already down by 2 touchdowns. Nothing is going to happen. Like, this Ravens team, they're putting all the eggs in the basket of Lamar Jackson coming back. Is it going to work? Perhaps. The schedule lightens up after the bye, and they're going to get healthier, and they're going to be a team that resembles what we all thought we would see back in the offseason as opposed to what we've seen over the last 3 weeks. However, they need to be perfect. They have to be perfect going forward. Otherwise, one little trip up here, one little unlucky game there, all of a sudden you're on the outside looking in. So good luck. Let's see how this goes for Baltimore. Do we want to buy? Ask me after this bye week right now whether we want to buy the Ravens to win the North or to make the playoffs or et cetera. But I think right now the Ravens, they're just not in a good place. And let's see what happens once they get everybody back here in about a couple of weeks. And for the Rams, this Puka Nacua injury, that sucks for them. And I think depending on how this goes throughout the week, maybe, just maybe, Jacksonville catches a break taking on this Rams offense without their best offensive player by far. We've already seen the point spread down to 3 even money. That might go down even further if Nacua gets ruled out later on this week in a game that will be played in London Sunday morning. Bill, hit me with the next story.
I mean, the LA Chargers squeaked by the Miami Dolphins 29-27. Chargers, Cameron Dicker kicks a field goal with 5 seconds remaining to win this one. Chargers blew a 2-touchdown lead and had to have that comeback nearly as time expires, but they do move to 4-2. Meanwhile, the Dolphins are searching for answers, and after the game, Tua spoke with the media and says that players on this team need to be more committed.
We have the
Or he
sound?
didn't speak with it. It was more ESP. It was communicated mentally to the media.
Better off just not saying a damn thing. Honestly, he would have been better off just saying nothing.
Jake knew that no good was going to come from Tua saying this. He calls out members of his own team, says they're skipping players-only meetings, they're showing up late. I mean, what do you make of the Chargers and Dolphins, 2 teams looking like they're heading in different directions?
Well, you know what's interesting is that Mike McDaniel was asked about Tua's comments earlier this afternoon. He said, quote, after a loss as the franchise QB, that's not the forum to displace that. I think he knows that now. There was no ill intention, but a misguided representation of player-orchestrated film sessions. That's a whole lot of words just to say, like, yeah, these dudes don't mess with Tua anymore. Like they don't respect Tua. Because I feel like Tua, for some reason decided to let us all know that he no longer has the respect of his teammates in the locker room, but damn it, he let us know. And I think everyone in that locker room knows Mike McDaniel, his days are numbered. That dude will not be there for the long haul. Like, it's over. 1-5. Wouldn't be shocked if next week we're talking about Mike McDaniel getting dismissed. As you look at the betting market for this upcoming Sunday, they're a 2.5-point dog against Dillon Gabriel. That's how bad it's been in Miami. And honestly, they can thank the Chargers for not just flat out embarrassing them, because the Chargers should have won and covered that number pretty easily, being up 13 in the fourth quarter. They let their foot off the gas and needed that last second drive to go ahead there and win the game. But we knew this was coming with Miami. Unfortunately, Stephen Ross didn't know that because he decided to bring this ragtag regime back here when he knew he needed to make a change. He's going to make it eventually, but boy, hate to tell it, but we told you so. Bill, hit us with the next one.
All right, Febby, Panthers beat your Dallas Cowboys 30-27. Panthers kick a game-winning field goal, 33-yarder as time expires. Dak Prescott does throw for 260 yards and 3 touchdowns, but Rico Dowdle of the Panthers has a day, 230 yards from scrimmage. Panthers have over 400 yards of offense, Femi. Your Dallas Cowboys defense is a major problem.
I mean, Rico Dowdle's looking like Jim Brown in the game yesterday. Like what in the world? This was like the biggest revenge game for Rico Dowdle ever. Like, I get it. He used to be on the Cowboys, but like, he clearly was pissed off that he was not on the Cowboys anymore, because he was talking about it going into the game, and then he walked the walk during the game, and then still talking about it after the game. Like, kudos to you, Rico Dowdle, for getting that done. But the big story here is the Cowboys defense and what they're doing in wasting what is an awesome Dak Prescott season. He has looked as good as he's ever been. But unfortunately, with a defense like that, unless Dak leads this Cowboys offense to 35-plus points, this is going to be the outcome, where you make a team led by Bryce Young and Rico Dowdle look like the next great offense in the NFL. Pathetic performance by Matt Eberflus and that Cowboys defense. We'll get to the other NFL games on the other side, as well as college football, Major League Baseball, and the WNBA to wrap up the hour here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
First 5 under 4 is minus 102. Very close to even money over at BetMGM. And it just feels to me that I understand that both of these offenses on paper in the regular season were 2 of the best offenses, especially when you're talking about the Mariners. But I don't know, these games feel like they're playing so close to the vest. And we've seen that, throughout the postseason, is that we have seen a lot of unders. I understand the Blue Jays had that hit parade in the last round against the Yankees. But Logan Gilbert has really locked it in the postseason as well. His alter ego, Walt, which he also had no backstory on. I was eager to hear more, but apparently it's somebody who just slices and dices the competition by striking them out. I don't know. I wanted more from that backstory. But I think of the pitching matchups, this is probably one of the best ones we're going to get in this series.
Yeah. Oh, I totally agree. Every now and then we'll get that number that seems like, during the regular season, we'll get a 4.5 or 5 in what looks to be a great pitching matchup. And you're like, oh, what's going on here? But here I just feel like it's a bad number, to be honest with you. And also when you look at these two teams, we saw an under game in game one, and last night was a night where I hate to use one game, but last night was a perfect night, at least in theory, for the Blue Jays to step up and hit the ball because Bryce Miller has not been good this season, ERA over 5, and they went cold. Vladdy Jr. went 0-4. So if those bats have cooled down a little bit, makes me like this first 5 play even more. So, yeah, play it at under 4, make yourself some even money here. I think it's a great play.
I also think that I don't want to fade Trey Yesavage because he's been really good. But it's wild to me all the things that kind of went in the opposite direction for the Mariners, and they still won game one. Like, even the fact that they played a, 15-inning game, 48 hours before this game. Remember the way that they had to get to the ALCS is they had to defeat the Tigers in 15 innings. And then they had, a starter going last night, and Bryce Miller, who's not one of their top guys. And they were on the road. And they still won that game. So maybe the urgency doesn't feel like it's quite there as much. And it would be wild if the Mariners keep winning games on the road. But still, it feels like this matchup might be even better for them now that, they get a little sleep and they have a better starter on the hill.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on the BetMGM Network. This is You Better You Bet. Femi Abebefe hanging with you guys this Monday afternoon. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on the Chiefs' win over the Lions, the Tennessee Titans firing head coach Brian Callahan, and what that means for Tennessee going forward. All the happenings from this past weekend in the National Football League. That's coming up in 20 minutes to begin the 4 o'clock hour. We do want to hear from you guys, the real ones, in the YouTube chat, in the Twitch chat. What's your favorite bet for tonight's Monday Night Football double dip? We got the Bills at the Falcons, and then the Bears at the Commanders. Two really interesting games. Honestly, I kind of hate that they're both going to be on at the same time. I want to watch these games as standalone games because I think they're really fascinating. I have a bet in one of those games, which we'll talk about a little bit later on at 6:40 Eastern time. But the updated betting markets, Buffalo, a 3.5-point favorite, total sitting at 50. And then in the later game at 8:15, the Commanders out to a 5.5-point favorite over at BetMGM. That total sitting at 49.5. So I got the Bills favored, the Commanders favored. We'll see how it all unfolds later on tonight with the dual screen. Also got the baseball. We got the dual screen and the iPad, maybe the laptop. It's a lot, man, but it's great. October's the best. We're not complaining, but it is a lot. Let's go and get back to the NFL quick hits, some of the other games that we saw yesterday in the National Football League. The Indianapolis Colts, man, they needed a fourth quarter rally to beat the Arizona Cardinals. They win the game 31-27. The Cardinals, they're just going to keep playing in these games that are just one possession. That number got all the way out to 10 at one point yesterday prior to kickoff, ended up closing around 9 or 8.5. But man, there was so much interest in Indianapolis, and I was on the other side. And in fact, I took a bad number. I took 7.5. So I didn't beat the closing number, but the Colts, they really needed to get that last second kind of rally. And honestly, you could have made the argument that if not for that missed call on Trey McBride, where it looked like pass interference, we could be talking about Arizona upsetting Indianapolis. This was a game that was back and forth, coin flip kind of a game. thoughts out to those of you who bet Cardinals money line, because I feel like you were on the right side, just didn't really go your way. As Indianapolis continues their winning ways, they're now 5-1 with Shane Steichen and Daniel Jones. Hell of a start to this season for the Colts. It's going to get a little bit more difficult this week, taking on the Chargers in LA, but a nice record and a nice start to the season for Indianapolis and for Arizona. I think this is going to be more of what we see. Close games when they're expected to be big underdogs, and then maybe games that are nip and tuck when they're expected to be a big favorite. That's how the Cardinals have been playing their games, and this was without Kyler Murray. Usually this is a kind of a Kyler game. This was Jacoby Brissett, was really, really impressive in backup duty. How about down in Jacksonville, the Seattle Seahawks beat the Jaguars 20-12 as the Seahawks remain unbeaten on the road. They've been dominant away from home under Mike McDonald and Jackson Smith-Njigba. Like, this dude is ridiculous. He's amazing. Another strong performance, 160 yards, 7-8 catches, a touchdown. Like, this is why we talked about Jackson Smith-Njigba last Wednesday during our NFL Offensive Player of the Year segment. Hey, like, this was the bet to be made. Because look at his numbers. They're pretty comparable with Puka Nacua. Puka's 2-1. He's 15-1. Not mathing. The math ain't mathing on that one. Well, it's a little bit different. JSN down to 5-1. Puka Nacua injured. We'll see what happens with him earlier this week. But JSN, Jonathan Taylor, like, those are the guys that we're going to war with. And they look really, really nice in that market. But for Seattle, a nice, impressive win as the defense continues to shut down the opposition. At Lambeau Field last night, the Green Bay Packers, they beat the Bengals 27-18. This is now a third consecutive game where the Packers haven't played well. Or maybe this is just who they are. Like, I'm someone who's high on Green Bay. I think they have a Super Bowl upside, but we got to be honest. Like, what we've seen over the last few weeks, whether it was the loss to Cleveland, the tie to Dallas, and then they had the bye week, and then you come out of the bye week and you're kind of just playing with your food against Cincinnati. You would have thought that since they hadn't tasted a victory in what felt like 3.5 weeks or so, you would have thought that the Packers would have come out here and been like, okay, pedal to the metal. Let's flex on this team that's clearly inferior to us. Instead, it was, all right, we'll just keep them kind of at arm's length distance. We'll just let them hang around a little bit. And there was a play where it's 24-18, if not for Jordan Love hitting Matthew Golden along the left sideline. This might have been Cincinnati getting the ball back with like 3 minutes left in the game, only down by 6. This very easily could have been a game. The Packers end up winning it by 9, but I have not been liking what I've been seeing from Green Bay over these past few weeks. Like, let's get this thing going in the right direction before we start crowning Green Bay as like this Super Bowl contending team. I think they have the potential, but they're just not showing it over the last few weeks. The Pittsburgh Steelers, they beat the Cleveland Browns 23-9. Pittsburgh very quietly, 4-1. They're now the odds-on favorite to win the AFC North. I think we're going to learn more about the Steelers once we start seeing them play some better competition. It feels like it's been a little bit of a softer schedule. I'm still not that impressed when I watch their team, but I might just be picking on Pittsburgh, and maybe I'm just being a little bit harsh. I thought the story was the Cleveland red zone woes, which were an abomination. All the red zone trips. Here's Dylan Gabriel, the guy that I was pounding the table for on the show last week. He's just taking sack after sack after sack. Can't throw the ball beyond 5 yards. It has not been good for Dylan Gabriel through 2 starts. And the way he's playing, we're going to see Shador in like a month if this continues. Or maybe I guess we'll see Bailey Zappi in a month. Who the hell knows what's going to happen with this Browns quarterback rotation. But I don't think Dylan Gabriel is going to be holding on to this job very long if he continues to play the way he was playing in these first couple of games. The New England Patriots, they beat the New Orleans Saints 25-19. Not a whole lot to say about this game other than the officiating was horrendous. But the big thing to say, Drake May is here. Drake May is here. He is that dude. And his MVP odds are now down to 16-1, by the way, which getting a little crazy, getting a little ahead of ourselves. But Drake May is playing at a very high level. And when you look at New England's schedule, not a whole lot of great teams that they have on deck. This team could put up a nice record, like 10-7, 11-6 type record, and maybe be a team that challenges Buffalo for that AFC East, the team that they just beat last Sunday. And then finally, in what was probably the worst game that you'll ever watch, the Denver Broncos beat the New York Jets 13-11 in London. I was watching this game on a flight back to Vegas from a weekend trip, and this game was horrendous. And enough of Justin Fields. It's just, you can't continue like this. 9 completions, took 9 sacks. Like we can't even complete the forward pass with this Jets offense. And honestly, more than Fields being just anemic yesterday, what pisses me off most about this game is Denver not being able to cover. Like, I laid 7 with the Broncos, talked about it all week long. I like it. How are the Jets going to score? The Jets can't do anything on offense. Denver should be able to cover. All of that was true. The Jets couldn't do anything on offense. They did nothing. And Denver decided, we're going to do nothing as well. Against a Jets defense that's not even good. Come on. And Aaron Glenn, the way he's been talking, man, I don't know if he's going to be long for that job, buddy. Like, it's getting late early out there in Florham Park. Like I think Aaron Glenn's got to start showing some signs of improvement with this team in the second half of the season. Otherwise, it would not shock me if he's a one and done. They look so poorly coached, it's not even funny. All right, that is your NFL recap from what we saw over the weekend. Big weekend in college football and Major League Baseball as well. We'll start with the college football. The biggest headline, of course, is Penn State firing James Franklin, who was the head coach there for the Nittany Lions for 12 seasons. This was something that had to happen. And I don't say that as like someone who takes glee in someone losing their job. Like, we've all lost our jobs. You work in media, you work in sport. Like, it's happened to all of us. But you can't have the expectations that Penn State had this season and perform like how they performed over the last few weeks. Now, losing to Oregon is one thing. Oregon's a good team. Oregon's a top 10 team. They're going to be a team that's competing for national titles for the foreseeable future. That's one thing. You lost to Oregon in overtime. All right, very excusable. To follow that up with a loss to UCLA as a 24.5-point favorite, and then to follow that up with a loss to Northwestern at home as a 20.5-point favorite, that's not something that we can have happen. Like, we can't tolerate that. And this was a team in Penn State who I bet to win the national title at the start of the season at 7-1. Honestly, one of the worst bets I've ever made in my life. Honestly, one of the worst bets. I remember a few years ago, I bet the Lakers to win the title. This was coming off of their season when they did win. Actually, they had lost to the Phoenix Suns because of all the injuries, and they traded for Russell Westbrook. And I was like, oh, this is the chance for the Lakers to go back to the title again and win it. And they're like 5-1. They ended up not even making the play-in tournament. I was like, this is a horrendous bet. I don't think I'll ever top this. I don't know if this is that, but this is pretty damn close. Me betting Penn State to win the national title at 7-1. As atrocious a bet as you'll make. Preseason number 2. Head coach fired after just 7 weeks. Cannot make that stuff up. Who are they hired next? I mean, Kurt Cignetti's name been thrown around, especially with the way Indiana looked against Oregon and Eugene. That's a coach that could maybe definitely shake some things up there in Happy Valley. Matt Rule, he's a former Penn State guy. I don't know what they're going to do with this hiring process, but man, Franklin, they had reached their ceiling, and now with Drew Aller out, like, I think that this is a job that will be very, very attractive given the resources, but man, it just could not continue with James Franklin going forward. And yes, Bill put that in the chat. I did say this. I did say that Penn State had too much talent, that even James Franklin couldn't screw it up. Boy, was I wrong about that. Did not go well for James Franklin and the Nittany Lions. And for James Franklin, hey, you got $49 million on the way out. It could be a hell of a lot worse out there for you. I know it sucks to get fired and do it in public fashion, but hey, man, $49 million also sounds pretty good as well after all the money that he's made out there in Happy Valley. And finally, in college football, shout out to the Texas defense, right? Hook 'em horns, baby. Like Texas all week long in the Red River rivalry. They get it done against John Mateer in Oklahoma. I still can't believe that Mateer played in the game. I thought it was nuts. The guy's coming off a broken hand. Oh, surgery 17 days ago. Let's just put him out there and play. Yeah, he threw 3 interceptions in the game. Mateer Heisman, yeah, see you later. That's not happening. It was a horrendous performance by Oklahoma's offense, and Texas defense really came to play. And Arch Manning, is he turning the corner? Is he? If he ever did, Texas is going to the playoff. But let's just continue to monitor that going forward with this Longhorns team. But their defense showed up and showed out in the biggest game for them of the season. And finally, from Major League Baseball, Seattle Mariners. I mean, let's go, baby. They walk it off Friday. I was delayed with my flight. I went to a wedding in Denver on Saturday, by the way. So I'm flying out Friday night, thinking I'm going to have to watch the Mariner game with the Wi-Fi. Let's see what happens on the plane. No. Delays allowed me to watch 15 innings of baseball, and it was glorious. And then last night, Bryce Miller, with that performance, after he gave up the homer on the first pitch to George Springer, it's like, uh-oh, here we go. You know, like the Mariners in this raucous environment, this might not go well after using all those arms Friday night. They shut it down the rest of the way. 100 pitches was all they needed from their guys to get it done. And Jorge Polanco, who, like, this man is quickly becoming a Seattle sports legend, which you might laugh at, but based on the futility of this Mariners organization, Jorge Polanco is that dude. Comes up big on Friday night, comes up big last night. Here the Mariners are, 1-0 in the ALCS, 3 wins away from winning the pennant. Nick Costos joins us on the other side with his thoughts on everything that happened over the weekend in the NFL, including the Chiefs' victory over the Detroit Lions.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
We'll start in the college game. We had another great week. PJ's picks. We've had 7 of 8 winning weeks in college football on our PJ Pick 5. So let's keep it rolling. NFL, we're 3-1. If the Bills win tonight, we'll improve to 4-1. For next week in college football, I'm looking, let's go to some action, okay? Now, you guys know if you listen to the show, I normally don't like taking big favorites, but this week, I like Toledo. I like Toledo a lot. Minus 24.5 against Kent State, okay? You're getting maybe the best team in the MAC against maybe the second worst team in the MAC, because Kent State is coming off a game against UMass, the 2 worst teams in the league. Kent State was favored for the first time in 28 games. They were a 2.5-point favorite. They won 42-6. Meanwhile, you have Toledo coming off of an outright loss against Bowling Green as an 11-point favorite, okay? So you have maybe the best team in the MAC versus one of the worst teams in the MAC. You have the worst team coming off a huge blowout win, and you have Toledo coming off a disappointing loss as a big favorite. I mean, this just feels like a smash spot. Kent State got their win, right? They're probably not going to win again all year, so they're happy. They're feeling good. Now they got to go out and play a pissed-off Toledo team that just lost. I think Toledo takes care of business. I think they smash Kent State, so we'll lay the 24.5 with Toledo.
The BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
Sorry for hating. No, I'm not. I love being a hater when it comes to winning money.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
Is there a team right now that is cooler than the New York Football Giants? Because even when they were winning 2 Super Bowls with Eli Manning, no one would look at that team coached by Tom Coughlin, quarterback by Eli Manning, and say, you know what? That team, they're cool. You can't take pieces out of the Jenga tower for this year's Philadelphia Eagles team and really get away with it. And for as good as the vibes are with the Giants at 2-4, it's the diametric opposite for the Eagles at 4-2.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, magnificent Football Monday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, youtube.com/at the BetMGM Network, on Twitch, twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network, and heard on radio stations nationwide. And we are in your hearts and in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, the Tennessee Titans fire Brian Callahan. And not a moment too soon. We will talk about what is next for the Tennessee Titans. Can they cover this weekend as a touchdown dog at home against my guy Drake May and the New England Patriots? Adjusted win total for Tennessee this year, 3.5. Can they win 3 more games this season? We will talk about the Tennessee Titans firing Brian Callahan, first coach fired, as we move along. Also, Penn State fires James Franklin. Despite this weekend in our You Better You Bet text message, the group text, Tyler Morales, noted college football insider, like universally revered, thought amongst the college football elite to be a truly special insider, a truly special college football mind. Tyler texted all of us after Penn State lost Northwestern, and I said, James Franklin going to get fired? Tyler responded and said, they would never, ever, ever, ever fire him in season. Why would you even think such a thing? Idiot. Who's the idiot now? Tyler. We will talk about Penn State firing James Franklin. I'm going to tell you who Penn State should try and hire, and we will try and answer the question. Can Penn State, with an interim head coach and a new starting quarterback, cover this weekend against Iowa? Oh, yeah. College football talk coming up later this hour here on You Better You Bet. Femi and I will give you our early bets and early betting thoughts. Week 7 in the National Football League and Week 8 in college football. And I'm just going to warn everybody right now. I will be betting a disgusting home underdog this weekend in the National Football League. And I am convinced that this bet is going to win. I'll tell you who it is and why I think that later in the program. One wonderful guest will join us on the show in his usual Monday spot, our BetMGM Network teammate, the great Sam Panayotovich, who is thrilled, I think, about Carson Beck's current position on the Heisman Trophy odds board. College and NFL talk with Sammy P on the way. And in the final hour, the power hour of the show, all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. Game 1 of the NLCS with the Dodgers and the Brewers. and a Monday Night Football doubleheader. And look, I'll give you my bet for Game 2 of the ALCS right now. I'm betting the Mariners in every single game. And I think this going to be a quick series in the American League Championship Series, and Seattle's going to win the American League pennant. I mean, this might be, I don't know about a sweep. This might be over in 5. I think this series is, to quote the great Kristen Cavallari, one of the great American philosophers of our time, this series, dunzo, with the Mariners and the Toronto Blue Jays. And our bets for Monday Night Football doubleheader, the Bills and the Falcons in Atlanta, and Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams in our nation's capital. Side, total, and props. What an epic sports night this is going to be tonight. You absolutely love it. Social question today, YouTube and Twitch. Your best bet for Monday Night Football, a side, a total, or a prop. Your best bet for the Monday Night Football doubleheader, Bills and the Falcons, Commanders and the Bears. Type it in the YouTube chat. Type it in the Twitch chat. Mike Brown will put your name on the screen. You will see your name in lights. Whatever. And Bill Zimmerman will read the best responses later in the show. Buffalo down to a 3.5-point road favorite at BetMGM. This was 4 most of the day. Total in the game is 50. The Commanders holding strong as a 5.5-point home favorite against the Bears off the bye. Total in that game, 49.5. And you know that I've got props. You know Femi's got the suntan lotion and the Mai Tai, and we're headed to Femi's Island, the Hawaiian shirt. I got a bet on the side and total, not both the side and the total, but the side or the total in both games tonight. And we'll give that to you at the end of the show. But we officially begin Magnificent Football Monday edition of You Better You Bet with a famous song lyric from the famous rock band The Who. I guess if like a pretty good joke would just be to say, you better, you bet, since, you know, like we stole the name of that song for the name of the show. And as a result, when you search for the show on YouTube, like that song comes up. Just saying. Like, look, like I'm very happy. I love the show. I actually love the name of the show. Also, it's the name of a Who song. Not You Better You Bet. No. The song quote is from the Who classic, Won't Get Fooled Again. And the lyric, meet the new boss. Same as the old boss. As the Kansas City Chiefs beat the Detroit Lions last night on Sunday Night Football, like I told you they would, by the score of 30-17. I came on this show 6 days ago, after Monday Night Football last week, when the Chiefs lost. I didn't come on the show after a Chiefs win. No. I came on the show after a Chiefs loss. And I told you last Tuesday, I was taking my chips and pushing those sons of bitches to the middle of the table. Whoever's in is in. And whoever's out, GTFO. The Kansas City Chiefs will beat the Detroit Lions on Sunday night. Check. The Kansas City Chiefs will win the AFC West. I think that'll happen, although we'll say Justin Herbert's ridiculous heroics at the end of the Chargers-Dolphins game complicate that a little bit. What a play by Herbert, shrugging off like alien Jalen Phillips to hit that pass to Ladd McConkey, setting up the Cameron Dicker game-winning field goal. Shout out to Justin Herbert, seriously, for the end of that game. And then Tua Tagovailoa made an ass out of himself. We'll get to that at some point during the show as well. But the Chiefs will win the AFC West. They will win the American Football Conference. And they will win Super Bowl 60. You all told me on social media, Twitter, on Instagram. I don't have TikTok, but I'm guessing it was on TikTok. I don't know that for sure, but I'm guessing. You told me that I was crazy. Chiefs are 2-3. They just lost to the Jaguars. How could you say such a thing? Why don't you just light your money on fire or flush it down the toilet? You told me It's Buffalo's time. I mean, I'm being serious. Sometimes I laugh for dramatic effect. I can't say that out loud without laughing. Buffalo's going to beat the Chiefs in January. Some of you even said Baltimore's going to get they're 1-5. Oh, my God. Or the Chargers. I know they beat them in week 1. Let's see what happens in January. Give me a break. And all of you, I actually feel bad. You know, in this country, I'll say this about Americans. We will generally have empathy and sympathy for our fellow Americans when they suffer from disease. It's like that great episode of Seinfeld, right, where John Lovitz literally lies about having cancer in order to engender sympathy. And they turn it into a bit over the course of the episode with George and Jerry. And it's hilarious because, when you're sick, people feel bad for you. I feel bad for people when they're sick. So I'm going to feel bad for all of you that suffer from CDS, Chiefs Derangement Syndrome. When the Chiefs win, it's the refs help them. And when they lose, it's, I told you they weren't that good. You know how stupid this all sounds? It's 2025, and we're still doing this song and dance with the Kansas City Chiefs. Did you not learn your lesson with Brady and in New England? You really want to do this for another decade with Patrick Mahomes? Give me a break. And look, the Lions did have injuries in the secondary last night. It was not a totally healthy Lions team, and we will get to Detroit. And I've got a lot to say about the Lions and their performance last night and spinning that forward. We will do that in a little bit. But for now, I'll just ask everybody this question. How did Patrick Mahomes look to you last night? So many people before the start of the season, and I'm not just talking egg avatars on social media, nameless, faceless, curtain-jerking jabroni clowns. I'm talking people I respect, and I mean that sincerely. Really smart people. And I'm wrong all the time. It's not that they're wrong about this, that they suck. I'm wrong constantly. But really smart people, contorting themselves like they're in Cirque du Soleil, bending over backwards like they have had bones removed, to tell you, well, actually, Patrick Mahomes is not the best quarterback in the league. Let me tell you why ... is better than Patrick Mahomes. This is a think piece in the New York Times or the Atlantic. Well, actually, let me tell you why cauliflower steak is better than actual steak. Let me tell you why the K-pop demon hunters make the Beatles look like garage band amateurs. My column. Honestly, it's sad. It's fake, phony football intellectualism. Well, I've been sitting in my dimly lit office, and I'm eating peanuts, right? And there's shells all over the ground I'm at a goddamn Yankees-Padres game in early August. And I'm grinding the film. And you know what the film tells me? You know what it tells me? It tells me that when the pocket's muddy, and when you just step up and navigate the pocket as there's penetration through the A-gap, that Geno Smith is better at it than Patrick Mahomes. We're talking about SUVs navigating the muddy pocket. When there's inclement weather, would you rather have this SUV or that SUV? Let's navigate the muddy pocket and tell me why Patrick Mahomes is not the best quarterback. We're stupid. Do you watch the games? Do we have to keep doing this? Can't we acknowledge how insane this all is? Did you watch the game last night? Does it look to you like Patrick Mahomes isn't the best player? He's on fire right now. Do the NBA Jam voice. He's not heating up. He's on fire. And Rashee Rice hasn't even played. This is like telling Patrick Mahomes, here's now the best receiver on the team after what you've already done and what you just did against the Lions. This is like giving a billionaire a new Aston Martin. He doesn't need it, but man, things are going to look a lot better with it. All of this with no Rashee Rice. Now what happens? Now what happens? Hollywood Brown showing out. Xavier Worthy. Juju Smith-Schuster catching passes and antagonizing opposing defenders. I'm looking at you, Brian Branch. And Travis Kelce. Looking like old Travis Kelce. Laying the wood. Now, the Chiefs' offense was impressive last night. But on the other side, I'll tell you what the most impressive thing was about the Kansas City Chiefs, and we'll get to the Detroit Lions as well.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I think a lot of the Chicago hesitancy is that they've, beaten two bad teams and probably, should have beaten the Vikings, but didn't. And then the only really good team they played so far, they got absolutely pounded on the road. So maybe that's a part of it. JJ McCarthy rips your soul out week number 1, and then you go to Detroit and lose 52-21. Then you beat the Cowboys, who were banged up. CeeDee Lamb gets hurt in the game, and then you barely beat the Raiders because you block a field goal. And we know the Raiders stink. So maybe that's it. I mean, you asked why are they betting Washington 4.5? I don't have that answer. I liked it at 4.5. At 5.5, obviously, I still kind of lean that way. I'm not going to get off the game because it's moved the point. But I think there's people that think Jaden Daniels is going to just go crazy on this defense. But you just brought it up. Their defense is healthier than it's maybe been in a while. So I don't know. I can't wait to watch it. And again, a rematch of Caleb against Daniels should be a fun one. I know which game I'm watching tonight. It's Chicago-Washington, not the first one.
Yeah, you'll definitely watch the first one, at least in the first half, and then which one will grab your attention the rest of the way. It's a cool young quarterback matchup. Looking forward to that. Caleb against Daniels, and we got it last year too. So let's see what it looks like. I lean Chicago now. I've been torn and flip-flopping on this game throughout the week. As far as our picks, we do an ATS contest together. It did not crack my top 5. The other game did, which we'll get to in a second. But yeah, I lean to Chicago at 5.5. I'm waiting to see if it gets to 6.
in motion. He's got it on the pop pass. Hollywood Brown to the end zone. Touchdown, KC. Mahomes searching. Patrick Krause with a touchdown to Hollywood Brown for the second time in the second half. And he'll go. Mahomes got it for Worthy. Touchdown, Kansas City.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The great Mike Tirico with the calls last night on NBC. Patrick Mahomes is back. Meet the new boss. Same as the old boss. And for as electric as the Kansas City Chiefs offense was last night, and it was electric, is it possible the defense was even more impressive for the Chiefs? Now, nobody is going to confuse the 2025 Kansas City Chiefs defense with, say, the 2025 Denver Broncos defense. Like, that's not what this is. They're not the 2000 Ravens. They're not the 85 Bears. This is not a historically great defense. Hell, I'm not even sure they're a very good defense. They don't have to be a great defense. They probably don't even need to be a very good defense if that's what the offense is going to be on the other side of the ball. 3.8 yards per carry for Jahmyr Gibbs, holding the Lions down to 17 points. Chris Jones looking good. Who? Chris Jones. Charles Omenihu providing some pass rushing punch. I thought Leo Chenal looked really good at linebacker. I thought this was an excellent game from Spags and the Kansas City Chiefs defense. Because if the defense is terrible, like, I'm still going to like the Chiefs just because I have Mahomes and you don't. And I think he'll outscore your team with this offense. If the defense puts forth that sort of effort the rest of the season, like, I'm being serious. Like, I can get dramatic and we could do it for entertainment purposes. And I'm being serious, though. Like, let's look at the AFC futures market and then we'll talk about the Lions. So Buffalo's the favorite at plus 225. Then the Chiefs are plus 400. I'll ask the question that I always ask. Like, when it comes down to it, and Buffalo's more likely to get the 1 seed, I totally understand that. And the Chiefs will probably have to go to Buffalo in January. Like, that's not definitely, but probably. When we get to that game, are you really clicking the button on Buffalo? Really? 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 Could never be me. How about the Indianapolis Colts? Plus 750. And this is not to crap on the Colts and what they've accomplished. They have been sensational through 6 games at 5-1. Daniel Jones has been awesome, and I wear the scarlet letter L for my take on Daniel Jones. I could not have been more. I tell you when I'm right, and I will tell you when I get things absolutely incorrect. It's dead wrong on the Colts. 5-1, and even survive their backup quarterback breaking is an orbital bone before the game with a resistance band. That's how good this Colts team is. Chiefs at Colts in January. Who are you betting? Patrick Mahomes at Daniel Jones. Who are you betting? The Chargers are at 8. Okay. I'm willing to entertain a Charger conversation here. Chargers are going to get healthier as the season goes on. Hampton will come back. Joe Alt will come back. How'd the defense look yesterday against the Miami Dolphins? Like, if not for crazy heroics from Justin Herbert, the Chargers lose that game yesterday. The defense, actively tried to lose against Miami. You can take the Chargers. I'll take the Chiefs. The Denver Broncos are at 9. The Denver Broncos have, and I love this player and I love this team. You listen to any of my content over the summer. Broncos over win total. Broncos to make the playoffs. The Broncos feel like they have a Bo Nix problem right now with how that game played out yesterday in London, which, I mean, you know, since the Revolutionary War and its lesser-known cousin, the War of 1812, United States and Britain have been pretty much like great allies, right? Like, does President Trump have to like go to London and apologize to Keir Starmer in person for this game? Jets Broncos, that's what we sent to London? That crap? We'll get into Aaron Glenn and the Jets and Justin Fields in a bit. But the Broncos, I love Denver, and the defense is great. And they have 10 more sacks as a defense than the next team on the board. They have 30, the Steelers have 20, with one more game played, but still. Crazy performance by this Broncos defense. Bo Nix ain't beating Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs. Come on. The Ravens, stop it. I love the Steelers. I'm on Steelers stuff from the preseason. We've talked about it. The Steelers, stop it. Honestly, like the scariest team, maybe this doesn't sound crazy. The scariest team might actually be Drake May and the New England Patriots. If Drake May has really ascended to that level, I wouldn't bet it. I'm just saying. When it comes down to it, when we get to January, who are you going to take to beat this team? Because it's one thing to say it, to text it to a friend, to a group chat, to say it to a buddy, to say it to someone on the street, make conversation. Yeah, I like the Bills this year. You know what? Lamar's coming back. I like the Ravens to get it done, finally. Okay? You can say it. But would you actually bet it? You bet on this Monday. Now, as for the Detroit Lions, not the best result for them. Only score 17 points. Brian Branch embarrasses himself after the game. And I understand there's a video floating around of Juju Smith-Schuster like blocking him in the back, which was definitely like a cheap move by Juju. Towards the end of the game on Kansas City's drive, kick a field goal to go up 13. Yeah, like a Bush League move by Juju. Also, like Brian Branch has got to control himself. And Dan Campbell said as much. And he's probably going to get suspended. And coming into town next week on Monday night is Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We'll talk about them later in the show as well. So not a great look for Brian Branch. But I'll tell you what. In a losing effort last night, I walk away more impressed with the Detroit Lions. Now, I don't think the Lions would have won the game if these two plays had gone their way. But it's worth thinking about. Two, like 50-50 plays where if they go Detroit's way, the game is way closer than it was. I still think the Chiefs would have won. I still think Kansas City would have covered the 2.5, the closing number. Opening drive for Detroit. Which is like, honestly, and I bet the Chiefs. Chiefs were my biggest bet yesterday. This was football pornography. You know it when you see it. An absolute work of art. Just gorgeous play calls, gorgeous runs, gorgeous throws, gorgeous catches. I'm thinking watching this, did Ben Johnson leave a copy of his playbook behind? Would anyone know the difference? If I told you, if you didn't know Ben Johnson was the coach of the Bears, like you took a nap after Week 18 last year, Ben Johnson's still in Detroit, stayed for another year, you'd believe me, right, that he's still calling the plays? John Morton's doing an awesome job. And that fourth and goal play to Jared Goff, like the pass to Jared Goff, was a thing of beauty. To the point that, like, I bet the Chiefs, and I very much wanted the Chiefs to win, and I'm sitting there, like, laughing. Like, that was so awesome. It was also illegal. Like, Goff didn't get set. And I forget who it was. I saw it on social media earlier today, that all Goff had to do was, like Nick Foles did in the Philly special in the Eagles-Patriots Super Bowl, in Super Bowl 52, like to stop and set himself, and it's because Goff never stopped. Like, that was the issue. So it's an attention to detail that apparently they were getting wrong in practice also. But, I mean, a beautiful play call. And let's say that they get that right. I mean, you start the game up 7-0, right, instead of 3-0, because they end up getting penalized. And I thought Campbell was going to go for it again. And, like, this stuff, like, I'm just being honest, man. Like, some people like feet. All sorts of weird stuff. I love when Dan Campbell goes for it on 4th down from, like, the 7-yard line. Like, that's what gets me going. It's, like, sexually arousing for me. I was dying, not because I bet the Chiefs. I love it. I think he's the best. You're up 7-0 instead of 3-0. And then, with Detroit up 10-6, the Chiefs need to cut Harrison Butker. That's a problem. Is Harrison Butker, who's been brutal this year. They need to cut him today and find a new kicker. Detroit's up 10-6. They go for it on a 4th and 2, and Amon-Ra St. Brown drops the ball. And then the Chiefs score a touchdown to go up 13-10, and then they score another touchdown to start the second half, and it's 20-10. And if you bet the Chiefs, you are like me, and you're probably like, yeah, we got this. Game's over. And it was. And if you bet Detroit, I'm guessing you felt, game's over, we lose. Again, I still think the Chiefs win the game. And I still think they cover, win by 3. But if that first drive ends in a touchdown instead of a field goal, and St. Brown catches that ball on 4th and 2, the game is certainly closer. The Lions were always going to be up against it in this game. And we talked about it over the course of the week. It's one thing to try and defend Patrick Mahomes and these receivers when you have everyone healthy on defense. They didn't have everybody healthy on defense. They're down so many players in the secondary. 5 of their top 6 corners are out against Patrick Mahomes. I mean, look, like, it's easy to say this after the fact. Like, it was maybe my favorite bet of the year. And it could have lost, but I felt really good about it. And it won. Ostensibly, am I using that word correctly? I think I am. It's like the only instance where I use it is like in this instance. Ostensibly, the Lions are going to get healthier as the season moves along. Secondary is going to get a little healthier, certainly. You're going to get players back. Taylor Decker's going to come back. I'm now thinking, because I've been pretty steadfast and sticking with my preseason NFC prediction of the Philadelphia Eagles to win the NFC and represent the National Football Conference in Super Bowl 60, where they would lose to the Chiefs this time. After last night's game, I think I'm ready to pull the trigger on the Lions. This team's awesome. And Dan Campbell's the best. If what happens last year continues, right, where the defensive players are just all hurt and they limp into the playoffs, yeah, of course they're going to be ripe for an upset. Especially with the way they like to play. They like to play tons of man coverage. Like, you can't do that when you're down to like your 5th cornerback. You can't do it. You can get away with it against bad teams. You ain't getting away with it against the Chiefs. Like, you're not going to get away with it against, like, the Rams. You won't get away with it against the Packers. You won't even get away with it against the Bucs. That's a fascinating game next Monday night. And we'll see how many receivers Baker Mayfield has in that game. And how many, this might be like no wide receivers versus no corners. The irresistible, forget about irresistible force, immovable object. This is resistible force against movable object. Next Monday night in Motown. If the Lions can get healthy, defense is healthy entering the postseason, the Lions should be there, barring injury to Jared Goff. Yeah. A Kansas City-Detroit Super Bowl exact matchup at BetMGM. 22-1. Now, BetMGM is not currently offering team over team in the Super Bowl. Those markets can be found elsewhere. BetMGM will have them back up at some point. Chiefs over Lions. I think I'm ready to pull the trigger on Detroit. I'll say this about the Philadelphia Eagles for now and the NFC. Fascinating game for Philly coming up this Sunday on the road in Minnesota against Brian Flores and that Vikings defense. Brian Flores loves to blitz and make Tua Tagovailoa cry. But he also loves to blitz. And Jalen Hurts this year, for all his foibles, has beaten the blitz. I can't wait to see that game on Sunday in Minnesota. On the other side, we'll talk Penn State firing James Franklin, what happened on Saturday in college football, and spin the great sport forward.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
But there's a lot to like about Baker in the MVP race.
I think the one sabotage factor is the fact that they have played a lot of tough games, and they have more tough games on the schedule coming up. Because sometimes it can be an accumulation. Like, even going into this game, I was a little bit worried for the Bucs simply because, you know, their games before that were, okay, they lost to the Eagles, a very physical team, 31-25. Then they have to go all the way to Seattle, and they play an absolute shootout, which they win the game, but still, it feels like it was kind of exhausting. Mm-hmm. And then, you know, they play the Niners. They come all the way back to Tampa, but then they win this one as well. But then you look at the rest of the schedule, or at least in the next 4 games. Next up, they go to Detroit, an Lions team that's probably pissed off after losing to the Chiefs. Then they get the Saints, okay. And then the Patriots, who look like, you know, they're a really good team these days. And then they have the Bills. So it's going to be a tough schedule ahead for the Bucs. I don't know if we continue to see this trajectory for Baker Mayfield, but if he can do it in this next 4 games, I feel like he's going to have a real case to be the actual front runner in the MVP discussion.
finds Drunkemeyer. On a 4th and 3. He takes off. Drunkemeyer is popped short. Northwestern gets there again. Aiden Hubbard with a 4th down stand.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Fox Sports 1, courtesy of The Call. The James Franklin era at Penn State ends not with a bang, but with a $49 million buyout. We'll talk about the James Franklin firing in a second and what's next for Penn State and their game on Saturday at Iowa in a moment. But we want to remind everybody, BetMGM is our show sponsor, and we know that you have thought out the parlay. Now, it's time to boost it. Use today's Odds Boost token on any pro football same-game parlay and grab a bigger payout if you win. And now, by the way, is a good time to use the pro football same-game parlay because we've got 2 Monday Night Football games tonight. So make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. And don't forget to download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. Search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. Like the show. Rate it 5 stars. Leave a nice review. Search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. And follow us on YouTube and Twitch. YouTube.com/@the BetMGM Network. Twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network. So it's one thing for Penn State. It's just, I'm actually going to back the truck up a little bit here. In our lives, as sports bettors, we've all made bad bets. All of us. Femi Abebefe came on the show prior to the start of the college football season and said that he was betting Penn State to win the national championship. Tried to tell him, James Franklin's the coach. Don't do it. Reconsider. Read some literature on the subject. And Femi said, are you sure? F it. And he decided to bet it. Tried to tell him not to. Now, he's not the only one. A lot of people I almost did like a Sam Smith bit there. You say I'm crazy. A lot of people liked Penn State. Penn State was one of the highest power-rated teams coming into the year, despite losing Tyler Warren, despite losing Abdul Carter. And look, these are smart. Femi's smart. These are smart people. Yeah, like you lost 2, the top 15 picks in the NFL draft, but look at what they've done. They've reloaded the roster. Also, James Franklin's the coach and Drew Aller's the quarterback. Losing to Oregon at home is one thing. Like, it's understandable. Like, I know you're a 3.5, you're a 4-point favorite. Like, you should win that game, the betting market says. But, like, that's an acceptable loss. You don't want to lose, especially because you can't beat any top teams. That's the James Franklin MO. But you know what? That's a loss where you look at it and say, okay, like, I can see that. And they fought back after, falling behind by 2 touchdowns. It's an acceptable loss. It's not a loss that you want, but it's one that you say, okay, like, I can understand this. The 2 weeks since, we are basically like living in the land of the incomprehensible and the ridiculous. Losing to UCLA. Okay, you want to say, oh, well, Deshaun Foster got fired, Australian for loser. Here's Jerry Neuheisel, and what a great story, and Nico Iamaleava, and UCLA had the one game, and Penn State was reeling from the Oregon loss. Okay. Like, maybe you want to say, let's just go ahead and cross that one off, and now we move forward towards a playoff berth. I don't know how you explain losing to Northwestern and losing 3 consecutive games. And I think James Franklin put the writing on the wall for himself after the Oregon loss. And I give him credit for saying it the way that he did. It just reaches a point where, like, people need to be put out of their misery. When Franklin says, like, it's not a narrative. Like, these are facts. Like, I can't beat good teams. It's not a narrative. It's fact. I appreciate the honesty. But you might as well, like the Beatles sang Let It Be, he might as well be saying, fire me, fire me. And they obliged him. Because it's one thing to lose to Oregon. It's another thing to lose to UCLA. And then another thing entirely to lose to Northwestern. Now, there are people who said yesterday, man, I feel awful for James Franklin. Over a decade at Happy Valley, couldn't get it done, and fired in pretty brutal fashion on a 3-game losing streak with your quarterback lost for the season, Drew Allard done for the year. Pretty brutal. Some people say it's one of the worst days of his life. To which I say, no. It's one of the best days of his life. James Franklin is going to get paid $49 million to not coach Penn State. I love my job. I do. Like, there's a lot of BS with any job. There's a lot of BS with my job. But I like the actual show. Like, coming on the air and doing the show is by far the best part of my job. I love it. Do you think I love it enough that if Odyssey said, here's $49 million, go away, you'd never hear from me again? I'd disappear so fast, it would have your head spinning. I'd be out of here. College football, with these buyouts for these coaches, has created the actual American dream. Charlie Weiss, I think, is still getting paid by Notre Dame not to coach. Can I ask a serious question? I'm being dead serious right now. Do we know if Jimbo Fisher is alive? Has anyone seen or heard from Jimbo Fisher since Texas A&M fired him and gave him over $70 million to not coach anymore? James Franklin, $49 million not to coach. That is the American dream. We should all be so lucky to get paid $50 million to not work. God bless him. You bet on this Monday. So now, for Penn State, we look ahead at Iowa this week. Iowa coming off a 37-0 shutout win against Wisconsin with interim head coach Terry Smith, Emmett's brother. That's not true. He's been the associate head coach since 2016. And a new quarterback, Ethan Grunkemeyer. How is it like every single college football quarterback sounds like they'd be a college football quarterback? Ethan Grunkemeyer. God bless him. Anyone want to take the 3.5 with Penn State at Iowa? You know, in content, that's going to be a hot bet this week. Head coach fired. Quarterback done for the year. We are Penn State. I don't know if I can join everyone on that particular wager. We'll talk about it more over the course of this week. Elsewhere in college football, my Indiana Hoosiers. Now, I can't take full credit for my bet because I didn't bet money line. I thought Indiana would lose a close game. How about Curt Cignetti in Indiana? And if anyone wants to have like who should Penn State hire conversation, the list begins and ends with Curt Cignetti. Great, you could talk about Matt Rule. Get serious. Like if I'm Penn State, like the list is one name. It's Curt Cignetti. Like that's it. I'm going to ask a crazy question. And I actually don't think it's that crazy. Should Curt Cignetti be an NFL head coach? Indiana has like no talent, and Mendoza's awesome. Like the talent on the roster is not there. They just went into Oregon and beat the Ducks and out-physicaled Oregon in their house. It's an unbelievable performance. Cignetti's unreal. Indiana's, what a story this is. And I didn't think they were going to win. But man, that's a hell of a win by Indiana. And if you have Dante Moore Heisman like I do, like Femi does, I love that bet. And he kind of urinated all over himself in the fourth quarter of that game with a couple turnovers. I guess could still win in theory. And Oregon, I think, will still go to the playoff. But as far as Oregon winning a national championship goes, I don't know if I like that. You're going to lose at home to Indiana and you're going to win a national championship? I'm ready to cross Oregon off the list. So when I think about my national championship tiers in college football, I think there are 3 tiers that we need to discuss. Tier 1 has 1 team. Tier 2 has 1 team. And then we can debate how many teams belong in Tier 3. Tier 1, Ohio State. Draw a line. League of their own. And as Julian Sayin gets more comfortable in this, I told you before the year, they're the best team. They certainly look like it. Now, I've done a lot of patting myself on the back. Now it's time to tell you where I've been horribly wrong. Tier 2, Alabama. Draw a line. I would like to apologize to Kalen DeBoer and his family for my erroneous, ridiculous slander about Kalen DeBoer coming into this year, because he's obviously awesome, and Ty Simpson's obviously awesome, and Bama's obviously awesome. So Bama, Tier 2, draw a line. And then we can have a conversation about all the teams that belong in Tier 3. Indiana, Miami, A&M, Texas Tech, Notre Dame, and dare I say it, Arch Manning and the Texas Longhorns? Maybe not. If I'm Steve Sarkisian and Arch Manning, I am sending Brent Venables a gift basket with a thank you note. Thank you for starting one-hand John Mateer this Saturday in Red River. I think Ohio State's winning the Natty. Hour 1 done, hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. We will start hour number 2 talking about the Tennessee Titans firing Brian Callahan.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Let's start with the Bills and the Falcons. We just talked Bears-Commanders. We'll get into that game in a little bit. But the first game up tonight, Buffalo favored by 4. Total in the game is 50. You want to just take the Bills on the money line, minus 210. If you like the Falcons to pull the upset, that is plus 170. The line in this game feels about right. And Atlanta, I think, is one of these teams. To me, this game feels a lot like the Georgia-Auburn game from Saturday, where you look at this line just like you looked at that game, And Auburn was coming off a bye. They're at home. Atlanta's coming off a bye. They're at home. But Auburn just doesn't win those kind of games, right? And they were up early. They had all the momentum, and then they fumbled, and the game completely slipped away from them. It feels like it's going to be the same for the Falcons tonight. Like, I could see them getting off to a good start. Maybe it looks like they're going to win the game, but just Josh Allen and the Bills find a way to win it. I don't want to lay 4 with Buffalo. I think they're a good money line parlay piece tonight. I think if you want to tease up Atlanta too to +10, I think that is also a good option. I would feel better, though, probably about the Bills covering or just winning the game than I would about Atlanta covering the 10, even though I like both bets. But with the Falcons, it's just they don't win these kind of games. Now, can they cover? Absolutely. Would I pick them to win? Would I pick them to win the game outright, pull the upset? I would not. But I really wouldn't want to lay 4 with Buffalo because I do think it's going to be a close game. And again, like how good are the Bills? I mean, they should have lost to the Ravens week 1. They lost to the Patriots last week, and then they've played the Jets, they played the Saints, they played the Dolphins. I mean, we really haven't seen them against anybody. So we're kind of still waiting to figure out what this Bills team is, which is why I don't really love the game. But I do think they are going to win just because it's really more of a fate of Atlanta, and I just don't trust them in these kind of spots. Couple of props that I do like in this game. Atlanta, they're bottom 10 in yards per carry, and I'm looking at James Cook, longest rush, over 15.5 yards. The Bills got away from running the ball with James Cook a little bit against the Patriots. They turned the ball over 3 times. I think they're going to feature him in this game a little bit. So James Cook, longest rush, over 15.5 yards. I think he breaks one for at least 20 tonight. I'll look at that. And then Michael Penix, over 31.5 pass attempts tonight for Atlanta as well. Falcons are 2-2 on the season. In their 2 wins, Penix has had 21 and 26 pass attempts. In their 2 losses, he has had 36 and 42 pass attempts, right? So it's clear. When Atlanta wins, when they're playing well, they're running the ball and Bijan is getting rolling. When they lose, they got to throw, and Penix is throwing more than they would like to. So if you like the Bills to win, should correlate to Penix over pass attempts.
Biggest names in the business are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The magnificent Football Monday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. Sam Panayotovich will join us in 20 minutes. We look forward to that. Sammy P will talk Heisman Trophy, talk the weekend that was in college football and National Football League. Sammy P's plays for Monday Night Football coming up 20 minutes from now. 40 minutes from now, we will talk the NLCS, Game 1 coming up tonight with the Dodgers and the Brewers, and give you a betting recap of the weekend that was. Cliff Notes. Pretty good. Pretty good. You love to see it. You love to win some money. Power Hour, Final Hour, all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. Major League Baseball, and the Monday Night Football doubleheader. Bills and the Falcons in Atlanta, Commanders and the Bears in our nation's capital. Current side and total markets in both games. Bills, a 3.5-point road favorite in Atlanta. Total is 50. And the Commanders, 5.5-point home favorites against the Bears. Jaden Daniels v. Caleb Williams. Total in the game sitting 49.5. So no movements in the side and total market since we came on the air. We will break down those games, give you our bets next hour here on the show. And we do have some breaking news into You Better You Bet. Detroit Lions defensive back Brian Branch suspended without pay for 1 game for unsportsmanlike conduct following last night's game against the Chiefs. And in case people missed it, we talked about it in the first hour. Patrick Mahomes goes to dap up Brian Branch. Am I too old to say that? Can I say dap up? Like, what's the ruling from, like, the young people on the staff? I can't. I'm good. Wow. All the young people say I'm good. I love that. Yeah, so Mahomes goes to dap up Brian Branch. Branch blows him off and then, like, smacks Juju Smith-Schuster in the face mask, setting off like a melee. And Patrick Mahomes is in the middle of it. Now, I'm not suggesting that Mahomes was in, like, any type of danger, but, I mean, he's the face of the league. Like Chris Collinsworth said 1,000 times last night during the game. He's the face of the league. Like, you don't want that. And whether or not Branch was justified in doing so because of Juju and, like, that dirty block, like, from behind that Juju put on him with a couple minutes to go in the game. Like, you can't do that. Like, you just can't. And Dan Campbell said it after the game that it was unacceptable. And Patrick Mahomes was, like, pretty stern in his comments in the postgame. You never hear Mahomes talk like that, where he said, like, we played the game in between the lines and the whistle. And that was basically, I can't speak for them. So something had to happen here with Brian Branch, especially considering his past history with fines. So you knew that this was probably going to happen, and it has happened now. And now Branch will miss next Monday night's game as the Lions host the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Like, it's awesome, that game. And Emeka Egbuka, the news came out earlier today. It was so weird yesterday during the Bucs-Niners game where all of a sudden, like, we don't see Egbuka get hurt. And then he's on the sideline without not wearing a helmet, and he's got a hamstring injury. And he's questionable to return. And then he's doubtful. And then he's out. And now he might miss multiple weeks. Like, boy, that escalated quickly. We don't know if Mike Evans is going to play. We don't know if Chris Godwin's going to play. And how many of the Lions starting secondaries playing in this game next Monday night? Again, it's like resistible force, immovable object. Bucks at Lions next week. Can't wait to talk about it. 1 week from today, Tampa at Detroit. Detroit a 4.5-point favorite right now in the betting market. Brian Branch suspended for that game without pay. And just to say this is like the yearly reminder that I do this, because we have a quote from NFL Vice President of Football Operations, John Runyon, who writes like he's like Joe Corporate. Your aggressive non-football act was entirely unwarranted, blah, 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 blah. For people that are old enough to remember, when John Runyon played for the Philadelphia Eagles, and I'm not just saying this because I'm a Giants fan, and Michael Strahan beat him like a drum, and actually like thanked John Runyon and invited him to his Hall of Fame enshrinement because of the wars that they had, that Strahan often won. John Runyon was as dirty as it gets as an NFL player. And now he's like, hey, ChatGPT, write something up for me on how Brian Branch broke the rules last night and it was super unnecessary. I mean, this is like getting a former porn star to be like the chief executive of the chastity department. You're John Runyon, like telling people that they're playing dirty. Give me a break. Come on. Enough with this. So that's the breaking news. Femi writes, can't wait for Vontaze. I don't even know what Vontaze Burfict is. I hope he's okay. We'll move on here. A little while ago, the first coach got fired. So, like, this market's not available at the domestics. There are offshores that have it, and if you had Brian Callahan, congratulations, you cashed. Because the Tennessee Titans fired head coach Brian Callahan today. Now, I want to start by saying this because I mean it. And sometimes as like a talk show host, like he's a terrible coach, right? Like objectively, he's a brutal head coach. But like he's still a human being. And you feel bad for him. Like I know he got paid a lot of money and was horrible. But he's getting dragged by everybody. And the thing that really sucks, and I don't know if I feel this way, like I'm definitely, just as a human, like I'm definitely softening now that I'm a dad. And I don't know if that's just me or if like other people feel that way with kids. When you have kids, like do you feel like that? Where like his dad's on the staff. And like that, this has got to suck for that family. Like a football family, for the son to get a head coaching job and for it to end like this. So I feel bad for the human being. I do want to say that. Even like, and I know that I've crushed him and everybody, and he deserves to be crushed because he sucks. But I still feel bad for him as a human being. Now let's have like an objective, like sports talk conversation about this, and we'll have a betting spin on it. 4-19 in 23 games. And one of those wins, I mean, was, I said it last week, the NFL is not rigged. It's not scripted. But man, oh my God. And Femi just put a note in the chat that like, I might fall out of my chair. I'll get to it in a second. I actually have lost my train of thought. Oh yeah. Like if there were a game that were ever rigged, and it's not, to be clear, it would be the Cardinals collapsing last week to lose that game to the Titans. And I said it last week, where if you watched Brian Callahan in the post-game like locker room that like the Titans media tweeted out, like he sounded like a guy who's like, man, like we suck. And we were really lucky to win this one, right, guys? Like no one, we don't believe you. You need more people. No one believed him. He goes on the short list of worst coaches ever in the history of the league. In recent memory, it's him, Urban Meyer, Freddie Kitchens, Hugh Jackson, Josh McDaniels. You throw Rod Marinelli in the mix when 0-16 with the Lions. I mean, like, I'm a New Yorker, so like Ray Hanley and Rich Kotite are always the names that come to mind from my childhood. Like, you can come up with bad head coaches. I don't know that any are worse than this guy. And I felt like in the post-game press conference yesterday, when he threw Cam Ward under the bus, like he really like went out of his way to kill Cam Ward. I felt like this is probably drawing to a close. Like you can't have this. And said, I'm incredibly discouraged by the result. The Tennessee Titans yesterday did not play at the Green Bay Packers. At like the full strength Baltimore Ravens. They were at the brutal Las Vegas Raiders and averaged 3.8 yards per play against the terrible Raiders defense. And I don't care that Calvin Ridley got hurt. I don't care that there's not a ton of talent on the roster. You've got to do better. This is professional football. You have to do better. Now, the Titans are a clown show organization, firing GM John Robinson, then head coach Mike Vrabel, then GM Rand Carthon, now head coach Brian Callahan. Like, this is how bad teams stay bad. Like, they are a bad, poorly run organization. But this was still the right move to fire Brian Callahan, who was so incredibly overmatched, it's not even funny. You bet on this Monday. The news comes down moments ago, courtesy of Tom Pelissero from NFL Media, that the Tennessee Titans are expected to name Mike McCoy, former Chargers head coach, Mike McCoy, as their interim head coach. Most recently, a senior offensive assistant in Tennessee. Oh my God. Peyton Manning has been getting Mike McCoy paid for a decade. This is like Mike McCoy should send Peyton Manning a fruit basket. I can't believe it's 2025 and Mike McCoy's coaching an NFL team. I can't believe it. In the same way that Brian Callahan, how about this? Because I'm pretentious. I like Aloe. Like the Aloe, like workout sets, like ALO. They have like girls wear them, like the yoga pants, whatever, and they make like workout clothes for guys. I have like a bunch of Aloe sets that I wear to the gym. Humble brag, I work out. Joe Burrow, like I went to buy like a winter set, like long sleeve and pants, And Joe Burrow apparently is like an ambassador for them. It is all over their website, all over the Aloe website. Like, Brian Callahan should wear nothing but aloe for the rest of his life. Like, Joe Burrow got this guy a head coaching job. Like, this is honestly, it's Joe Burrow's fault. Like, Adam Gase is Peyton Manning's fault. Mike McCoy is Peyton Manning's fault. Brian Callahan is Joe Burrow's fault. Like, Joe Burrow was too good, and people felt like, oh, well, it's got to be Brian Callahan. Yeah? Burrow had his best year last year with Dan Pitcher as the offensive coordinator. What a clown show. Now here's Mike McCoy. The real. Is he? I'd argue he's not. And this weekend, oh, man, you can't script this. What a delicious bit of irony. Because this weekend, in the first game for the Tennessee Titans, after they fire the overmatched Brian Callahan, coming into town, their former head coach, who's actually good, 1 seed in the AFC 1 year, went to a conference title game with Ryan Tannehill as his quarterback. Here comes Mike Vrabel and the 4-2 New England Patriots. And just to transition to them for a second, New England a 7-point favorite. Like, Titans win total adjusted is 3.5. We'll get to the Patriots in 1 second. Here's the Titans schedule rest of season. Home Patriots. At Colts. Home Chargers. Bye week. The bye's laying 3.5. Home Texans. Home Seahawks. Home Jaguars. At Browns. Maybe you get Shedeur Sanders in that game. At the Niners. Home Chiefs. Home Saints. Where, like, that ain't a gimme. At the Jaguars in Week 18. And Mike McCoy's the head coach. That's under. They're not winning 3 games. Mike McCoy? And they're going to lose on Sunday to the Patriots. Now, maybe they can cover the spread. We'll have a betting conversation. Femi and I will talk about that next hour. We'll talk about this game. Patriots laying 7. I don't know if the Patriots will cover the spread or not, but here's what I do know. Yesterday's win for New England on the road in New Orleans, you can make a case, was more impressive than the win at the Bills last week on Sunday Night Football. Because in that game, in Buffalo, they were expected to get their doors blown off. Yesterday, they were expected to win. And did. And if not for I didn't bet the game, I don't care. I do care a little bit because I bet Stephon Diggs over receiving yards and like the offensive. I mean, some of these OPI calls this year have been so ticky-tack. If not for some terrible officiating calls, like the Patriots win this game by more. I said last week, Drake May is the next great quarterback in the NFL. Is there a person out there that would like to argue that point now? Let's take this a step further. Can Drake May win MVP? He's 20-1. We have seen second-year quarterbacks win in the not-so-distant past. Mahomes and Lamar Jackson. I'm not insinuating May's going to win MVP. I don't think he's going to. But you can see the upside, right? He's probably already top 7. And maybe top 5. Drizzy Drake. Coming up next, Sam Panayotovich, our BetMGM network, joins us to dish on college football and betting in the National Football League.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Think about Los Angeles against San Francisco. Think about Philly against the Giants. We have seen favorites be very, very flat, especially favorites on the road. I don't know that I'm going to bet it. I kind of want to give Flacco one more spin, though.
I'm there too. And now we're at 5.5. Let's say we're at 6. Are you on Cincinnati +6?
Yes.
I think so too. And so the positive side for Pittsburgh is forget Aaron Rodgers. It's about the defense. They're healthy now. So they were coming off the bye and good performance, right? But facing a rookie quarterback, I don't think that Dylan Gabriel was really set up to do much going on the road in the division at Pittsburgh. That's going to be tough. The Steelers' defense was pretty terrible in the first month. They were dealing with a lot of injuries, like 4 or 5 starters were down, but now everybody's back. So I think we're going to get a clearer view of what the real Pittsburgh Steelers are. But laying 5.5, 6 in the division? No, I don't think so. I would look to the dog in that game.
Simpson on 4th and goal to pass to the end zone. It is Daniel Hill, the 244-pound running back with the touchdown reception.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
ESPN courtesy of The Call. The Heisman Trophy market looking pretty interesting at the moment. Co-favorites atop the board at our show sponsor, BetMGM. Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson plus 350. Miami quarterback Carson Beck plus 350. Joining us now to talk the Heisman Trophy, college football, and the National Football League, as he does each and every magnificent Football Monday in this spot, is our BetMGM Network teammate, our good friend, the great Sam Panayotovich, co-host of Bet Sweats, weekdays 9 a.m. to noon. Also, you can hear and watch him on the Bear Bets podcast with our friend the Bear, Chris Felica, and Chicken Dinner as well. Sammy P., welcome back to the show. What's going on, my friend?
I cannot wait to get hurt. With Carson Beck and Ty Simpson, how do I get hurt, Nick?
I'm going to ask you that question. Sam, you've got Simpson and you've got Beck at advantageous numbers. If you're going to lose, and I don't think you're going to, but if you're going to lose, how do you think it happens, and who is the fly in the ointment for people out there that don't have Heisman exposure yet?
So Mendoza was good. He wasn't great against Oregon. I don't think it's him, even though I love Indiana. Here's the guy that scares me. A&M quarterback Marcel Reed. 20-1 right now, BetMGM. I feel like if they get hot and they do crazy things, he's going to be the guy to beat me. But when you bet Beck, and you jumped on too with Beck, I mean, Beck in the summer was 37-1, which was crazy to me. Simpson was like 20-1 3 weeks ago. Like, really good bets. I mean, you can only do what you can control, right? You can only bet what you can do. Beck and Simpson, I thought were good bets. I think Marcel Reed is the guy that could ruin everything.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Marcel Reed, the quarterback for Texas A&M. A lot of guys, some people still think the Heisman Trophy race is still wide open. We'll see what happens as we get into some of the latter months of the college football season coming up in November. Sam, the biggest result, in my opinion, from over the weekend had to be Indiana beating Oregon in Eugene. A really impressive performance by Kurt Cignetti, I should say, and Fernando Mendoza and the Hoosiers. The Hoosiers are now plus 200 to win the Big Ten. They're now 9-1 to win the national title. I know you talked to a lot of odds makers, power ratings. How good is this Indiana team, and should we be treating them as legitimate national title contenders?
Oh, definitely. So I was talking with Tway Pearson, who always shares his numbers with me. He's got Indiana as the 7th best team in the country right now, but he's got them like only 6 points worse than Ohio State. So he's got Ohio State, Miami 2, Alabama 3, Oregon 4, Notre Dame 5, and then Georgia A&M just ahead of Indiana, which is crazy because people would say, oh, well, Indiana just beat Oregon. Like, they're the number one team. That's not how power ratings work. If they played that game again, Oregon would still be favored, and Oregon would still be favored on a neutral. But we're talking about Indiana ahead of Texas, ahead of USC, Oklahoma, Ole Miss. Like, this was not a position that I think a lot of people thought. So if Ohio State and Indiana were to meet in the Big Ten title game, we're talking about Ohio State -6, maybe 6.5. Sammy, what an impressive win. Who would have thought Indiana would out-bully Oregon in Eugene? That was such an impressive win. Again, Mendoza was fine. It was the O-line, the D-line, and the running game. They were very impressive over the weekend.
Yeah, and that's what we didn't see last year when they took a step up in competition. A lot different this past Saturday, beating the Ducks. Texas got back on the right track, beating Oklahoma and Red River. Mateer, 3 interceptions. We saw the defense for the Longhorns look good once again. They're now plus 125 to make the CFP over at BetMGM. Is Texas back, and should we be buying the Longhorns coming off of their win against OU?
Well, I think the time to buy obviously was before the win because as we talked about last week, all week on the network, you know, everybody was saying, oh, well, Mateer's going to play and he'll be fine. And he just couldn't grip that ball. The Texas schedule is pretty interesting. You know, they should beat Kentucky, should beat Mississippi State, should beat Vandy at home, I would guess. Then you got a big game at Georgia and you end the season with A&M. If you can split those two, I think you're in. The problem is, Arch's like progressions are still very bad. Like, it's not like Texas beat OU because Arch was awesome. I thought he took a progression forward, of course, but the reason Texas beat OU was because of the defense. I mean, their defense is still very, very good. And again, Mateer could not even grip the ball. If you want to buy Texas, I get it. From a power rating standpoint, they're still very respected in Las Vegas. Here's my thing. I get it to make the playoff, but it's hard to think they're going to win multiple games in a row. So, yeah, I could get behind a playoff bet, but in terms of winning the national title, pass.
Well, let's see if you want to go ahead and take this bet because it's actually happening in real time right now in the market. Obviously, yesterday, James Franklin fired by Penn State after 12 seasons as the head coach in Happy Valley. They're getting bet. The 3.5s are no longer available. It's down to 3, and I see a couple of 2.5s for the game this Saturday against Iowa. Will you be betting the dead cat bounce spot here with the Penn State Nittany Lions against Iowa on Saturday?
It's tough because from a power rating standpoint, we had a look-ahead number on this game. Penn State was 10.5 at Iowa, and now Iowa's 3.5 on Penn State. From a number standpoint, I guess it makes sense, but here's what I don't know. Does Penn State still care? Do they try? Do they even want to be there? Those are the things we don't know. And I think when books overcorrect like this, it's important to pay attention to the number they were at and the number that they currently are sitting toward. And Iowa, look, I don't like Iowa, in a vacuum in this spot, but do we really know, guys, what Penn State's going to do? And obviously Drew Aller's out. He's out for the season. So they go to the backup. The coach is gone. I think you get a bump from maybe Franklin being gone. But from a roster standpoint, maybe Penn State wasn't as good as we thought. So if you made me bet this game, BetMGM is a 3 right now, 3 minus 15. As much as it pains me to say this, I might actually lay the 3 with Iowa.
Yeah, I agree. We talked about this last hour when it was 3.5, and I said, no way I can get there with Penn State. And this is going to go to 2.5. Iowa just beat Wisconsin 37-0. That'll be a bet that'll be in my account this weekend, the Iowa Hawkeyes. You bet on this Monday. Nick Kostos, Femi Abebefe, and you, our guest, our BetMGM Network teammate, Sam Panayotovich. You can hear and watch him Sunday mornings with me, countdown to kickoff, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern, and weekdays with Joe Ostrowski, Bet Sweats, 9 a.m. to noon on the BetMGM Network. Sammy, to the professionals we go. Your biggest take, betting-wise, Week 6 NFL Sunday, what and why?
Well, I hated to be Oppo the entire network on Sunday night, boys, but holy cow, you guys drilled that one with the Chiefs. I think one day I'll look back and be like, oh, yeah, I was happy to take Jared Goff plus 2.5 at Arrowhead against Mahomes, but I thought the pass rush was a lot better. And I'll tell you what, if they can do the balance the way Kansas City did, this team is going to be very tough to stop. They had 30 pass attempts and 29 rushes, which is very, very good. I mean, you want balance in the NFL. Even as good as Tom Brady, Peyton Manning were in their primes, those teams always had balance. And the Chiefs finally have the balance. They figured out their attack. They figured out Pacheco's the lead guy. Kareem Hunt's been a nice change of pace guy. But Mahomes, with all these weapons, and he gets Rice back, I'm kicking myself because I thought, you know what? The Lions are going to win. The Lions are going to shock the world. They're going to beat the Chiefs. And, of course, you guys talked about it all week. Chiefs win. Chiefs were 10-1 AFC. I just I knew it was going to happen, too. When Campbell got cute on 4th and goal at the 1, oh, let's pass to the quarterback. Everything I hated about Dan Campbell last year came to fruition on Sunday night. That was my biggest takeaway. As bad as the Chiefs looked against Jacksonville with 13 penalties and a bunch of miscues, they played almost a perfect game and no penalties too, which is almost wink, wink, unheard of in the NFL. You can't count them out until you kill them, and nobody's going to kill them until the playoffs, Nick.
Yeah, and I don't see it happening even when we get to the playoffs. No, I was wrong last year because they didn't get killed by the Eagles. They got killed and then buried and then exhumed and reanimated and then killed again and buried again by the Eagles. But I do like the Chiefs to win Super Bowl 60. So the NFC, Sam, I thought had a very interesting weekend. And Femi and I will talk about this later in the show and certainly over the balance of the rest of the week. Because the Eagles lose on Thursday night to the Giants. The Rams and the Packers both win, but do not look impressive in doing so. The Packers are in a one-score game against Joe Flacco and the Bengals. The Rams only score 17 points on the Ravens, who are shuttling in Tyler Huntley and Cooper Rush. And the Lions lose last night, and I thought they were pretty impressive in defeat. And don't look now, but Baker Mayfield's the third choice for NFL MVP, and the Bucs are 5-1. Commanders playing tonight against the Bears. Sammy, if I gave you $100 and said, bet the winner of the NFC right now, who do you like and why in the National Football Conference?
Well, I'm just betting a price. Obviously Lions 4-1, Packers 4.25 MGM. We like those teams, right? And we like the Eagles too. But if you want to go down the board, I think there's a big opportunity predicated on what happens tonight. The Commanders are 8-1 NFC, and even more so, Jaden Daniels 35-1 for the MVP. If he goes off tonight, McLaurin's out, Noah Brown is out, Debo's banged up. He's going to be throwing to Luke McCaffrey and the You Better You Bet squad for the most part. If they can go off tonight, and again, even with all the injuries, they got bet overnight to tonight. They were 4.5 last night, now they're 5.5, basically everywhere. If the Commanders embarrass the Bears, we're going to be talking about a really nice track for Washington. It's a really nice schedule going forward. And also Jaden Daniels. If he throws 3 touchdowns tonight or scores 4 combined, whatever, we're going to look at him tomorrow. He's not going to be 35-1. He'll be in that like 18, 20-1 range. So if you're looking for a price, look, I understand the Packers, Lions, Eagles are the cream, but there's a chance the Commanders win big tonight and get hot, go on a run. I'd be looking at Commanders to win the conference and also Jaden Daniels for MVP. 35-1. Nick, he was 9-1 before the season, 9-10-1. Now he's 35 with a lot of room to grow. I don't think that's a bad look, man.
Yeah, they're favored tonight, obviously, against the Bears. Next Sunday on the road in Washington at the Cowboys, on the road in Dallas at the Cowboys, where they'll score in that game. And then, oh baby, Monday night, October 27th. I just looked at this. Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders at Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. And if the Commanders win that game in national TV on October 27th, Sam, I think everything you're talking about gets kicked into hyperdrive. Now, as far as tonight's games go, it sounds like you like the Commanders laying it against the Bears, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. Washington, a 5.5-point home favorite. Total of that game, 49.5. And the Bills, now down to a 3.5-point road favorite in Atlanta. Total of that game is 50. How are you betting the Monday Night Football doubleheader?
So I do have Washington minus 4.5. At 5.5, obviously, you still like it. I don't think the game's going to land 5. If it does, I apologize. If it does, what do you do? If it lands 22, yeah, probably not. If it lands 22-17, somebody from this audience is going to go, oh, nice pick on the Commanders. Okay, fine. Understand how the racket works. We did talk about 4.5 on Thursday and Friday. At 5.5, sure, I still like it. So I'm still going to stay with Washington. And then my guys in Buffalo, Soap and the Bulldog, have been insane this year with touchdown scorers in the Bills games. They've hit the last 4 games with an obscure Bill to score. They have Ty Johnson, 8-1 MGM anytime touchdown. Do we like it or do we love it, Nick?
So what's interesting about that, because obviously I was taking a look at everything today, just figure out what I want to bet for the game tonight. So the Bills use their 3 running backs, right, Sam? James Cook, and then Ty Johnson and Ray Davis. And since the Bills drafted Ray Davis last year, I'm pretty sure that tonight is the first game that the Bills have played since they've had all 3 guys when they're all healthy, where Ty Johnson has a shorter price than Ray Davis. So Johnson's 8 and Ray Davis is 9. So I'm kind of drawn to the Ray Davis because he's a longer price. But Johnson is used more. And I say it all the time. Like Johnson, when he's 9-1, 10-1, because he gets work in 2 minutes and he gets passing down work, he should always be shorter price than Ray Davis. So I do like that. And I do find it interesting, Sam, that tonight is the first night that Johnson is a shorter price than Ray Davis.
Again, the boys have been hot. They have been hitting obscure guys. They hit the second string tight end, Jackson Hawes, a couple of weeks ago at 12-1 or whatever. So whenever they say jump, I jump. They love Ty Johnson tonight, 8-1. So that's what I'm going to do.
And I don't hate Jackson Hawes, who for people we've talked about him on this show. He's their their blocking tight end. He blocks better than some starting offensive tackles and also can catch. He's a stud in that Bills offense. Sammy, you're a stud for us here on the BetMGM Network. Bet Sweats weekdays 9 a.m. to noon. Me and you, countdown to kickoff, NFL Sundays, Fox Sports, Chicken Dinner. Good luck with the bets tonight. Stay well. We'll catch up with you next week.
Thanks, boys. See ya.
Sam Panayotovich joining us here on the show. On the other side, a score update from Toronto. We will talk to NLCS and more from Week 6 NFL Sunday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
if there is a window for the Falcons to stay in this game, we have seen this with the Bills defense that, they've given up some points. Because I have no questions about the Bills offense. I feel like no matter who they face, like they are fully capable of scoring 30 points about just about anybody if they don't have some of those self-inflicted wounds that we saw against the Patriots. Because the Bills' rush defense is still giving up 5.6 yards per carry. Mm-hmm. So then you look at Bijan Robinson, you say, hey, maybe Bijan Robinson has a big night in this one. The only sabotage factor that goes against that is game script. Because sometimes I'm not a huge fan of playing running back props if it's what I think is the losing side. And I do think the Falcons are going to be the losing side. But Bijan Robinson has had a pretty high floor, 75, 72, 143 yards in his last 3 games. So I do think they're going to feed Bijan Robinson. This is a good offense until they get to the 20s. They're not good in the red zone, so maybe don't bank on them scoring. But I do think Bijan Robinson has a pretty solid night on the ground. Maybe you dumb it down a little bit and put it in a same-game parlay or something. But I think he can get at least 70 yards. His number is 75.5. I think it's definitely worth a look.
Here's his 1-2. Rodriguez hooks one in the air, down the line, and it's gone! Julio Rodriguez with a 3-run shot in the first inning.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
There has since been more scoring in Game 2 of the ALCS with the Mariners and the Blue Jays in Toronto. We will get to it in a second, but first we got to tell you that we know you've thought out the parlay. Now it's time to boost it. Use today's Odds Boost token on any Pro Football Same Game parlay and grab a bigger payout if you win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. Also, don't forget to download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. Leave a review and give us a 5-star rating as well, please. YouTube.com/@TheBetMGM Network. Twitch.tv/TheBetMGM Network. Like, comment, and subscribe to our video channels. Femi Abebefe with me, celebrity Seattle Mariners fan. Femi, what's happening right now in Game 2 of the ALCS in Seattle with your Mariners? And what, like, a 4 days it's been for you, my friend, as a Mariners fan?
Oh, the Soto Mojo is just, it's off the charts. It's absolutely amazing. The Mariners squad this weekend has been phenomenal. Friday night, I was at the airport watching the game. I texted you guys Saturday morning. It's just like flight delayed. Doesn't matter. Watch 15 innings of baseball and see them advance and beat Tarek Skubal again. How about that one for the Mariners in the decisive Game 5? And then last night, watching that with the...
I told you, by the way, my story. So like you were at the airport. I had a totally different experience watching the game.
Mm-hmm.
So I tried to make it through the game. When did I text you that I fell asleep? Like what had happened?
I think it was Saturday
when Kerry
morning.
Carpenter homered.
Yes, yeah, with the Carpenter homer. Carpenter.
So when Kerry Carpenter homers for the Tigers, I fell asleep like after that. Like I was trying to stay up for the game. I'm exhausted at the end of the week. Like I tried. For a football game, I would have stayed up. Mm-hmm. I wake up, I don't know, like 12:30 Eastern time, and the TV's still on in our room, and they're in like the 13th inning. And I remember just like laughing and closing my eyes and going back to sleep, and then waking up and checking my phone first thing in the morning and seeing that the Mariners won and getting a text from Femi, which was just Mariners in all caps with like 5 exclamation points. So very happy for you and happy to win the series bets on Seattle, thankfully, and the Game 5 bets on the Mariners as well.
Some of those extra innings, like just, here's a runner on second with nobody out. Can't get him over to third. But they got it done. Can't criticize. They eventually got it done with Jorge Polanco being the hero yet again for the Seattle Mariners. And he was the hero last night in Game 1. But Game 2 is what we're talking about today, because that's what's going on right now in Toronto. Julio Rodriguez, as we're coming back from break, obviously hit the 3-run jack. But since then, they've given up a couple of runs. So a runner on third with 2 outs here for the Blue Jays in the bottom of the second, but 3-2 Seattle. Is those of you who bet the over probably looking and feeling pretty good right now since that closed at 7. But hoping the Mariners can keep the pedal to the metal and not be satisfied with just taking Game 1 and stealing home field advantage. So let's see how this one unfolds. But off to a pretty decent start, though, all things considered.
Yeah, so I'm on the Mariners. Femi's on the Mariners. I think this is going to be a quick series, so hopefully Logan Gilbert can settle down here. Well, Toronto's threatening again. Man on third, 2 outs, George Springer up, 1-1 count. So hopefully Logan Gilbert gets out of this inning, and the Mariners take a lead into the top of the third. The pitch, low. It'll be a 2-1 now to Springer. My John Sterling
Springer's been good.
impersonation.
He's dangerous.
Oh, how about this from Tyler in the chat? Dalton Kincaid is out tonight for the Bills against the Atlanta Falcons. That is per ESPN's Adam Schefter. So no Dalton Kincaid. If you've got him in fan, and Curtis Samuel's also inactive, which is interesting because Samuel was active last week, which means that Elijah Moore will be active for the Bills tonight. So there's actually some anytime touchdown implications. We should talk about it now for like 5 seconds. Elijah Moore's who you want to look at as a replacement for Curtis Samuel in that market. And the guy that we talked about with Sam, Jackson Hawes, who is he's like their third tight end, but really he's like an offensive lineman who can catch. Jackson Hawes becomes way more interesting in the anytime touchdown market as well. We'll finalize our bets next hour for Monday Night Football. NLCS tonight, Femi. Game 1 with the Dodgers and the Brewers. Do we even know who's starting for Milwaukee or like what Pat Murphy's strategy is going to be? Blake Snell starting for the Dodgers.
Yeah, looks like we got a bullpen game for the Brewers. Aaron Ashby will be the starter. He obviously came in relief in Game 5 over Saturday night in their win over the Cubs. So, yeah, I think they're going to go bullpen game, and it'll be Snell, and that's why the betting market has the Dodgers as a pretty big favorite, minus 155 over at BetMGM, Brewers plus 130. I agree with the market. I think the Dodgers are going to win. Did you have any interest in betting Brewers series price? Because the Dodgers are a massive favorite, and I didn't have any either. I bet some Dodger stuff over the weekend. Right? Yeah, -2. It's like, holy Lord. Milwaukee does have home field, and they were the best team in baseball this regular season with the best record, 97 wins.
Think about the way we've talked about the Dodgers, and we both said, winner of Dodgers Phillies wins the World Series. So the price isn't that surprising, right?
No, it's just I would have thought that maybe Milwaukee, at least some bettors would have been like, look how this team has been playing. But my feelings about the Brewers are well documented. I kind of think that they're October chokers. They proved me wrong in the NLDS. Let's see if they can do it against the defending World Series champions. But yeah, I think Dodgers are going to win it. I think they're going to win the World Series. They'll be a massive favorite against Seattle or Toronto. And the way I like to bet the Dodgers is to bet Kike Hernandez to win World Series MVP at 150-1. I have now joined the Kike Hernandez movement as he seems to come up with timely hits for this Dodgers team, and kind of pick your favorite long shot Dodger if you want to go ahead and sweat that market. But I do think they get it done.
I'll reference our friend Ken Barkley, who would say on the show at times, in terms of playoff series, no idea game by game how it's going to go, who's going to win what game, ebb and flow of a series. But he's confident that a team is going to win that series. And with Mariners Blue Jays, for instance, right? I bet Seattle to win the series. I bet Seattle in Game 1. I bet Seattle in game 2. Like, whether they win or not is immaterial. Like, if they win or lose, I will bet Seattle in game 3. If they win or lose, I will bet Seattle in game 4. Rinse and repeat all the way to potentially game 7. Like, I'm not going to do that with this series because I do respect the Brewers. And I don't know if the Dodgers are going to roll over them here. Like, would it shock me at all if the Brewers won tonight? It wouldn't. It really wouldn't. But it would shock me if the Brewers won 4 out of 7 against the Dodgers. Mm-hmm. So we said this, right? The day of game 4, like the Dodgers for the Orion Kerkering game, which like sucks to call it that because like their bats.
Yeah.
It should be like the bats went cold the entire series.
Yeah. The top of the order choked again game is what it should be.
Yeah, you got a couple homers from Schwarber in game 3. That's it. I rebet the Dodgers prior to game 4. I'm in already. I don't know if they're going to win tonight. I do think they're going to win the series. So I'm sticking with my Dodgers stuff. I'm not going to bet the game tonight. If you made me bet it, as the Blue Jays tie the game. So we are tied at 3.
That's great. Yep.
As that's Yankee killer Lucas, right? Is how you pronounce his name?
Yeah, Nathan Lucas. Yeah.
Spell his name correctly.
Nathan Lucas. Well, that 3-0 lead quickly evaporated. We got a brand new ball game in Toronto, which obviously, the Blue Jays are clearly the more desperate team, but for Seattle to just give it up that easily, not great. Not great at all.
What's the where are we at live market wise? Because I'll tell you, I think I'd like to bet Seattle again here.
Oh, a little double dip. I'm refreshing it right now here over at BetMGM. Live market, Mariners plus 125 is what you can get at BetMGM. Blue Jays minus 155. And the live total, 11.5 after closing it set.
Well, this is, obviously, we're all sports fans, so I don't need to say this. But hosting a sports radio show, so I will say it. Massive at-bat coming up here as Vladimir Guerrero Jr. steps to the plate with runners on the corners and a tie game in the bottom of the second. Where I don't know if this at-bat will decide the game, but it might.
This is like the football equivalent of like what big third down here. I think people tweeting about that all the time. Like I say, dudes are watching football games. You just say, "Hey, big third down here. Got to get off the field."
Got to get off the field on third down.
Is there never not a big third down? That's what I want to know. Because maybe
if
in garbage
you bet
time.
on a game or you're like a diehard fan of a team, then like every third down is pretty big.
It's
first pitch
all
outside. It's all bad. I mean, listen, that's how it goes. Just for a minute, I want to ask you the same question that I asked Sam. Like you saying, like they should walk him, or?
I mean, I'd consider it. And
Vlad
scares the hell out of me.
You're 2 balls away from that happening.
Yeah. Well, see if he'll chase. If he doesn't chase, whatever. Just take your base.
2 Lance Armstrongs. And Vlad will take first base. As far as the NFC goes, ball 3. As Logan Gilbert is terrified right now to pitch to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Just terrified.
And he should be. He should be scared.
Not even close. He should be scared.
Yeah.
He's sucked it up also. Let's just see how this goes here. Do a little play-by-play.
Yeah. Just walk him.
All right. No, nice curve over the middle. Strike. Vlad takes it.
Okay, well.
So we're 3-1. So hitters count still.
Throw the 3-1 pitch into the dirt and see if he swings. That's all. That's all I'm doing.
I think that's probably the
don't need to be a hero,
approach, right? Like put him on first.
Don't need to be a hero. Exactly.
All right, here we go. I love the pitch clock, man. Gilbert set the pitch. What, he steps off? The hell, man. Vlad called timeout.
Trying to get him rattled. Exactly. The crowd's back into it. Gilbert already at 41 pitches, by the way, here in the bottom of the second. This is like the reverse Bryce Miller.
The 3-1. Ooh. High heat. Up in the zone. Vlad chases. Strike 2.
Ooh. Okay, Logan. Yeah, that's a hell of a pitch right there. All right.
So full count.
I still throw it in the
2 outs. You can put him on first if you have to. Gilbert getting set. God, if this were like non-pitch count, we'd be waiting like 3 minutes for this pitch. Rob Manfred's done a pretty nice job.
Find out during the break. Yeah.
I have to be honest. Like Rob Manfred has done a pretty nice job.
They hate it.
Right, here's Gilbert.
Ever since he had
with
piece of metal.
With the pitch. Fouled off. Pitch was outside.
Vlad's going to be This does feel like the game in a weird way. It really does feel like this is the game right here.
Well, if they take the
And it's
lead,
the
like the
second
crowd's
inning.
going to be into it. Yeah.
Yeah. Because he's driving in 2 runs at least. And maybe he hits a home run. It's a 3-run jack, but like a base hit here with the way he can do damage.
Another foul on the splitter.
Lad's making them work, man.
This is interesting. I love the pitch clock.
It's done wonders for baseball. Unless, like, as you go to the game, less chance to slam beers, but...
God, I used to hate going to Yankee games. It's like 5 hours long. Who wants that? All right, we going to get another pitch here? Here we go.
Dude,
Another
come on,
foul.
Gilbert.
Another
Come
foul.
on.
All right. Final hour, power hour coming up next. We'll start the hour getting you set to bet Monday Night Football. We'll talk about the Jets and the Broncos. All our bets will close the show.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
When you ask yourself the question, can the Buccaneers win the Super Bowl? I asked myself this last night, and I thought long and hard because I was like, I need to make sure I get this right. I need to make sure that I'm not getting fooled with what's going on right now or getting in like a full-on hater mode with what's going on right now. Can the Buccaneers actually win the Super Bowl? And maybe this answer surprises some of you out there listening and watching, but I actually think they can. I'm there. I'm officially there with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think that they can win the Super Bowl. Now, will they? I mean, we'll find out. Obviously, there's a lot of hurdles between now and next February for the Buccaneers to actually pull this off. But just based on the NFC and the landscape that's out there and what's on the AFC side, which is the much worse conference, in my opinion, unless they have to run up against Mahomes and the Chiefs, which maybe they will, I think they can beat any other team in the AFC. And right now, I think they can beat a lot of these teams in the NFC. Now, you look at the head coach in Todd Bowles. He's doing a fine job so far this season. Is he a coach that you think of as like Super Bowl winning head coach? I'm not sure. Maybe not. Maybe he is. But, I mean, Todd Bowles has at least coached in playoff games. Baker Mayfield has played in many playoff games. So it's not as crazy to make this leap of, oh, Tampa can actually get there and get this done. Right now, over at BetMGM, the Buccaneers, they're 20-1 to win the Super Bowl, 8-1 to win the NFC. I look at the NFC, and amongst the contending teams, which quarterback is playing better than Baker Mayfield? I mean, is Jared Goff playing better? No. Jordan Love? No. Jalen Hurts? I mean, we all know what's going on with the Eagles offense over the last couple of weeks. Matthew Stafford? He's been awesome, but is he playing better than Baker? No. Jaden Daniels? We love Jaden Daniels on this show. I love Jaden Daniels. Made us a lot of money last year in the playoffs. He's not playing better than Baker Mayfield right now. Brock Purdy? He's hurt. Sam Darnold? No. Baker Mayfield just outdueled him last week in Seattle. So you look around the landscape in the NFC, who's playing better than Baker? I mean, I guess you could say maybe Dak Prescott, but his team is irrelevant, which we'll talk about in the next segment. But amongst the contending teams, no one's playing better than Baker Mayfield.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Jake. You Bet on the BetMGM network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you. Naylor with a single. Julio Rodriguez the third. Mariners runners on the corners with 2 outs in the top of the third as base runners galore in Game 2 of the American League Championship Series. We are tied at 3 in the top of the third with Seattle and Toronto. We have bet the Mariners for the series and also in this game. We would very much like for Seattle to win. We will keep you posted on what's happening in this game. Just want to throw this out there. Jake has had a very nice show thus far today. Early betting market. Jake is the favorite to win Nick Costos' money this week.
Hey.
As Eugenio Suarez flies out to the center fielder, it honestly, it looked like that ball might have bounced. Did this ball bounce? Let's see. I got the replay here. Nope.
It was Varsho out there. It's a hell of a play.
No, it is a great catch.
Yeah, Dalton Varsho.
No, it is a spectacular catch by Dalton Varsho. So the Blue Jays and 21 Savage get out of the inning against the Seattle Mariners. Will go to the bottom of the third with the game tied at 3. Our bets for the Bills and the Falcons and the Commanders and the Bears coming up at the end of the hour. We want to take your submissions as well on YouTube and Twitch, and we know you're out there watching and listening. We know you're there. We can see you. And we know you're betting because you're here. Tell us your best bet for tonight. Could be Bills Falcons, could be Commanders Bears. Type it in the chat. Bill Zimmerman will read the best ones on the air. Mike Brown will put your name on the screen. You'll get to see your name in lights. On YouTube and Twitch, type in your best bet for Monday Night Football tonight. The Bills and the Falcons in Atlanta. The Commanders and the Bears in our nation's capital. Now let's talk about these games and what we're expecting tonight. So betting movement right now in both games. So we've settled at 3.5, it looks like, at least at BetMGM. 3.5 minus 110 for the Bills. And we are seeing movement towards the under. We are now down to 49.5 from 50. Perhaps some of that has to do, probably not all. Buffalo Bills tight end Dalton Kincaid ruled out last hour for this game per ESPN's Adam Schefter. If you've got Dalton Kincaid in your fantasy league, get him out. Chances are Kyle Pitts is owned You could start Dawson Knox, who's probably out there on the wire, who should be Buffalo's number 1 tight end tonight with Dalton Kincaid out. And in the event that Colston Loveland's out there on the wire, actually he's who you should pick up. Now, he should be owned in every league, especially coming out of the bye for Chicago. If he's out there, he's definitely worth it. And I doubt Zach Ertz is out there, but he's always one of Jaden Daniels' favorite targets. So if you're up against it and you have Kincaid and you need a tight end, Knox for the Bills, Kyle Pitts is definitely owned for Atlanta, Loveland for the Bears, and Zach Ertz, Dawson Knox is probably going to be the guy you're going to have to pick up. Now, we'll give you our bets at the end of the hour. But as far as what I'm watching for in tonight's game, I want to learn something about these teams. For Buffalo, the Bills should, if they're the team that a lot of people think they are. And just because I think the Bills are going to lose to the Chiefs in January does not mean that I think the Bills are a bad football team. I think the Bills are awesome. I think they'll win the division. I think they're the most likely team to have home field advantage in the AFC playoffs. And if I had to bet MVP right now, it's square as heck. I'd just bet Josh Allen. And I know how square that is given his price. But I think he's the most likely guy to win, and I would like to win. So I could bet, just use $100 as just a round number. I could bet $100 on, and I like Drake May. I could bet $100 on Drake May, and when the season's over, I lose $100. Or I could bet $100 on Josh Allen and win $180 or whatever his price is right now. So, just saying. I think Josh Allen will win MVP. If the Bills are who we all think they are, rest in peace, Denny Green. They'll win tonight's game. I don't know if they're going to win by 4. I don't know if they're going to cover the spread, and I'll give my bet, side or total, at the end of the show. But Buffalo should win this game tonight. If the Bills are the team we think they are, they should handle business against Atlanta. And if they don't, and the Falcons win, we're not going to sound the alarms tomorrow. Buffalo's still going to win the AFC East, I think. Although the Patriots will be in first place tomorrow morning if Buffalo loses. I still think the Bills will win the division, but it'll be another crack in the armor for Buffalo. And if they lose, I think it stands to reason that the Falcons will run all over them in the game. So if Buffalo is the team that everybody thinks the Bills are, they got to win tonight and bounce back off the loss last week at home to the Patriots. For Atlanta, I think the Falcons tonight can send a message that even if they're a little bit far behind Tampa at this point, especially given Tampa beat them in Atlanta in week 1, a win tonight against Buffalo would show we're not going away as far as the NFC South is concerned. And it's very early in the season still. So if the Falcons get the job done tonight, this will be a statement of intent that the division's not over and that we need to strongly take Atlanta seriously as an NFC playoff contender. So those are the stakes for tonight for Buffalo and Atlanta, just from a real-life perspective, and we'll have a betting conversation at the end of the hour. For the Commanders and the Bears, for Washington, it does feel like things are a little topsy-turvy right now in the NFC. And I asked this question to Sam Panayotovich when he joined us on the show last hour, and I briefly touched on it in the first hour. This week in the NFC, the Eagles lost, the Lions lost, and the Packers and the Rams won, but were very unimpressive in victory. And here's Jaden Daniels, who I think is the best quarterback in the conference. If they lay it on the Bears tonight without Terry McLaurin, 4-2, same record as the Eagles. Yeah, we're going to have a fun conversation about the Commanders tomorrow here on the show. And for the Bears, I don't think Chicago, obviously they want to win, of course. I don't think the Bears need to win this game tonight for me to come on You Bet tomorrow at 4 o'clock Eastern and feel good about Chicago. I think if you're a Bears fan, if you have Bears bets from before the season like I do for them to make the playoffs, obviously you want them to win. But I think progress for the Bears tonight is they are in this game until the end, and Caleb Williams can stand toe-to-toe with Jaden Daniels. And I think if we get to the end of this game, even if like Washington wins on a game-ending field goal, like the result will suck. But I think we'll feel good about the Chicago Bears moving forward. So maybe it's a low bar for me that I'm setting with Chicago, but like I'll feel good about the Bears if this game comes down to the wire and Caleb plays well. That's what I'm looking for tonight with the Chicago Bears. And we'll give you our bets for both games at the end of the show. You better you bet on this Monday. The London game yesterday morning was an atrocity. Just a miserable, miserable, miserable football game. The Broncos beat the Jets 13-11. And we will get to the Denver Broncos, who I am extraordinarily disappointed in. I loved the Broncos coming into this year, and maybe they'll make the playoffs, but I got to tell you, I'm being honest, I ain't picking this team to win. Maybe they win one game on Wild Card Weekend. There ain't no way they're playing on Championship Sunday. Not with the way this offense looks right now, with the way Sean Payton's calling the offense. We'll get to that in a second. But we need to talk about the Jets. All right. So the Jets are the only winless team in the NFL. They're 0-6. Garrett Wilson, and guys, just type the injury in for me, because I didn't write it down. Garrett Wilson is going to miss a couple weeks for the Jets. And there is speculation already that with Week 7 coming up, he will miss this game coming up at home against Carolina. He will miss Week 8. And then the Jets are on bye in Week 9. And Garrett Wilson would be back after that in Week 10. The Jets have no passing offense with Garrett Wilson. So, like, without him, they have even less than nothing, if that's mathematically possible. The offense that the Jets trotted out there yesterday in London is one of the worst I've seen in 35 years of watching football. Now, if you recall, I said the day after the Jets signed Justin Fields to be their quarterback, I said this is going to be one of the worst teams in the NFL this season. Because Justin Fields can't play. And the Garrett Wilson injury, Adam Schefter tweets like literally 15 seconds ago, ask and ye shall receive. Hyperextended knee for Garrett Wilson, avoided serious injury, going to miss, quote, like a couple weeks. So you do the math. 2 weeks before the bye, he's probably out through the bye week. He'll be back in Week 10. I said on the show, the Jets are going to be one of the worst teams in the league. Justin Fields can't play. Does anyone disagree with that after yesterday? It's one of the worst quarterback games I've ever seen. Justin Fields was sacked 9 times yesterday by the Denver Broncos. And if you didn't watch the game, you would look at the box score and say, oh my God, like the Jets' offensive line must have absolutely crumbled under the weight of Nick Bonito and this excellent Broncos defense and pass rush. But if you watch the game, you know what actually happened, which is that Justin Fields holds on to the ball forever and can't pull the trigger and can't throw it. And when he does, he's inaccurate. He sucks. I'm sorry. I'm sure he's a really nice young man. I'm sure he's a good dude and he's good in the locker room and all that stuff. He is a terrible, 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 terrible quarterback. He should be a backup. And the fact that the Jets gave him, and I said when it happened, he's not going to be the starting quarterback Week 1 next year. He's just not. There's no way, because he sucks. It can't be. The fact that they gave him $30 million is a joke. It's ridiculous. And it's not my money. I don't care. And I'm happy he got it. God bless him. He is so bad. He can't play. He cannot play the position. And I was on the phone with someone earlier today, a huge football fan. I was asking me, why don't the Jets, run more with Fields? I said, okay, if you're a defensive coordinator and you're facing the Jets, he can't throw and they have no receivers. You basically construct the defense to stop it. It's the only thing they can do is run the ball. They can't do anything else. And then there's the head coach. I'm still not ready to bury Aaron Glenn. Needs to be fired, or is he one of the worst coaches we've seen? It's too early. We're 6 games into his First season as a head coach. But the signs are really, 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 really bad. The clock management at the end of the first half is like, I don't even know, like something out of a horror movie, like a football horror movie, where, okay, 4th and 1 in your own territory, like inside your own 40. You run a fake punt, which, by the way, the Broncos knew was coming because Breece Hall's in the game as the personal protector. And everyone on Denver knows it's coming, and you get it by like a half a yard. Okay, like ridiculous that that's what happened. If you're going to do that on 4th and 1, just run a goddamn sneak with Justin Fields. No, we're going to run a fake punt. In order to run the clock out on the half. So think about that. They fake punted on 4th and 1 in their own territory to run the clock out. Does anyone think this makes a shred of sense? Like, at all? At all? And if you have that little faith in Justin Fields, which is justified because he's terrible, why did you sign him? They need to play Tyrod Taylor. And then at the end of the game, and I know a lot of people think what happened at the end of the first half was worse. I actually think what happened at the end of the game was worse. I mean that. 4th and 8 on the Broncos 44. You're down by 2. Your options are A, 61-yard field goal with Nick Folk, who kicked a career-high 57-yarder a couple weeks ago. Or Justin Fields, option 2, 4th and 8, when they know he's throwing and he's been sacked 9 times and they have negative passing yards net for the game. You have to try the field goal. You have to try the field goal because Justin Fields has no chance of converting with an injured Garrett Wilson and me and Femi and Tyler and Jake at receiver. You have no chance, and guess what happened? He got sacked. Game over. The quarterback can't play, and the head coach can't manage the game. And this week, they're to pick them at home against the suddenly surging Carolina Panthers. God almighty, give me the Carolina Panthers to win that game. On the other side, we'll talk a little bit about the Broncos, and Femi and I will give you our early betting looks next week in football.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Let's take Mississippi State plus the 10 against Florida. I think this line is going to move. I'd grab the Bulldogs at plus 10 against Florida. You guys know I love my scheduling spots. I love looking for when teams are going to have letdowns, and these are the kind of games that I live for, are these type of matchups, right? Florida's last 4 games that the Gators have played in have all been against top 10 opponents. They played LSU when they were top 10, Miami when they were top 10, Texas when they were top 10, and then on Saturday they played Texas A&M. Those have been their last 4 games. They have played 4 straight top 10 teams, right? I mean, you're playing the best teams in the country. You got to get up for all those games every single week. And now this week, you're at home. You're a big favorite against Mississippi State after being an underdog and going up against all these top teams. Now you're a big favorite against a pesky Mississippi State team that's much improved, that upset Arizona State, took Tennessee to overtime, was hanging with Texas A&M for 3 quarters. And, oh, by the way, Mississippi State is off of a bye week. And did we not see Florida in a look-ahead spot earlier this year against South Florida not take a good team seriously and lose outright at the Swamp? This is what Billy Napier does, man. He's good against good teams. He gets his team to compete. In these kind of games, though, these aren't the kind of games you want to bet Florida. I like Mississippi State plus the 10.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
So we said during the break we were talking some Broncos here. Jake didn't ask if I wanted a highlight, so we come back from break dry. So the live market has been updated. Jake's now at the bottom of the board to win Nick Costos' money this week. But that's okay, everybody, because the Guinness is still going to hit his hand on Friday, and he's going to have a great Friday night. Just saying.
Maybe a fourth
Some
date.
people want some. Oh, you maybe. Yeah, Jake. How did the? Are you at liberty to talk about this, Jake? Since you're not pulling highlights, I'm guessing you have time. How was the date on Friday night?
Had a great time. Also, date 4 happened yesterday, so we're moving. We're cooking with gas.
Is she going to be your girlfriend soon? Like it sounds like it.
Yeah, sounds like later.
Listen, let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
Has she asked you yet?
No.
Wow.
When was your last relationship? Like actual relationship?
3 years ago. Yeah.
And how many serious relationships have you been in? Like, so prior, like me getting married, I was in like 3 serious relationships before I got married.
Yeah. I think also 3.
Okay.
Yeah, 3.
So you're kind of a veteran of this. When do you think? So, and when was the first date? Like, how long ago in terms of time?
2 weeks ago.
Oh, so you're 4 and 2. Oh, so you got a little bit of time still.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're way early as far as timeline goes.
But you're moving quickly though. Like you almost did like a double header here, a little back to back. You know, like Friday and then Saturday or Sunday. Like that's
that was also intentional because both of our schedules are like pretty booked for the next week or so. So it's kind of like it's like load management, front loading.
So because you're producing Wagertainment.
Yeah, and I'm not around this weekend, and she is also busy at her job during the week this week, so conflicting schedules for the next 6-7 days or so.
Great job with the Broncos highlight. Thank you very much for being here today.
Hey, just happy to be here. Nowhere else I'd rather be than with my best friends doing Wagertainment.
We're very happy to have you here.
We appreciate it.
So if Jake had played a highlight, I probably would have been a Bo Nix low light. So I want everyone to imagine that Rich Eisen calling the play on NFL Network. Just a note on the Denver Broncos, who won yesterday, and the Broncos are the team that I loved coming into the year. I guess you can credit the Jets defense, right, for the way that they played yesterday. I look at that and say, if you're Denver's offense, you have got to do better than that. And I think we need to see more from Bo Nix in year 2. Is that fair? That's fair, right? And I love Bo Nix. Nix throws for 174 yards against the Jets. So I'm not out on the Broncos. That's not what I'm saying. I mean, I'm out on them as far as winning a Super Bowl goes, but I never thought that was going to happen anyway. Can they make the playoffs? Yes. But I'll tell you, I'm actually going to say something that surprises me here, Femi. You liked the Chargers more than the Broncos coming into the year. I liked the Broncos more than the Chargers. I think right now, if you made me pick, I would take the Chargers because the upside with Herbert is so much higher than it is with Bo Nix, even with the Broncos defense playing as well as it is. So I'm actually, for as good as this Broncos defense is, and it's great, and maybe Benito wins Defensive Player of the Year, we'll see. He's an absolute monster, leads the league in sacks. I don't see the upside on this offense right now. So I'm disappointed in Denver.
Yeah, it feels a lot like last year where it's very high floor, low ceiling team. And that usually gets you to the playoffs, maybe a 7 seed, maybe even a 6 seed, but I'm not going to have a whole lot of confidence in wild card weekend that you're going to win a game or even cover a game. It feels like we're doing the same thing as last year. Beat the bad teams, lose to the upper echelon teams, and then come playoff time, see you later. What has changed? And maybe you could argue the defense is a little bit better, perhaps. We'll see if they can continue to stay healthy. And they've been awesome, but yeah, I don't really see it with this team. And I can't come out here in victory lap saying the Chargers are better than the Broncos. I also thought the Raiders would be better than the Broncos as well. And we've seen how that has played out through 6 weeks so far this season. But yeah, Denver, they kind of are what they are, just a slightly above average team, and they'll have their fate come January.
All right, let's spin it forward to this coming week in the NFL and college football. Our bets for tonight coming up at the end of the show. Get us started here, my friend. NFL or college, what tickles your fancy? Bets you've placed, bets you want to play, stuff that you find interesting.
So there's one bet that I placed in the NFL so far and 3 others that I will probably place at some point this week. The one that I placed was the Seattle Seahawks. I know they've been bad at home, but they're at home against this Houston team that has a terrible offensive line in prime time, late kick, 10 o'clock Eastern time. So I guess 9 o'clock body for the Houston Texans.
Why are we doing this, man?
A
7
true
and
blue
a 10
doubleheader.
Start next Monday night. Come on.
Yep. No double dip, double header for this one. I laid 3 with Seattle. I think there's still some 3 that's out there that's minus 120. Yeah, I do see one that's minus 120. There's a minus 125 as well. But I think it's valuable enough to lay that 3. I think Seattle should be more than a field goal as the rest of the market has started to trend that way in just a matter of 24 hours. Another bet that I want to make, I have not made it yet because we haven't got to the number that I want, but I think we're going to get there at some point. Hey, stop me if you've heard this before. I'm fading the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm doing it again. I think we're going to get to 6. And when we get to 6, I'll be betting the Bengals plus 6. I did. Yep. That was not a fun experience with those red zone woes. I think Dylan Gabriel just took another sack, by the way.
Dude.
It's a tough scene.
So Sam and I yesterday during the show, during Countdown to Kickoff, we parlayed Broncos live money line, so the bet won. Broncos live money line with Steelers money line. So I didn't lay the points with the Steelers. I just needed them to win. I did start Steelers defense in a couple fantasy leagues, so I had close attention when the Browns were on offense. Dude. How many interceptions did the Steelers drop?
It was at least 3. It was.
Honestly, it may have been more than that.
They're on that program of Dylan Gabriel doesn't turn the ball over. They're also on that program. Dylan Gabriel's
turned the ball over because the other team can't catch when he throws it.
Because he can't catch. Yes. Yeah. Didn't expect this one to hit me in the hands.
So you're going to bet the Browns this week, or are you going to fade the Steelers?
Bengals.
Excuse me, on Thursday night?
Yeah, I'm going to bet the Bengals this week. I think Flacco and Chase, especially at the end of that game, they started to connect a little bit there. So maybe a few more days with Flacco learning the system since he just got traded for them last Tuesday. I do think that the Bengals can at least keep it somewhat competitive. The over might be a play there, but totals I've sworn off them, so I'm not going to bet that either. But it feels like it has to go over. Cincinnati is going to cover the number. And then one more that I like. I haven't bet it yet. Want to see more with the injury report. As we got some news just about 15 minutes ago with this game, I like the Rams against Jacksonville. Now, I think we're going to trend towards 2.5. I'm going to wait. But if we get to 2.5, I will lay 2.5. Puka's probably going to get ruled
out at some point this week.
Correct. Yeah, I would be surprised if Puka plays. But we
just
just
for
found
people,
out
people that didn't see that news, ankle injury for Puka, not a serious injury. Yep. Adam Schefter report, I think McVay came out and said that Puka could play this week, but there are multiple reports that he's going to miss this game for the Rams.
And they have a bye week too the next week. So it just makes a lot of sense to sit him this week, get the bye week, and then have him come back after the bye week. No point in pushing this one, especially given their standing right now in the NFC West. But also Devin Lloyd is not going to be making the trip for the Jacksonville Jaguars. He's dealing with an injury. So that's kind of a sneaky big one. He's been outstanding this season with all the interceptions, kind of have this resurgence of a career here with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So no Devin Lloyd. I do like the Rams laying 2.5 is what I want to lay. If it's 3 even money, I'd do it. But 2.5 is what I'm looking for, and I think I'm going to get it once Puka officially gets ruled out.
I want to throw this out there, tomorrow on the show, because there's just so much we do on a Monday. We got to talk baseball. We did college football. We have Sam on as a guest. We have not talked about the Seahawks win yesterday over the Jaguars and didn't do a long form on the Bucs win over the Niners. We'll do that on the show tomorrow. Just very quick on Seattle. Man, and I ended up betting Jacksonville a little bit yesterday with all the Seahawks defensive injuries in the secondary. I'll tell you, man, that was a Mike McDonald masterclass.
Yep.
A week after the Bucs dropped 38 on them, here's the same offense basically. And you totally shut them down. You overwhelm the Jaguars' offensive line. Trevor Lawrence is on his ass the whole game. And Lawrence didn't play great. They had a touchdown taken off the... Travis Hunter lining up offside on a Brian Thomas long touchdown. This bleep is going to send me into orbit. It really is with Travis. He's killing me right now. In fantasy, I got Brian Thomas everywhere. That was really aggravating. That was an impressive win for the Seahawks, Femi, because I think we become accustomed to... And remember last week on the show, JSN, 79.5 receiving yards, really? Here's 162. It's a casual 160. No problem. We're used to the Seahawks offense playing really well this year. This was no, offense doesn't play great, and the defense just steals your soul. What an impressive win for the Seahawks yesterday on the road in Jacksonville.
Do you see their division price?
We'll do more on
at BetMGM?
What is it?
They're 3-1. So the Rams are the favorite, plus 140. Niners just right after them at plus 150. Obviously, they have their injuries. Fred Warner done for the year.
The Niners can't be there. The Niners can't be there.
Yeah.
They can't.
I don't want to write them off, but I don't think they can win the division. The defense is way too injured. The offense will become healthy, and they'll be really good, I think, with Purdy, Ayuk, whenever he comes back. Kittle's back at practice this week.
You gotta have Purdy. You need Purdy because this defense. I'm happy you brought this guy. I didn't know if we were going to do it today or do it tomorrow. The Niners are going to be when Purdy comes back. This is going to be the new Cowboys.
Yep.
Every game's going to be in the 50s.
Yeah. Their offense is going to be sick. if they could ever get healthy, their offense is going to be sick. But the defense. I mean, Fred Warner is one of the 5 best defensive players in the league. Nick Bosa's up there as well.
They've lost their the 2 best defensive players by far, who might be the best. If you put them on other teams, they'd be if not the best, the second best defensive player on those teams. Also,
100%.
Both out for the year. They're screwed defensively. Now, they could win a bunch of shootouts, but they are screwed defensively. The Niners, Seattle.
I think they are going to win a bunch of shootouts. Yeah, and that's the thing. Seattle's at 3-1. And their defense is humming. Now, if they could ever just protect home field advantage, you would think that they'd feel really, really good about challenging the Rams in this division. But they're a 3.5-point favorite Monday night. The Niners are a 3-point favorite against the Falcons on Sunday. The Rams, coin flip kind of a game. Rams and Niners could easily lose. And all of a sudden, that 3-1, maybe we're all jumbled together, or maybe the Seahawks are actually the favorites coming out of this week 7. So 3-1 is interesting on the Seattle Seahawks based on how they've been playing defense.
I think Seattle's a playoff team. Said that after the Thursday night win a couple weeks ago in Arizona.
You're right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some games that I am eyeing for this week. I think I disagree with you on Steelers-Bengals, but I'm not there yet to make a bet on the game. I might just click the button on Kansas City, laying 11.5 against the Raiders with Rashee Rice back, but we can have that conversation a little later.
I got up to 13 this morning. That it immediately went away. Like people took 13 with the Raiders, which I say Godspeed, but yeah. Interesting. Bowers playing?
50-50? Maybe like less than 50-50 that he plays? Yeah. Cleveland
need him.
Is a 2.5-point home favorite against the Dolphins. And we'll do a Dolphins tomorrow again. There's just too much stuff on a Monday. We'll get into it tomorrow with Tua and his comments and what it means moving forward and why the Dolphins are royally screwed. But man, like I think on principle, I think I have to bet the Dolphins. Like Dylan Gabriel is a 2.5, and I know that he's one player. I get it, and the Browns' defense is really good, and the Dolphins are falling apart. I understand. I don't think I care, and it doesn't mean I'm going to be right. I think I have to bet the Dolphins, like on principle, next week, because I don't think Dylan Gabriel should ever be favored in an NFL game. So I have not placed that bet yet. I touched on Eagles-Vikings. Eagles a 2.5-point road favorite. I think I'm going to lay Philadelphia.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
What's this injury report looking like for Minnesota?
Well, and we also need a Philly injury report also. Like, I want to know if Dickerson's playing. I want to know if Carter's playing. I want to know if Mitchell's playing. And I want to know who's starting for Minnesota. But assuming things are static, I'm going to like the Eagles. We're not there yet. Tell me how the Giants +7 doesn't look like a good bet against the Broncos now with the way that Broncos offense looks.
Yeah.
Haven't placed the bet yet. The bet that I do love is and I teased it at the start of the show that I had a gross home dog this weekend. The Arizona Cardinals are 6.5-point home underdogs this week against the Green Bay Packers. Now, consider my thesis of yesterday's game against the Colts. And we'll do the Colts tomorrow on the show also. My thesis was every game that the Cardinals play is going to be close. If they're big favorites, bet the dog. If they're big dogs, bet them. If the spread is small, bet the other team to win. Because the Cardinals stink. I'll tell you what, man. On that fourth down play, the final play for the Cardinals, Trey McBride, I bet plus the points. I won my bet. I don't care. And I guess you could say I care because I have Arizona. That stuff's all dead.
They got jobbed. They got jobbed.
Yeah, it was very clearly a penalty on Indianapolis. The Cardinals should have had first and goal from the 1. With Jacoby Brissett, this is what this team does. And I know Green Bay's way better. Also, we're going to come down to it, and I think this is going to be a one-score game. So I'm taking the points with Arizona, Femi.
I don't hate it at all. The way Green Bay's playing, that's 3 straight weeks Green Bay hasn't been good. Browns loss, the Cowboys tie, and yesterday I watched a decent amount of that game. They weren't good against Cincinnati. I don't know if they were just going through the motions or what it was, but they got to get that stuff corrected because they can't put that kind of performance out there and be expected to be a 6.5-point favorite on the road. It doesn't match.
Can I give you a quick college football thought? Oh man, the spread has moved. Georgia is almost out to 7.5 against Ole Miss on Saturday. I think I love the Bulldogs. Quick break. On the other side, Brad Evans joins us, and then Femi and I give you all our bets for tonight and the Monday Night Football doubleheader.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Another sizable point spread here in the SEC, which could be a very good game. How about Bama laying 8 against Tennessee? Numbers 8. This has been a tough road here for Bama. So over the weekend, it's a push in their game. They end up winning by 3 on the road at Missouri. I think that sat 3 all week. I never really saw it come off to 3. And there you get a push there. And now they're going to have to lay 8 against the Vols.
Bama's been very impressive. And it's crazy. I saw this stat that Bama has faced an opponent every week that had no losses. Isn't that something? Like the team coming in did not have a loss. And Bama has beaten all of them except for Florida State. I mean, to go Georgia, Vanderbilt, Missouri in a row, bang, 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 and win all 3 is very impressive. And Ty Simpson, I mean, you want to talk about Heisman Trophy contenders? He's right there with Carson Beck. Depending on the sports book you look at, those two are mano a mano. They are right there near the top. Simpson made some throws on Saturday that were insane.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Dennis Johnson, Lenny Wilkins, Jack Sikma, Sean Kemp, Gary Payton, Russell Wilson, Richard Sherman, Pete Carroll, Ken Griffey Jr., Edgar Martinez, Ichiro Suzuki, and the big unit. Add to this list of Seattle sports legends Jorge Polanco, whose heroics in the division series against the Tigers propelled the Mariners to their first CS in 24 years, and he's already off to a hot start here in the championship series, just crushed a 3-run homer off of Varland to give the Mariners a 6-3 lead. 2 3-run homers for Seattle. Julio Rodriguez in the first, and then Jorge Polanco just launching one. Our Mariners with a 6-3 lead over the Blue Jays in Game 2 of the ALCS as the Mariners look to take a 2-0 series lead with the series set to head back to the Pacific Northwest. Thank you, Sadolab. Before we wrap up the show with all our bets for tonight on this magnificent Football Monday, one wonderful guest, the great Sam Paniotovich. Bill Zimmerman is our executive producer, our technical director, Tyler Morales, our engineer, Jake Hassan, our associate producer, Addie Bates, our video producer, Mike Brown. Coming up after us is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours as BetMGM Tonight, featuring our friend Ryan Horvat and our guest at this time, Brad Evans, who's wearing a flat-brimmed baseball cap. He looks ridiculous. Take the hat off and let the ball dome show, my friend. Happy Monday. Hola, amigo.
Hola, amigos. Bear all the way down, gentlemen.
You gotta curve that brim on the cap. It looks ridiculous. And I love you, but you look ridiculous. What is your favorite prop bet for tonight, my friend, in about 30 seconds?
Oh, no bias baked into this one. Give me Rome Odunze to have the most receiving yards in the match of tonight against the Commanders. Plus 140 right now at BetMGM. I absolutely love this guy. Tearing it up so far through the first handful of weeks of the season. 26.7% of the target share. He's got a 112.6 passer rating when targeted. And you're facing a secondary that's rather middling. As the Commanders number 17 in drop back EPA defense. We'll see a lot of Trey Amos in coverage. Middle of the pack and number 40 and pass coverage grade there at Pro Football Focus. He's going to get pepper with looks, gentlemen, and he's tearing it up in air yards, top 20 in that category, top 15 in yards per route run. Rome wasn't built in a rookie season. It's being constructed right now in year 2. Most receiving yards of the game, plus 140 at BetMGM.
See, Brad isn't just our coworker, but he's a friend. And that's why I didn't bring up how his Sports Saturday went. Have a great show tonight, my friend. We'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Doubling down on the Bears. Caleb Williams over 1.5 passing touchdowns at plus 105. I'm out!
Wow, what an unhinged lunatic. The flat-brimmed freak, our good friend, the great Brad Evans. BetMGM Tonight follows us here. Well, everyone in our show chat is amazed by that. He's unhinged, man. He's great. I think he was. I think he's like the Cubs lost and Illinois lost and didn't cover. So let me just put some sauce on this one, and we loved it.
He did.
All right, we'll drop the dope ass beat in a moment. But our executive producer Bill Zimmerman is here with some real one submissions. Their best bets on YouTube and Twitch. Bill, from Monday Night Football.
All right, let's start with the Buffalo game because Silvio's got Khalil Shakir over 48.5. No Kincaid or Samuel. I think Shakir can dominate the middle of the field and easily go over his prop for the day. Got a couple for Bears Commanders. Franchise Davis says, who is there no real tape on for Dan Quinn? Who can Ben Johnson unleash after the bye week? Colston Loveland. Loveland over 18.5 receiving yards. Breakout game coming, and we'll wrap up with Alex True. It's got, I think, a little Halloween theme. Jaden Daniels will need his blankie to cover his eyes during the scary parts of the movie, and will target Ertz all night long. Ertz will be the shining star of tonight's game, and we'll be happy that he saw 2 touchdowns and be the nightmare on Landover Road. And by the way, Ertz 20-1 over at BetMGM for 2 touchdowns.
Thanks to Bill Shakespeare there for that missive. Thank you to Alex in all seriousness. Thank you to everyone who with the submissions.
I loved it.
And I thought it was kind of like nebulous at the end of The Sopranos if Silvio lived or died. I'm happy to know that Silvio Dante's still with us and firing off bets on Monday Night Football. All right, we've got news as far as Monday Night Football is concerned. Deebo Samuel is active as expected for the Washington Commanders. Cairo Santos is officially inactive, which means Jake Mad Eye Moody will be kicking for the Chicago Bears. And good luck to Bill Zimmerman, Jake Hassan, and all Chicago Bears fans. Colston Loveland, active for the Chicago Bears. Dalton Kincaid, inactive for the Buffalo Bills. Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown, inactive for Washington, which we knew. But Tyler, thank you for putting that in the chat. Tyler trying to win Nick Costos' money yet again. All right, let's drop the dope-ass beat, and let's get to the festivities, please. All right. We'll do that read next. I'm not doing the podcast read. We don't have time. You've thought out the parlay, now boosted. Use today's odds boost token on any Pro Football Same Game parlay and grab a bigger payout if you win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app and please gamble responsibly. All right, Femi, side and total for both games. We will start in Atlanta with the Bills, 3.5-point road favorites at the Falcons, total 49.5.
Yeah, I think this betting market is actually just correct. I felt the Bills should be more than a field goal favorite. They are. If we ever got to 3, I would bet Buffalo, but we're about 30 minutes before kickoff. I don't think it's going to happen. It would have already happened by now. So no bet for me, side or total. I'll be rooting on Josh Allen to go ahead and boost up that MVP stock after Baker Mayfield is now making a real legitimate challenge to him. But no bet for me in this game.
I took a little under 50 earlier. It's 49.5 now. I would still bet under 49.5. My thesis is that the Falcons are going to control the ball on the ground tonight and run it straight at this Buffalo Bills defense that has difficulty stopping the run. And I think Atlanta's kind of built for this game. Like, I don't know if Atlanta's going to win. And the reason why I'm not betting Atlanta to cover or win is because we don't know what kind of Michael Penix Jr. game we're getting. And I'm a big Michael Penix Jr. fan. But, I mean, that game against Carolina a couple weeks ago, 30-0, he was so bad. I know he was better against the Commanders the next week. I need a little bit more from Michael Penix to feel confident about betting the Falcons in this spot. I know a lot of people like Atlanta. I can't get there with the Falcons. Give me the under 50 or 49.5 tonight with the Bills and the Falcons. And Femi, Commanders and the Bears. Washington, a 5.5-point home favorite. Total 49.5.
Yeah, this is quickly becoming my favorite bet of week 6. That's just wrapping up tonight. I like the Chicago Bears quite a bit. I bet 4.5. I'd still like it at 5.5. I also bet some money line at plus 220. I think the Bears are very live to win this game. I like the idea of getting a smart coach off of the bye week. First-year coach can really work out some of those kinks. I think we're going to see a more improved Bears team against a Commanders team that's incredibly banged up. So I think Chicago pulls off the upset and wins outright.
I thought about Bears money line. I just have too much respect for Jaden Daniels, Femi, where if the game's close at the end, I just think Jaden Daniels will win the game for the Commanders. But I am with you in betting the Bears to cover the spread here, where I'm expecting a quick passing game tonight from Ben Johnson, and if Caleb Williams is on, they are going to shred this Washington Commanders pass defense. Like, the offensive line is not great for Chicago, and Washington's got a pretty good pass rush. It's the one thing the defense does well. How do you mitigate that? Quick game, get it out fast. Bears have receivers that can make it happen. We'll get to those in the prop market. Give me the Bears, bear down, plus the 5.5. So under 50, Bills, Falcons, Bears plus 5.5 for yours truly. You bet on this Monday. Now it's time for the props. Let's get the first touchdown scorers and take a trip to Femi's Island.
Let's go to the island for a Monday Night Football double dip in the first game with the Bills and the Falcons. For Buffalo, Josh Allen is going to need a big body target in the red zone. Keon Coleman leads the team in targets. He will score your first TD tonight at 17-1 as he gets better each and every week. And for the Falcons, Michael Penix Jr. has made it known who he wants to get the ball to. And with the Bills banged up at linebacker, at safety, there's a potential money pit in the ATL. Kyle Pitts at 18-1 to be your first TD scorer. And how about in our nation's capital for the Chicago Bears, a skilled player who's played the most snaps on the Chicago offense, a Cole World tonight as Cole Kmet at 21-1 to be your first TD scorer. And to wrap it up, who are the receivers for the Commanders? Debo and who else? No Terry, no Noah, the last Jedi for the Commanders, Luke McCaffrey, Christian's brother at 19-1 to be your first TD scorer. So it's Coleman, it's Pitts, it's Kmet, and it's McCaffrey. And I'll see you on the island.
All right, those are Femi's Island first touchdown scorers. Let's get to thy Royal Prop King.
Now approaching the betting window, it is your prop king, Nick Costos. All hail King Costos.
All hail King Costos.
Worship me, pigs. All right, swine. Listen up. Here are your picks. Thy Royal Prop King envisions thou Royal Falcons. Assuming Zach Robinson is not like 1 foot in the door in Stillwater to replace Mike Gundy at Oklahoma State. Yeah, maybe I'll just go like full ravishing recruit at some point and just call everyone like fat sweat hogs. Maybe I'll do that. They're going to run the ball all over the Bills tonight. We don't need to stop at Bijan Robinson. We can take a trip to Tyler Algier land as well. Bijan and Tyler Algier, both over rushing yards, cut the bet in half. Bijan and Algier over rushing yards. Anytime touchdowns, Casey Washington, who will be the fill-in for Darnell Mooney, and a little Ray Davis for the Buffalo Bills at a longer price than Ty Johnson. And for the Commanders and the Bears, Chicago just entered its bye week with a chance to phase out two of their jabronis on offense in favor of highly drafted rookies. That's Luther Burden in place of Olamide Zaccheaus and Colston Loveland in place of Cole Kmet. So I forget who it was that gave out the Loveland bet. I like it also. Colston Loveland over receiving yards. Luther Burden over receiving yards. Jalen Lane over receiving yards, over 18.5 for the Commanders. Him and McCaffrey should be the same price. McCaffrey's higher. And anytime touchdowns. Luther Burden and Jalen Lane. Nathan's son. Adopted. We'll catch everybody tomorrow on a terrific Football Tuesday. Until then, I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
I do have a bet on Monday Night Football. Let's do this. Bill Krosky-Merritt, 50-plus rushing yards plus Commanders' money line is minus 130. If you want to go Bill, 60-plus yards and Commanders' money line, that is plus 120 if you want some plus money there. This number has skyrocketed in the props market. So this opened with Krosky-Merritt sitting at 63.5 rushing yards. It's at 70.5 now, which is absolutely stupid. But the reason why is that this is true strength versus true weakness. The Commanders average more yards per carry than any team in the National Football League, the best rushing team. The Bears have the worst rushing defense in the NFL. They allow more than 6 yards per carry. Look at what Bill did last week against the Chargers. That was his real coming out party. 14 carries, 111 yards, 2 touchdowns. Most carries he has had all season. I think he's going to be fed even more tonight. He will be the key for the Commanders. And even though Washington likes to talk about running back by committee, they've also said if a guy gets hot or we go throughout the season, we will keep feeding the guy who gives us the best chance to win. Bill is that guy. As for the Commanders on the money line, this number opened at Commanders -3. Liked it there, don't like it at Commanders -5.5, which is where it sits now. So money coming in on Washington. Ultimately, I think the Commanders can take advantage of the Bears on the ground. I'm not quite sure I trust Caleb Williams just yet, despite that really good performance against Dallas. And this is a revenge spot for the Commanders. Make no mistake. I know this is going to trickle down throughout the team. They all know the Commanders interviewed Ben Johnson for their head coaching job. Before Dan Quinn, Commanders brass was in the air. On their way to Chicago, Ben Johnson would not pick up the phone. That is disrespectful. I'm telling you, this team, this franchise, has not forgotten about that. They had the momentum after last week's win against the Chargers. Let's go. Bill, 50-plus rushing yards, Commanders money line, -130.
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
Not going to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise here, another raucous edition of BetMGM tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans. Joining me as always on this Manic Monday, my guy, my main squeeze, my home slice, the one, the only, the outstanding Ryan Horvat. And of course, we got an action-packed program for you tonight. Of course, going to be diving in on our cards here momentarily. A double dip on Monday Night Football requires a multitude of bets. We're also going to do another edition of Crew to Cash. We're going to say hello to our little friend, roll the shoulders, and get seduced by the juice and working some bonus time wagers as well. From there, we're going to rapidly react to the weekend that was on the gridiron, whether in the NFL or the world of college football. Some major news came down the pipe yesterday, and I'm sure Ryan Horvat will have a hot and steamy take on that. In sake for RJ Choppy, he's going to stop in. We're going to talk all things Dallas Cowboys and that magnificent offense. Highlight, of course, by Dak Prescott and also George Pickens, who right now has set the pace in the world of fantasy football at the position, a touchdown scoring machine. And will CeeDee Lamb return for this week's upcoming matchup, because the team is going to be in action tonight and the Washington Commanders. So you want to stick around for that from RJ Choppy. Then fantasy football market movers. We're going to hawk the waiver wire ahead of week 8 in the world of fake pigskin. Then Jared Smith, the tightest beard in the sports betting game. He's going to be stopping by and talking all things college football, all things NFL as well. And we may throw a curveball or two at him. So always an entertaining and insightful interview from the outstanding Jared Smith. Plus, feed or follow our first batch of games looking ahead to college football week numero 8. I'm going to be breaking down some games on Friday night, but looking ahead to the main slate on Saturday. And two, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine broadcast. If you have any fantasy football questions for us, if you have any hot sports bets that you would like to share with our entire coast-to-coast audience, you absolutely can. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875, 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: in Bears Commanders, bear down Chicago Bears, who was your favorite bet at plus money? That's the key phrase. Plus money to score a touchdown. Odds pulled from BetMGM. Your choices are DeAndre Swift at plus 120. Deebo Samuel is going to be good to go despite the tender heel, also at plus 120. Jaden Daniels got to score the legs at plus 140. And also Rome Odunze additionally at plus 140. So far, nearly 175 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a coming and drop us a comment, aka bring the noise. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. On X at BetMGM tonight. Of course, as always, on a Monday, the news coming out hot and heavy. So let's do another edition of Choose Your Own Adventure. I'll bring in my tremendous colleague, Ryan Horvat, for this one. Horvat, here are your topics tonight. Topic number 1. Lamar Jackson set to return to action after the bye week in week 8. Exactly. what the repugnant Ravens certainly need. Option number 2, Puka Nacua is dealing with an ankle injury. According to Sean McVay, the WR1 status for Week 7 is very much in doubt. Ian Rappaport reports he will miss time. It is still unknown how much exactly. The Rams do have a bye week in Week 8. Is it Tutu Atwell time? Maybe Jordan Whittington time? Oh, muy interesante for fantasy football purposes. Option number 3, more from the wide receiver infirmary. Garrett Wilson is going to miss some time with a hyperextended knee. It's going to cost him a couple of weeks, according to Adam Schefter. Calvin Ridley, we're still waiting on news, and that tender hamstring that he blew out yesterday. And Emeka Egbuka also dealing with a hamstring strain, though the team not overly concerned, though we don't really have a timetable whether or not he's going to be able to suit up this week, and a mammoth matchup on the road against the Detroit Lions. Option numero 4, Brian Callahan, canned in Tennessee. Is it good, bad, or an indifferent move? Potential candidates to fill the void down the road, believe it or not, rinse and repeat with Arthur Smith and Matt Nagy. Holy crapola, Matt Nagy could be considered for a head coaching gig. Mike McCoy, an offensive assistant, has been elevated into the interim role. What does that mean for the rest of the season for Cam Ward and associated offensive parties? And option numero 5, we got no Dalton Kincaid tonight. He's officially been ruled out. Dawson Knox is the pivot play with that action about to get underway in the ATL between the Bills and the Falcons. All right, to recap, here are your choose your own adventure topics tonight. Lamar Jackson, Puka Nacua, and the repercussions due to his tender ankle. All kinds of injured wide receivers. Garrett Wilson, Calvin Ridley, and Emeka Egbuka. Brian Callahan getting shown the door. Or if you want to get a hot and steamy take immediately on Dalton Kincaid being out of action tonight and how that could impact the passing game of Josh Allen. And, of course, the next man up there in Dawson Knox. So, Horvat, choose your own adventure.
Real quick thoughts on a couple of these. So without Dalton Kincaid, I know Dawson Knox is the fantasy play. I actually kind of like Josh Palmer. I'll talk about him, though, on the card.
Yes.
I mean, these wide receiver injuries absolutely suck. You know, the Emeka Egbuka injury, brutal. And, you know, it's just another reason, another case that you can make right now for Baker Mayfield if you've played him to win the MVP. Because right now he's throwing the ball to his 6th-string wide receiver. Lamar Jackson, I know he's set to return for Week 8, but I still like the Steelers, and I'm glad that I grabbed them 9-1 to win the division before the year because even with Lamar back, even if the offense starts to hum again, I have some serious concerns about the defensive side of the ball and the yardage that they continue to give up. The Puka Nacua injury is the one I really want to focus on. I do agree. Tutu Atwell, you know, if you could get your hands on him, I think he's the obvious pickup. But also, this sucks if you bet him to win Offensive Player of the Year. He looks like the best wide receiver in the league. I'm on Jonathan Taylor, but we bet that at 22-1. Now he's the favorite at plus 175. I wouldn't bet that today. You talked about this a couple weeks ago, a lot of the JSN season-long stuff. Plus 450, I know the price is long gone, but that would be my bet if I were to bet Offensive Player of the Year. After what he did yesterday, catches 8 of 12 balls, 162 yards, and a touchdown. Right now, he's got 42 receptions, 3rd in the league. He's getting the targets, 54, 4th in the league. And already 3 touchdowns and 961 yards. I love JSN at plus 450, but I'll be cheering on Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, and it's been for fantasy football devices. I think JSN is going to be the WR1 of WR1s. You know, I talked about it weeks ago now that you could have bet on him leading the league in most receiving yards at 8-1 at BetMGM. Of course, that price has evaporated in thin air. It was plus 450 just like 10 days ago. That price it gone. So adios amigo. If you can find that, if it resurfaces at plus odds, you might want to grab it because it's soon going to be like minus 150, maybe even high as minus 200 on Jackson Smith and Jigba to be the pace setter in receiving yards in the National Football League. All right, let's go ahead and switch gears and get after with our cards tonight. Again, we got a Monday Night Football double dip. We got some MLB postseason, all kinds of action to choose from. So, Horvat, what do you got at numero uno tonight, mi amigo?
I played Atlanta at plus 4. I like them as 4-point dogs. I like them anything over a field goal, so 3.5 off the bye here. I do worry a little bit about Michael Penix. obviously. But like I said, they're coming out of the bye, and I like this defense right now. They're 9th in pressure rate, 39.5% of dropbacks. They're getting pressure. And Josh Allen's obviously awesome. If he's not the best quarterback in the league, he's definitely tied, top 3, defending MVP. But if the Atlanta pass rush is real and they could actually get home, he's only completed 47% of his passes. He's tied for 24th right now, 5.3 yards per attempt, and has a 50.3 rating. When he's kept clean, he's completing over 78% of his passes for 8.9 yards per attempt. So I actually like Atlanta on this spot. I'm going to talk about the offense here with my player props, but I think the defense actually keeps them in this game. So I don't know if they win it outright, but I like them anything over a field goal tonight.
All right, good call there, mi amigo. Numero uno on my card. Bear down, Chicago Bears. Thank you, Horns. Much appreciated. Let's go with the franchise cornerstone. The one, the only Caleb Williams. USC got the job done with relative ease over the weekend, getting the cover there at -2.5. And I think the product from Fight On is going to carry that momentum onto the gridiron tonight. Give me the over 1.5 passing touchdowns. Again, I grabbed it over the week at +110. Last I checked at BetMGM, it was still at an even Steven juice. And I'm certainly would be playing that. Washington is a middling number 17 in pass EPA defense. 3 passers have already spun at least a pair of vertical strikes against them this season as they're giving up 8.15 pass yards per attempt, 254.4 pass yards per game. Caleb Williams has thrown for a pair of touchdowns in 2 of 4 contests this season. Decent, but not outstanding. Number 17 in red zone completion percentage, number 15 deep ball completion rate. But I think he's going to show up and show out tonight. Give me Caleb Williams over 1.5 passing touchdowns at +110 is what I grab it at there at BetMGM. Numero dos on your card, Horvat. Please share.
Really quick for the sickos, because I know this game is about to fire off. I played Drake London first touchdown at 10-1, pizza money. And Kyle Pitts, 15-1, first touchdown, pizza money. I'm also going to play Drake London. Now, I went over 5.5 receptions. That's juiced all the way -175. So I would just take him to have 7 grabs in this game at plus money. Going into the bye, he caught 8 of 10 targets for 110 yards and a touchdown. I like him a lot without Darnell Mooney. His 2 best weeks so far have been without Mooney, with Mooney inactive. In those games, he's had a 35.7% target rate and a 38.5% target rate. In the 2 games that Mooney's played, 19%, 19.5%. And I like this matchup against Buffalo. Right now, 4th in the league in the rate of cover 2 this season. They're playing it on 41.3% of snaps. That's where Drake London is 8. He's been targeted on 35% of his routes, 3.90 yards per route against those looks. And the Bills are 25th in yards allowed to wide receiver 1 target. So let's go with Drake London. I like him to have a big game tonight.
Cue the clash and a little London calling there in the background. Numero dos on my card. Let's go with an under-the-radar prospect there for the Commanders. Give me Luke McCaffrey. No relation there with the CMC Football Factory, though. Over 20.5 receiving yards. Low number there at a -115. A guy that's seen 11-plus routes in his last 4 games. Gone over 20.5 receiving yards in 3 of his last 4 contests. Sure, he's only averaging 1.8 targets per game, but this could be a one-catch cash. Yeah, OCC, you know me. 20.9 yards per catch is what he's averaging. And again, the number here is at 20.5 in terms of yardage. 3.11 yards per route run. That's off the charts. 10 wide receivers have gone for at least a blackjack against my Chicago Bears this season, and also number 13 in pass EPA defense. So numero dos on my card, Luke McCaffrey over 20.5 receiving yards at a -115 juice. Numero tres on your card. Harvey, bring it home.
Considered playing some Dawson Knox props without Dalton Kincaid. I know Brando likes him to score the first touchdown in this game. Instead, I'm going to go a different way here. I'm going to go with Josh Palmer. The receptions are heavily juiced over 1.5. Thought about that. Instead, I'm going to go over 21.5 receiving yards, -110. So Buffalo with Kincaid, with Curtis Samuel, and with obviously Dawson Knox, they're using a whole bunch of 12 and 13 personnel. But when one of these tight ends has been hurt, they're going to use more 3 wide receiver sets. I would figure tonight, Atlanta running a ton of man, 10th highest rate right now in the NFL. And that's actually where Josh Palmer leads the Bills in targets. He's got 10. He's got 114 yards against man coverage. And right now, 2.92 yards per route run. So this could be one catch, maybe 2 grabs. I like the yards more than the reception. So Palmer over 21.5 receiving yards, minus 110.
Yeah, excellent call there, me amigo. I got to get mine out right now as well because this game's out to kick off. Numero chase on my card. Let's make some cash with Keon Coleman. I grabbed the over at 41.5 receiving yards at a minus 115 juice. Yes, ATL has been stiff and stout on the back end. Number 7 in drop back EPA defense this season. But Mike Hughes is a likely coverage guy he's going to face, who's number 85 in pass coverage grade according to Pro Football Focus. So I think Keon Coleman will get to at least 42 yards tonight. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. Bets, and more bets. Stick around, fools. We're barely getting warmed up right here on BetMGM tonight, right here on the BetMGM Network. Stick around.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
We'll start in the college game. We had another great week. PJ's picks. We've had 7 of 8 winning weeks in college football on our PJ Pick 5. So let's keep it rolling. NFL, we're 3-1. If the Bills win tonight, we'll improve to 4-1. For next week in college football, let's go to some action, okay? Now, you guys know if you listen to the show, I normally don't like taking big favorites, but this week, I like Toledo. I like Toledo a lot. Minus 24.5 against Kent State, okay? You're getting maybe the best team in the MAC against maybe the second worst team in the MAC because Kent State is coming off a game against UMass, the 2 worst teams in the league. Kent State was favored for the first time in 28 games. They were a 2.5-point favorite. They won 42-6. Meanwhile, you have Toledo coming off of an outright loss against Bowling Green as an 11-point favorite, okay? So you have maybe the best team in the MAC versus one of the worst teams in the MAC. You have the worst team coming off a huge blowout win, and you have Toledo coming off a disappointing loss as a big favorite. I mean, this just feels like a smash spot. Kent State got their win, right? They're probably not going to win again all year, so they're happy. They're feeling good. Now they got to go out and play a pissed-off Toledo team that just lost. I think Toledo takes care of business. I think they smash Kent State, so we'll lay the 24.5 with Toledo. Let's take Mississippi State plus the 10 against Florida. I think this line is going to move. I grab the Bulldogs at plus 10 against Florida. You guys know I love my scheduling spots. I love looking for when teams are going to have letdowns, and these are the kind of games that I live for, are these type of matchups, right? Florida's last 4 games that the Gators have played in have all been against top 10 opponents. They played LSU when they were top 10, Miami when they were top 10, Texas when they were top 10, and then on Saturday they played Texas A&M. Those have been their last 4 games. They have played 4 straight top 10 teams, right? I mean, you're playing the best teams in the country. You got to get up for all those games every single week. And now this week, you're at home. You're a big favorite against Mississippi State after being an underdog and going up against all these top teams. Now you're a big favorite against a pesky Mississippi State team that's much improved, that upset Arizona State, took Tennessee to overtime, was hanging with Texas A&M for 3 quarters. And, oh, by the way, Mississippi State is off of a bye week. And did we not see Florida in a look-ahead spot earlier this year against South Florida not take a good team seriously and lose outright at the Swamp? This is what Billy Napier does, man. He's good against good teams. He gets his team to compete. In these kind of games, though, these aren't the kind of games you want to bet Florida. I like Mississippi State plus the 10. All right, you guys knew this was coming, right? I mean, we're on Penn State this week, plus a 3.5 against Iowa. You know we are. As soon as James Franklin got fired, I'm like, well, we got to do it. We got to take Penn State, plus a 3.5. Now the fear obviously, is even with the firing of James Franklin, does Penn State, do they even still care, right? So many of these guys came back to try and win the Big Ten, try and win the national championship, and all those things are out the window. Now their quarterback, Drew Aller, is done for the season as well, which I don't necessarily know it's a bad thing because he's not very good. But that's really the fear, is that Penn State, it's all about pride now. It's all about, can they finish the season strong, try and make a good bowl game, and go out the right way. Clearly, Penn State, the administrators, they felt like there needed a change to be made, and I agree with them, because if Franklin kept coaching that team, I don't know if they would have won another game this season. But look, they still have a good coaching staff, right? That's why I like Penn State so much coming into the year, was because Kotelnicki was the OC and Jim Knowles now was the defensive coordinator. You still have those guys. You still have one of the most talented teams on paper in college football. It's just all about if they're motivated or not. But imagine before the season, even with Drew Aller not playing in this game, imagine before the season if I told you you're getting Penn State plus 3.5 against Iowa.
Now it's time to roll the shoulders and break out those sledgehammers right here on BetMGM Tonight.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. We already got a touchdown on the board as Atlanta just absolutely with surgical precision marched down the field against the Buffalo Bills. They nearly had a fumble lost on the very first carry of the game. It was offsides, though, Buffalo, and it wiped that turnover off the board. And what do you know? Drake London with a pair of receptions for 33 yards. Bijan, a couple of carries for 10. But the guy that got in the end zone first, kicking it in a high gear with Tyler Algier, a 21-yard TD scamper as the ATL takes the initial lead 7-0 over the Buffalo Bills. Maybe a shootout in store could definitely be in order. And hey, we got to get more bets on the board, and we're going to get to them here in a second. We're going to do our crew to cash. Every single voice here on BetMGM Tonight is going to grab a leg, and then we're going to build out a pretty sizable payout. As we always say, fan or follow, that is up to you. We're going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. We're going to roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice at Plus Money and work at some bonus time bets as well. Friendly reminder, if you have any fantasy football questions for us, if you want to talk anything in the world of sports betting, don't be shy, don't be bashful, don't be a wallflower. You pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, we're a pole dancing. Poll question today is still live for the next few minutes. It's asking this, and Bears Commanders, who is your favorite bet at Plus Money to score a touchdown? Your options are DeAndre Swift at plus 120, Deebo Samuel at plus 120, Jaden Daniels at plus 140, or Rome Odunze, Bear now Chicago Bears, also at plus 140. Nearly 180 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a coming and drop us a comment as well, aka bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Speaking of BetMGM, the NHL odds boost token belongs on the first line. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning NHL bet only at BetMGM. All right, let's go ahead and switch gears. Go ahead and build our crew to cash leg by leg, gentlemen, and I will bat lead off for us. I'm going to go with Bijan Robinson to have the most rush yards in this game. The line closed at plus 100. You can grab it still right now on the live market. Again, Bijan off to a decent start in this game, 2 for 10. The leading rusher, though, so far, Tyler Algier with that 21-yard touchdown romp into the end zone, giving the ATL a 7-0 lead. But Bijan should be able to do damage against his Bills defense at entering the night, giving up 4.99 yards per carry. So can't get out of my head the destruction that Derrick Henry laid in the first game of the season. Quite a memorable under the primetime lights there in week 1. So Bijan to lead this game in rush yards plus 100. My crew to cash leg. Horvey, you're up next. What is your pick to click?
Yeah, I bet both dogs, and unfortunately for me, I bet the Bears way too early because Commanders take some money, and I get it because of the matchup, but I like the Bears off the bye here. So Bears 4.5, 5.5, which is what you could get right now over at BetMGM minus 105. I'll roll with Chicago, man. I really like what I've seen from the offensive side of the ball, and so was that Palmer? We are going to roll with that. I think I just cashed a ticket, but I like the Bears to cover tonight. My bad.
Oh, hell yeah, that was Josh Palmer. Already cashed the over on his yards by a large margin. So well done. Excellent call by you there, mi amigo. Josh Allen's been talking about saying, hey, guy can absolutely run sprints down the field. I got to get the ball more to him and take some shots. First one of the game, a monster gain overall. Let me see the update. That was for 46 to be exact. So good call. Well played there, my friend. Brandon Combs, our fantastic executive producer and man working the board here on BetMGM tonight. What is your crew to cash leg?
Well, Brad, I'm a company man, and we just gave out that NHL odds boost token, so I'm going to give the people a chance to use it. Let's go Frankie Nazar to have a point tonight against the Utah Mammoth, the Blackhawks young stud, Frankie Nazar, just to have a point. He's already got 4 points in the first 3 games for the Blackhawks.
Dropping the puck and trying to make some bucks on a name I just now learned. So thank you for educating me there, mi amigo. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know jack nor squat about hockey. Let's go to Monty. Michael Montgomery working our video board and also the purveyor of batters-box.com. But he ain't talking the rawhide. He's talking some pigskin money. What is your selection?
Yeah, I'm going with our boys. Bears first half team total over 9.5 points. I just think this is too low. The Bears score a lot on their opening drive with Ben Johnson. They're 7th in the NFL in first half points per game with 14.3. And the Commanders have allowed each of the last 4 opponents to get 10 points in the first half, including the Chargers last week, who only scored 10 points in the whole game. They got them all in the first quarter. So like this bet.
All right, so our crew to cash tonight, America. I'm going with Bijan Robinson, most rush yards in the game. Ryan is going with the Bears plus 5.5, bear down. Brando's going to the NHL. Frank Nazar over 0.5 point against the Mammoth. And Monty bringing up the rear, going with bear down yet again. First half team total over 9.5 points. So uno, dos, tres, and cuatro, mi amigos. All 4 legs hit. You're looking at a redonkulous plus 1,290 there at BetMGM. As I always say, fade or follow, that is up to you. All right, time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvat. What is a phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer, Brando. All right, tonight's sledgehammer pick will be Josh Palmer over 21.5 receiving yards. No, I'm just kidding. I like this one actually more. Oh, also, by the way, I bet the over in this game, and now even in the 50s, I was thinking about buying back. I do think that this is going to be a shootout. I know a lot of people like the under in this one. I bet the over 49.5, and then I bet the under in the Bears game. I know everybody expects that to be a shootout, but I think the Commanders are going to look to run the ball and eat some clock. But for the best bet, let's go with Luther Burden over 1.5 reception. It is minus 135 right now, but I do still like this quite a bit coming off the bye. He's went over this number in the last 2 games. I love this draft pick, even though they probably should have went running back, but he had 2 against Vegas receptions, 3 against Dallas, and I think Ben Johnson out of the bye is going to have a few trick plays up his sleeve. So let's go Luther Burden, short number, over 1.5 grabs, minus 135.
All right, I'm going to go the other side of the rock in that game, and a guy that could knock the competition the bleep out. You know what I'm talking about. Deebo Samuel. I'm going to take the over, though, not on receptions, not on receiving yards. I don't think anytime touchdown market. Let's look at rush yards. That number just 6.5 at a -110 juice. Usually a bet I always fire off on Xavier Worthy. By the way, it cashed again last night. Only needs one carry. Now, Deebo may only need one tote as well. A guy who's done this in 3 of 5 games this season. He's averaging over this number at 6.6 yards per carry. He's getting 1.4 attempts per game. The Bears have really struggled in their trench defense. Number 22 in rush EPAD. They're giving up 6.6 yards per carry. That's outrageous. 3 wide receivers already cashed the over on this against them. Dawson Knox! Touchdown! Buffalo Bills! I just grabbed that right before the game at +270. Hells to the yes! I love that action. I had to grab it. I couldn't believe the price at BetMGM with Dalton Kincaid out. As Josh Allen, anytime he's inside the red zone, he does one of 3 things. 1, he can hand it off to James Cook. He'll plow in for 6. 2, he can call his own number on a downhill rush. Or 3, he's going to throw it to a tight end. Sure enough, he picked option number 3, went with a tight end. About a 20-yard reception, 19 to be exact, as Buffalo and Atlanta knotted up at 7. Woo! Buckle up, folks! This one is going to be a fun one. Anyway, I digress on Deebo. Again, 3 wide receivers have run for at least 6 or 7 yards, against the Bears this season. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Khalif Raymond in the same game, and Trey Tucker of the Raiders was the other guy to do it. So I think Deebo Samuel, he will not be impeded by the tender heel. I think he's going to go out there and absolutely ball out through the air and on the ground. So give me the over 6.5 rush yards at a -110. All right, it's time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. Yeah, bartender, let's party. Your boy's already celebrating with an easy cash, and so did Horvat with Joshua Palmer. So let's stay hot. Hell, let's have a heater burning tonight. What do you like at plus money, me, amigo?
I screwed myself up on the time, so I was going to give out here the Drake London. I already did the receptions. I feel pretty good about that after that first drive. Him to have at least 6 to 7 grabs tonight. But I also like the anytime touchdown price at +150, which actually you could live bet right now. I like Drake London to score a touchdown tonight. But like a sicko, we didn't get the first touchdown home. Pizza Money Bet's always really responsible, but Brandon and I like these. Poor Brando, by the way, he had Dawson Knox first touchdown. Hopefully he used the bet insurance and at least gets his money back after that one, because that's a bad beat. I'm going to roll with Cole Kmet first touchdown, 25 to 1, mainly because of the price, and I'm a Notre Dame guy, and I'm feeling pretty good about my Irish. So 25 to 1, we're going Cole Kmet to score the first touchdown. The sicko seduced by the juice. And I also like Drake London to score a touchdown. I like that one a little bit more, a lot more.
Yeah, I looked at some Cole Kmet props, but I abstained. I actually did not fire off on it because I already have 8 or 9 dozen tickets open for that. Nothing no Cole Kmet, but you might have to twist my arm and convince me there, my friend. All right, I'm going to go with the anytime touchdown market as well. I shared this earlier in the week, and I am tripling down on it. The juice, not nearly as high. It shaved off 15 cents as the action unfolded over the last couple of days, but Rome Odunze, I think, is going to have a doozy of a night. Anytime touchdown at +140 there at BetMGM. He scored in all games this year that he's played in, all 4. He's actually got 5 touchdowns in totality. A guy that's seen 26.7% of the team target share, 27.8% of the red zone team target share, 5 red zone targets to be exact. And again, the Commanders rather rather boring, ho-hum defensively in the secondary. Number 17 in drop back EPA defense. Get a lot of Trey Amos in coverage, who hasn't a lot of touchdown yet to his assignments, but he's a middling. Number 40 in pass coverage grade there at Pro Football Focus. So Odunze could be on a quick strike of like a 5-10 yarder. It could also be like a 50-yard bomb down the field. I don't care how he gets it done. I want him across the chalk. That happens. Plus 140, and we cash yet again. All right, it's bonus time. Bonus time. Whether the double dip on Monday Night Football games, maybe you're looking ahead of college football or the action in Major League Baseball, game 1 of the NLCS tonight. All I ask, Ryan Horvat, is for you, my very smart friend, to give me another bet. So give it to me. Give it to me.
All week, I figured there was no chance that, or I was going to bet the over, right, in the second game tonight, Washington in Chicago. But the more I thought about this, man, at 49.5 right now, minus 105, maybe I'm a lunatic. I'm going to bet the under. I like the over here in Buffalo, Atlanta. But I thought that the Bears should have used the draft pick in the first 3 rounds on a running back. And right now, they can't run the football. They're 26 in EPA per rush, 22nd in successful run play rate. So I just worry a little bit. I know that the Commanders have struggled in coverage. They're 32nd right now, according to PFF. But I just worry, if it's one-dimensional and Caleb has to drop back 40 times, the pass rush might get home. And then I think Washington's going to look to run the ball in this game. They lead the league right now, 156.6 rushing yards per game. And the Bears are giving up over 6.1 yards per carry. It's like an old Pac-12 team. So I'm actually going to go under. This could come back to haunt me. Under 49.5, minus 105. Not the biggest bet, but kind of like the under here. I think the total should be like 47.5.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent call there on the Commanders running early and often. Could be a lot of Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, a.k.a. Bill! Yeah. And I also saw that Chris Rodriguez is going to be active tonight, so he'll probably get a handful of carries as well with a little peppering of Jeremy McNichols built in. All right, I'm going to go to Bear Down yet again, same game parlay. Give me Caleb Williams, 5+ rush attempts, and give me the game on the all total on the over. Another catch for Drake London, a 44.5. Even Steven plus 100 on that simple two-legger. Look at Caleb Williams. He's got at least 5 ground totes in all 4 games this season, seeing 22.2% of the team carry share, 6.0 he's averaging per game. Washington's only allowed Russell Wilson to go over this number, but Caleb Williams is a different dude. He'll call his number early and often, a lot of impromptu runs. And then meanwhile, with this game going over, again, the Bears very leaky susceptible defensively, and Washington kind of in a similar conversation, number 15 in APA per play D. So I think that over will hit on the all total of 44.5, along with Caleb Williams, 5+ rush attempts at plus 100. All right, we got to take a little siesta. When we come back, we're going to do a little rapid reactions to the weekend that was in the NFL and as well in college football. Stick around, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Stay hot!
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
And when you ask yourself the question, can the Buccaneers win the Super Bowl? I asked myself this last night, and I thought long and hard because I was like, I need to make sure I get this right. I need to make sure that I'm not getting fooled with what's going on right now or getting in like a full-on hater mode with what's going on right now. Can the Buccaneers actually win the Super Bowl? And maybe this answer surprises some of you out there listening and watching, but I actually think they can. I'm there. I'm officially there with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think that they can win the Super Bowl. Now, will they? I mean, we'll find out. Obviously, there's a lot of hurdles between now and next February for the Buccaneers to actually pull this off. But just based on the NFC and the landscape that's out there and what's on the AFC side, which is the much worse conference, in my opinion, unless they have to run up against Mahomes and the Chiefs, which maybe they will, I think they can beat any other team in the AFC. And right now, I think they can beat a lot of these teams in the NFC. Now, you look at the head coach in Todd Bowles. He's doing a fine job so far this season. Is he a coach that you think of as like Super Bowl winning head coach? I'm not sure. Maybe not. Maybe he is. But, I mean, Todd Bowles has at least coached in playoff games. Baker Mayfield has played in many playoff games. So it's not as crazy to make this leap of, oh, Tampa can actually get there and get this done. Right now over at BetMGM, the Buccaneers, they're 20-1 to win the Super Bowl, 8-1 to win the NFC. I look at the NFC, and amongst the contending teams, which quarterback is playing better than Baker Mayfield? I mean, is Jared Goff playing better? No. Jordan Love? No. Jalen Hurts? I mean, we all know what's going on with the Eagles offense over the last couple of weeks. Matthew Stafford? He's been awesome, but is he playing better than Baker? No. Jaden Daniels? We love Jaden Daniels on this show. I love Jaden Daniels. Made us a lot of money last year in the playoffs. He's not playing better than Baker Mayfield right now. Brock Purdy? He's hurt. Sam Darnold? No. Baker Mayfield just outdueled him last week in Seattle. So if you look around the landscape in the NFC, who's playing better than Baker? I mean, I guess you could say maybe Dak Prescott, but his team is irrelevant, which we'll talk about in the next segment. But like amongst the contending teams, no one's playing better than Baker Mayfield.
Vrabel going back to Tennessee, laying a touchdown. Can you lay it with the Pats?
Yes. I could. Vrabel, I was told, wants to stomp a hole in their head. That's what I was told about Vrabel going into Nashville. It was actually worse. I can't say what it was really relayed as, but this one's personal. New England goes into Tennessee, where the Titans fired Vrabel to hire Brian Callahan.
Ooh. He's going to coach circles around him. Everything that he's been how much has he saved for this game? Like, I would think everything. It's going to be like a playoff game.
He's not going to stop. If they can make them cry, they will.
You know, some of these hitters can bail out a manager from making a poor decision or just kind of gloss over a skipper making a poor decision in game. These Dodgers bats can gloss over Shohei having a bad series because you don't tend to focus on that.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Komolafe into that unbalanced look. He breaks free. Touchdown Northwestern. Komolafe sneaks out of there. Wildcats in front. State needing to win out if they want any thought of the playoff. With Aller on the sideline, it's Grunkemeyer. He takes off. Grunkemeyer is popped short. Northwestern gets there again. Aiden Hubbard with a fourth down stand.
An absolute stunner, shocker, unbelievable story from the Northwestern Wildcats, upsetting as colossal underdogs Penn State back-to-back. Just devastating losses to a team in which they should have handled with ease. It was UCLA 2 weeks ago, Northwestern over the weekend, and bye-bye, James Franklin. As a result, we're going to be breaking down that. Credit to Fox Sports for that highlight mishmash rejoiner. I'm Brian the Big Noise Evans, and I got Ryan Ryan Horvat alongside for the ride here on this Manic Monday edition of BetMGM tonight. And welcome back. We're also keeping our eyes on Bills and Falcons, all knotted up at 7 apiece. A little over 5 minutes to go in the first quarter. Outstanding game so far. Been a pinball match. The scoreboard really lighting up, but hopefully that is going to continue as we had a couple of clunkers over the weekend. I'm down a few units, and I'm scurrying back already. Dawson Knox, way to go, kid! Scoring already on the 80-time touchdown at plus 270. Before we dive into our rapid reactions in the NFL and college football, you thought out the parlay. Now boost it! Use a boost token on any pro football same game parlay and grab a bigger payout if you win. Only at BetMGM. So opt in on the same game parlay boost, especially head a bear down, Chicago Bears. I didn't dress up for nothing, folks, as the Bears going to be getting down with the Washington Commanders here in a matter of minutes. Before we dive into rapid reactions, Horvath, I'm going to get your thoughts on live dive right now on Bills and Falcons as we're in a commercial break. Right now at BetMGM, Buffalo is laying 3.5 at a minus 120 juice, minus 110 there if you are buying the ATL plus the points. The over-under has jumped now to 57.5. And right now, the live money line, Atlanta at plus 170. If you believe they're going to finish off Buffalo in the end. So anything of interest to you at all, Bills, Falcons on a live dive?
Yeah, I still like Atlanta at 3.5. I think that they're going to keep this game close. I think Atlanta is live to win this game. Now, I didn't like that last drive. I do like that they're force-feeding Drake London right now. Let's get him 6 to 7 grabs in this game and a touchdown. But I would still play Atlanta. As far as the total, I did consider, because I bet the over, which I rarely do in a primetime game, over 49.5. I did consider maybe betting the under after that last drive just because the scripted stuff went well. And like you said, now we got an inflated number, but I want a shootout and I want all my props to cash. So, again, I think the smart bet would probably be middling and playing the under, but I'm not going to do that, man. I want a shootout. I want 35-32 tonight, 42-40. Give me that instead.
Yeah, 3 and out for Atlanta in their last possession. The Bills follow with their own 3 and out as the ATL about to get the ball back. Again, just over 5 minutes remaining in the opening quarter of action down there in the ATL. We'll keep you posted on anything that happens. If you hear our Tecmo Bowl sounder, that means somebody scored a touchdown. We'll immediately break in and give you the update. But right now, we got to rapidly react to the weekend that was in the NFL and college football. Ryan, you're going to bat leadoff here. And you're going to start off on a subject in which, the doubters, I don't think they're in existence anymore. If they are, we should shun them. We should shove them into oblivion because a certain team from the heart of America is very much for real. And who is that?
Indiana, right? I bet the under in that game. And last minute, I ended up betting Indiana, but I don't know. I was going back and forth, just because as good as Oregon looked in their win over Penn State, and that was a really good football game, after what we've seen the last couple of weeks from Penn State, and I'm going to talk about them here in a second, I was like, are we maybe overrating this Oregon team a little bit? And I really so Indiana on the offensive side of the ball, everybody's talking about Fernando Mendoza, and rightfully so. That was one of my favorite pickups in the portal, and he does exactly what Curtis Rourke did. He can make all the intermediate throws. When kept clean, he has a perfect quarterback rating. He's going to be a top 10 pick. He's going to be an NFL quarterback. I'm really excited to see what he could do at the next level. And I love all their skill position players. But the reason that they won that game, man, is their defense. I love what they do defensively, what they do with their safeties. And they confused the hell out of Dante Moore, who's still a really good quarterback, but he made some mistakes for the first time. So did Mendoza. But turns out Cignetti is just the real deal. A lot of people clowned him after the college football playoff loss, but look what he's done, man. 2 years at Indiana. And I know there's this talk that, there's a chance that he leaves. I don't know, man, unless it's a big, big program. Why would he leave? Because like we talk about Notre Dame because they don't play in a conference, at Indiana, if they go 10-2, which they're capable of doing every year, he's going to be a shoo-in for the college football playoff. I don't know if he's lovable, if everybody loves this Indiana team because they're the ultimate underdog again this year, or if everybody hates him because he's really arrogant. But I don't know, man. He makes me laugh, and he's a hell of a coach. He might be the best coach in the country, and they might win the Big Ten. I still think that Ohio State is better, but man, Indiana proved me wrong. Heading into the season, they look really good right now.
Yeah, he's like kind of looking like the Grinch in human form there on the sidelines with that sly grin on his face. He's got extraordinary hubris. There's no question about it, but he talks the talk and walks the walk, man. He really does. He backs up all the smack and delivers. That was highly impressive. Look, I saw them just utterly destroy my Illini a few weeks ago, 63-10. I'm looking at the game. I watched it until I couldn't take it anymore. Just the team speed they have and the execution they have everywhere. They got ballers. They got guys that can hang with SEC schools. So, continue to write off Indiana. Continue to say the Hoosiers are just a basketball school, really aren't anymore. And just continuously, doubt this club because they're going to go out there and get win after win after win. I'm excited. I think they're very much in the pole position right now to compete with Ohio State for the Big Ten title and possibly, folks, the national title. So the real deal, Holyfield, right there in Bloomington, Indiana, of all places. Hell, half freezing over. And with the Cignetti Club, man, they're just a terrific and tremendous squad to watch. All right, the one that really, raised the level of concern for a lot of people last minute. There was a report that came out yesterday that Hassan Askins was going to be the lead back for Los Angeles Chargers, but it turned out to be the other guy, and Kamani Vidal. What the hell, Vidal? And he goes absolutely off and just ran away with a pigskin as a result. I actually played Vidal in a couple leagues. I did not listen at all to the reports there in the last minute. I'll have more of that a little bit later, but Vidal was amazing against the Miami Dolphins, the Fighting Flippers. 18 carries, 121 yards, 3 for 14 through the air to receiving touchdown. Currently at RB5, pending on what happens tonight in the world of fantasy football. 3.44 yak per attempt, highly impressive in week 6. He also forced 3 missed tackles. I think he's here to stay for at least maybe 70% of the opportunity share, with Amari and Hampton going to be out, and it's sounding like Hampton's going to be out beyond just the standard 4 weeks of being there on injured reserve with that ankle injury. Next 3 games for the Chargers and Vidal. Indianapolis, number 15 in rush EPA defense. Then Minnesota, highly beatable, number 25 in rush EPAD. Then at Tennessee, number 24. Folks, he could be here to stay at a minimum to be a top 20. Nice, another catcher for Drake London, number 4. Top 20 running back at a minimum here the next several weeks. So Kamani Vidal is a baller and a shot caller, and somebody definitely worth picking up if you're in a shallow league. Slap that wallet and spend some fab cash. Horvey, what do you got next in your rapid reactions?
I've been saying this every single week. Just continue to bet the Chiefs at least to win the AFC. The reason being because they're going to the AFC title game. And then if you want to fade them, you want to hedge your ticket, bet against them. But they were always going to get this thing right, especially on the offensive side of the ball. And as scary as it looked last night, it gets even scarier this week with the return of Rashee Rice. Last night, that looked like the old school Pat Mahomes. Now, only 257 passing yards, but 3 touchdowns, 22 of 30 passing. Pacheco looked efficient on the ground, 12 carries for 51 yards. Travis Kelce, 6 grabs for 78 yards. And on the defensive side of the ball, I was really impressed with the run defense, especially Chris Jones. They've struggled. Gibbs only had 17 carries for 65 yards. They held the Lions to 17 points. Jared Goff to 203 passing yards. The Chiefs are back, and right now, you could still get them 8-1 to win the Super Bowl, plus 140 to win the division. I like Denver. I like this Chargers team. But the AFC still belongs to the Kansas City Chiefs, and they proved that last night.
Yeah, they look terrific, man. They're back and storming back with a vengeance. And to get Rashee Rice back next week, good God. Good luck, AFC foes. I'll say that much. All right, Baker, the touchdown maker. That guy is just balling out. Doesn't matter if he has Mike Evans on the field or not. Doesn't matter if he has Chris Godwin on the field or not, or Emeka Egbuka. He just elevates everybody. I think he's practically the L word right now for MVP. Though Patrick Mahomes is definitely re-entering that conversation. Josh Allen is the front runner, but but plus 425, I think he is the best value on the board. You look at the next 3 games for Tampa at Detroit in a game that has a sky-high total of 53.5 coming up on Monday night next week. And then at New Orleans, after that, number 20 in drop back EPA defense in the bye week. Then New England, number 23 in pass EPAD. The guy is just absolutely tearing up opposing defenses. Number 9 in red zone completion percentage, number 14 in deep ball completion percentage. Baker Mayfield, folks, would be my pick as of today to hoist the hardware as the NFL's MVP. And again, he's plus 425 in the night at BetMGM. Still a tremendous value, don't you think, Horv?
I do. I love Baker Mayfield this year, man, and I love Drake London, who gets in the end zone and cashes that anytime touchdown. And now we only need one more grab. If that's the case, man, that I would make for Baker Mayfield to win the MVP. I know there's still some haters out there. I don't think he's going anywhere, right? And every year we make this excuse against him. Oh, 3rd straight, 4th straight, 5th straight, offensive coordinator in 5 straight years. 3rd team in 3 years. He's damn good, man, especially when he throws from a clean pocket. And their offensive line is finally getting healthy with the return of Wirfs a couple weeks ago. He's throwing to his 6th wide receiver, and he's still putting up numbers and winning games. I love Baker this year.
Coming up next, RJ Choppin to talk about them boys. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Another sizable point spread here in the SEC, which could be a very good game. How about Bama laying 8 against Tennessee? Numbers 8. But this has been a tough road here for Bama. So over the weekend, it's a push in their game. They end up winning by 3 on the road at Missouri. I think that sat 3 all week. I never really saw it come off the 3. And there you get a push there. And now they're going to have to lay 8 against the Vols.
Bama's been very impressive. And it's crazy. I saw this stat that Bama has faced an opponent every week that had no losses. Isn't that something? Like the team coming in did not have a loss. And Bama has beaten all of them except for Florida State. I mean, to go Georgia, Vanderbilt, Missouri in a row, bang, 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 and win all 3 is very impressive. And Ty Simpson, I mean, you want to talk about Heisman Trophy contenders? He's right there with Carson Beck. Depending on the sports book you look at, those two are mano a mano. They are right there near the top. Simpson made some throws on Saturday that were insane.
I'm kind of speechless. And this is a lost season now. So you've got an interim head coach in Terry Smith. Drew Aller is out for the year. And, oh, by the way, the buyout for James Franklin is a little more than $48 million. So Penn State is moving in a new direction where they're going to pay for it.
Oh, absolutely. And also it's the trickle-down effect, because I will say this, like James Franklin is at least a good recruiter, but all those recruits that were committed to Penn State it feels like they are leaving in a mass exodus. Because that's what happens when coaches are fired, because usually the commits are based on the head coach. So not only is Penn State losing this year, it feels like it's going to hurt them for the next few years as well.
Sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-O hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Probably the big noise Evans with it. Ryan Horvat and the host here on a Manic Monday edition of the show. We're going to be talking to our friend RJ Choppy about them Cowboys here in a second. It is 14-7 right now in the ATL as I'm watching Khalil Shakir just undress dudes in the open field after the catch on that run. Was 3rd and 10, and he got about 14-15. So the Bills trailing, and this game's got a lot of pew-pew-pew shootout appeal down there in the ATL, and Buffalo driving, approaching midfield here in the second quarter. We'll keep you up to date on that. Friendly reminder, folks, if you have any fantasy football questions for us ahead of a week 7, if you as well want to talk a little college football, whatever's on your mind, sports betting or fantasy-wise, by all means, pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Right now, though, through the power of animated picture and sound, let's talk to our dude who knows everything about Big D. Really, it's Little D this year, especially on the defensive end. We're talking to our guy, RJ Choppy, who knows the Cowboys inside and out. He's a host on Shannon RJ on 105.3 The Fan in the Dallas area. Also on X, give him a follow, would you kindly, at RJ Choppy. Again on X at RJ Choppy. RJ, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. And straight away from me, holy mother of the fantasy gods, is George Pickens going absolutely nuts week in and week out in this offense without CeeDee Lamb. What's the latest that you have heard on Dallas's WR1? And it's not Pickens, it's clearly CeeDee and that bum ankle. Do you think we may be able to see him back in action this week? Got kind of a rivalry game going down with the Washington Commanders, who are about to see in action against my Chicago Bears here in a second. So what are your thoughts about Pickens, and what's the latest on CeeDee Lamb and his potential return possibly this week?
Well, Pickens is awesome. We didn't we didn't exactly know what we were getting because it's hard to really judge a wide receiver who plays for Pittsburgh when you have absolutely no quarterback throwing you the football, none. And so it was really hard to judge him. This guy is unbelievable. He is so incredibly fun to watch. I'm like, whatever, just pay him, dude. You just saved $47 million with Micah. If you have to trade CD, you know what? I'll even have that conversation with you because they're probably going to get 2 1s for him. Let's have that combo. I'm not saying I would do it, okay? But I would listen. That's how awesome this guy is. He is phenomenal. As far as CD, I mean, he's going to have a chance to play. The thing is that you don't have to force it. George Pickens is doing just enough. I mean, you don't have to force it. Ryan Flanoy has kind of established himself as the current number 2. The way it's working out with Pickens as the 1 until CD comes back. And I mean, this team, they need all the points they can get. But Pickens and the offense, the way Dak is playing the position right now, they're scoring enough points. It's not the offense that's the problem. If they want to just let this sit and let him get help, what are they going to do? Score 33? I mean, how many more points are they going to possibly score if he comes back, a week early rather than a week late? So they might let him sit, but he's got a chance to play.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought up Dak, man, because you look at the numbers right now, and he's second in passing yards. He's second in passing touchdowns. He's only thrown 3 interceptions. He has a 79.6 QBR, which is second in the league. If he's on a team with 1 or 2 losses, he's probably an MVP candidate. Do you expect that play to continue all season as long as, like we always talk about, he stays healthy? They protect him, especially with some of these matchups coming up. I know that they got the Commanders coming up. Is that a guy that you would, figure is going to be in the running to lead the league in passing yards? Or, probably not the MVP conversation, again, because they'd have to win 9-10 games. And I don't think they're going to be able to do so. But how do you feel about Dak the rest of the way?
I mean, look, when he has been healthy over his career, he's been really, really good. That's why I thought the Cowboys winning 8, 9, 10 games was not out of the realm of possibility just because of how good he's going to play. I didn't expect the defense to be historically bad, to allow a passer rating of 116 throughout the first 5 weeks. That's literally insane. Insane numbers. They're so bad. Like the defense, and it's not just the run defense. The pass defense is worse. The run defense is demoralized. The pass defense is like, you've got to be kidding me. So, yeah, I do expect Dak to play like this because he kind of always does. I mean, the last few years, you go back to 2023, that was the last 12-5 year. He was phenomenal, right? He was like top 3 in MVP voting, and then he gets hurt the next year. He's kind of at that stage of his career where he's on autopilot, and he just understands the game. The problem is that, he won't see a big game this year. Like he's not going to make the playoffs, so they're not going to see a big game.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to ask you, man, because if you look at the win total coming into the season, a lot of people were looking at the 7.5, and I like the 7.5, and then they trade away Micah Parsons. It drops to 6.5, and I was like, now I really like it. But with this defense, like you said, historically bad. The numbers are really bad. Again, they were bad this week, but you know when I knew it was bad? When they gave up 22 points to the Jets. We all saw that Jets offense yesterday, especially in the second half. How do you give up 22 to that team? Has there been anything like encouraging though? If you did bet a win total, or if you think this team could make a run, or is it just let's get to next year? We got 2 first-round picks from Green Bay. Like, is there anything positive about the defensive side of the ball where maybe it could get any better?
About the defensive side of the ball, the only thing positive could be is that maybe Overshown shores things up with the linebacker spot. Maybe Bland and Diggs are banged up still from injuries that they sustained. That's, maybe you'll get better communication in the backside of the defense because you get more time on task with Matt Eberflus and his defensive scheme. That's it. There is no positives on the defensive side. The positives on the defensive side is that by rule in the NFL and all football, after you allow a touchdown, the other team has to kick off to your offense. That's the only thing positive about the Cowboys defense is there's this quirky rule that after they allow the TD, you get to possess the football. That's the best thing.
No doubt about it. We're talking to RJ Choppy. I think you're having nightmares maybe of Rico Dotto still running amok on that front line. Yes, revenge game, RJ. The man knows everything about the Dallas Cowboys, watching this team thoroughly each and every snap. And you got to listen to him. He's a host on Shannon RJ on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. Follow him on X, would you kindly as well, at RJ Choppy. Again, on X, at RJ Choppy. RJ, speaking of running backs, let's talk about Dallas's. And Javonte Williams has really been the persistent and consistent RB1 in this offense. A guy's been crossing the chalk early and often, to say the least. Been a bit of a surprise sensation for those that invested a cheap mid-draft round pick in his services there in fantasy. But there are some people that expect that Jaden Blue is eventually going to take on more work in this offense, especially with Miles Sanders now out. What's your view on this backfield split as it evolves as the season wears on?
There is no split right now. It is Javonte's team. Jaden Blue could barely find his way out of the active roster until Miles Sanders got hurt. The reality is that he is in someone's doghouse. He is in the doghouse. For why? I don't know, but that is very evident because you don't draft somebody. Running back is a young man's game. It is find me a young set of fresh legs and put them on the football field. And you can't be active for the first couple of weeks, and it takes an injury to an old man who fumbled at a crucial spot this year. Something's going on. So it's not. I would not expect anything from Jaden Blue. If you're looking for fantasy, if you got a deep roster and you got a million guys on IR, go ahead, man. Knock yourself out. It's a waste. It's a waste of time.
I'm one of those guys, hand raised, has got roughly a million guys on IR right now. So that's why I thought that, toss that question out to you. I'm hoping to scratch and claw and find any points I can. So thanks, RJ, for that a report on one Jaden Blue. RJ, we'll get you out of here on this. Another guy that's been killing it in fantasy is Jake Ferguson. Far and away having his best campaign of his career. Dude's on pace over 120 catches, 864 yards, and 11 touchdowns. Thoughts on his development this season? Thoughts on his continued stellar play? Can he keep this up?
Well, look, he had the same amount of touchdowns last year as I did. And now he is already blowing by that. He's gone from I can't find the end zone to now I can't do anything but find the end zone. He's been what they hoped he was going to be last year. They gave him some money. They signed him long term. He's a really good player. He's an awesome guy. If you get a chance to interview him, dude is an awesome interview. He's like Dak historically does very well for tight ends. If you go look, he has done obviously Dalton Schultz. They had a great thing going. Jason Witten at the very end of his career. Dak utilized the tight ends pretty well. So I would expect this to continue for Ferg.
Yeah, outstanding stuff. And we love having you as an ongoing guest right here on BetMGM tonight. The one, the only, the terrific. Oh, the goal, Bijan, go! Oh, he's still running. Go! He's going to take it to the touchdown, Atlanta. As Bijan Robinson, I think, has already crossed the century mark. He got a large chunk on that 81-yard touchdown run.
I must have swore.
Hey, RJ, selfishly, I'm glad to see that because I have him for the most rushing yards in the game at even money and part of our Crew to Cash Parlay League tonight. Bijan, folks, there's a reason why you drafted him. And number one overall in fantasy football. Outstanding run, outstanding inside scoop from RJ Choppy as well. Host on Shannon RJ 105.3 The Fan and Big D. Follow him on X, which kindly at RJ Choppy. Again, on X at RJ Choppy. RJ, we appreciate the time and hope the defense continues to suck because they got a lot of Cowboys on fantasy.
There you go. It's gonna be bad. I was hoping that Bijan was a pass catch. I took the over 31.5 receiving yards.
Don't worry, he'll get home.
He'll get home.
Don't worry. Let it simmer. Let it simmer.
He'll get home.
Oh,
all right.
Outstanding stuff from RJ Choppy. Yeah, look, hey, we're all betting on stuff. It's tremendous. He's on receiving yards. I'm on the rush yards as well. I was talking about it earlier today on my podcast at Fade 5 about how much I like Bijan Robinson at 80 plus. I mean, it should have undersold it. Should take it for like $120 plus. He may run for 200 tonight. Or about the way that he is ripping them off. And the Bills, man. The Bills continuously, and this is a note for all you fantasy football players. This is a note for all you player prop bettors as well. This is a consistent stain on their record defending the run. Again, and they enter the night giving up 4.99 yards per carry. I think Bijan just added like 2 to that average on one run alone.
Yeah, man. And this is why I really liked Atlanta in this game, right? I'm worried about Buffalo on the defensive side of the ball, which is why, again, today I played some more Kansas City futures because I want it for the Bills. But even right there, and Atlanta is right now top 10 in the league, getting pressure on the quarterback. But Josh Allen, I was worried, man. He got up. He did take a big hit. He looks to be okay, but I worry about pass pro. I worry about their run defense. I also worry about their secondaries, their linebackers. I love Matt Milano as a player, but he's constantly injured. So that's what scares me about the Bills. That's why I liked Atlanta tonight. I bet way too many props, I thought, but all these are about to come home as long as Drake London gets in the end zone. I had Bijan, but I played it in a what could go wrong 2-touchdown parlay. Now I just need Bill to get in the end zone. It was only plus 145, but you got to reduce that juice to get seduced by the juice. And with the outside zone matchup going against this Bears run defense, it should be a huge game for Krosky Merritt, meaning 15 carries for 13 yards, no touchdowns.
Yeah, the Bears all of a sudden resemble the 85 version.
Yeah,
Wilbur Marshall's going to be out there. Richard Dent is going to be out there. Mike Singletary is going to be wrapping dudes. I mean, come on. The Bears are going to get skewered on the ground. Jacoby Krosky Merritt is one of the most efficient per touch backs in the NFL. Just feed him, Dan Quinn. Feed the man. Kingsbury, give him the rock. He's clearly far and away the best back in this backfield. I questioned it at the beginning's start to the season, and now I'm not doubting it at all. He is for real, to say the least. Just tremendous stuff from Bijan Robinson. Hopefully soon from JCM as well. All right, we got to take a little siesta here and exhale on BetMGM tonight. We come back, we're going to talk some fantasy football. Another edition of Market Movers, including Rico Arena Suave. That's Mr. Dotto. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Run, Bijan, run!
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
We'll start in the college game. We had another great week. PJ's picks. We've had 7 of 8 winning weeks in college football on our PJ Pick 5. So let's keep it rolling. NFL, we're 3-1. If the Bills win tonight, we'll improve to 4-1. For next week in college football, let's go to some action, okay? Now, you guys know if you listen to the show, I normally don't like taking big favorites, but this week, I like Toledo. I like Toledo a lot. Minus 24.5 against Kent State, okay? You're getting maybe the best team in the MAC against maybe the second worst team in the MAC, because Kent State is coming off a game against UMass, the 2 worst teams in the league. Kent State was favored for the first time in 28 games. They were a 2.5-point favorite. They won 42-6. Meanwhile, you have Toledo coming off of an outright loss against Bowling Green as an 11-point favorite, okay? So you have maybe the best team in the MAC versus one of the worst teams in the MAC. You have the worst team coming off a huge blowout win, and you have Toledo coming off a disappointing loss as a big favorite I mean, this just feels like a smash spot. Kent State got their win, right? They're probably not going to win again all year, so they're happy. They're feeling good. Now they got to go out and play a pissed-off Toledo team that just lost. I think Toledo takes care of business. I think they smash Kent State, so we'll lay the 24.5 with Toledo. Let's take Mississippi State plus the 10 against Florida. I think this line is going to move. I'd grab the Bulldogs at plus 10 against Florida. You guys know I love my scheduling spots. I love looking for when teams are going to have letdowns, and these are the kind of games that I live for, are these type of matchups, right? Florida's last 4 games that the Gators have played in have all been against top 10 opponents. They played LSU when they were top 10, Miami when they were top 10, Texas when they were top 10, and then on Saturday they played Texas A&M. Those have been their last 4 games. They have played 4 straight top 10 teams, right? I mean, you're playing the best teams in the country. You got to get up for all those games every single week. And now this week, you're at home. You're a big favorite against Mississippi State after being an underdog and going up against all these top teams. Now you're a big favorite against a pesky Mississippi State team that's much improved, that upset Arizona State, took Tennessee to overtime, was hanging with Texas A&M for 3 quarters. And, oh, by the way, Mississippi State is off of a bye week. And did we not see Florida in a look-ahead spot earlier this year against South Florida not take a good team seriously and lose outright at the Swamp? This is what Billy Napier does, man. He's good against good teams. He gets his team to compete. In these kind of games, though, these aren't the kind of games you want to bet Florida. I like Mississippi State plus the 10. All right, you guys knew this was coming, right? I mean, we're all Penn State this week, plus the 3.5 against Iowa. You know we are. As soon as James Franklin got fired, I'm like, well, we got to do it. We got to take Penn State, plus the 3.5. Now, the fear, obviously, is even with the firing of James Franklin, does Penn State, do they even still care, right? So many of these guys came back to try and win the Big Ten, try and win the national championship, and all those things are out the window. Now their quarterback, Drew Aller, is done for the season as well, which I don't necessarily know it's a bad thing because he's not very good. But that's really the fear, is that Penn State, it's all about pride now. It's all about, can they finish the season strong, try and make a good bowl game, and go out the right way. Clearly, Penn State, the administrators, they felt like there needed a change to be made, and I agree with them, because if Franklin kept coaching that team, I don't know if they would have won another game this season. But look, they still have a good coaching staff, right? That's why I like Penn State so much coming into the year, was because Kotelnicki was the OC and Jim Knowles now was the defensive coordinator. You still have those guys. You still have one of the most talented teams on paper in college football. It's just all about if they're motivated or not. But imagine before the season, even with Drew Aller not playing in this game, imagine before the season if I told you you're getting Penn State plus 3.5 against Iowa.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. In motion. Fake it to Dowdle. Young's got a shuffle. Steps up, throws. Wide open man is Dowdle. And he's going to take it to the end zone against his former team. Touchdown Carolina. And the Panthers lead.
Revenge game! Rico Dowdle exacting that revenge against his former employer, the Dallas Cowboys. He said, hey, man, I'm going to come out and bring the pain, and he certainly issued it. Credit to Fox for that highlight rejoiner. And he scored on the anytime touchdown. Somehow, some way, I grabbed that at plus 100, closed at minus 120. Still my favorite bet of the entire weekend. And like a coward, like an absolute wimp, I didn't take him for 100 plus at 2-1 odds for him to get to the century mark on the ground. And of course, he got there with relative ease. We're going to be talking about Rico Dowdle amongst other star performers and another edition of Market Movers coming up here in this segment. Of course, we got a pair of games underway right now as Chicago 4th and 4. Looks like they're going to come out and try to attempt a field goal here, I think. Try to get the early lead, 3-0. Bears on that opening drive. Caleb Williams 3 for 4 for 26 yards. DeAndre Swift, the 12-yard 10-yard reception. Olamide Sakia's revenge game catch for 10 yards against the Commanders. Luther Burden already's got the one grab. Only need one more. You're halfway there. Whoa! Living on a prayer. Yeah, that's right. As we butcher the classic Bon Jovi song, the kick is up. And it is good. Bear down, Chicago Bears, 47-yard field goal through the uprights as they grab the lead. Meanwhile, my heart is racing. Last time Atlanta had the ball because Bijan Robinson galloped for an 80-yard scamper down the right sideline, find the end zone, gets the first carry on this drive as Atlanta up right now, really convincing fashion on the Buffalo Bills, 21-7. If you're going against Bijan Robinson, who's a bit of a buzzsaw right now in fantasy, 7 carries, 121 yards, a rushing touchdown, also has a catch for 8 yards. Tyler Algier also has a touchdown run for 20 yards in total on 2 carries. There was a 19-yard TD run that he had in the game, so doing some damage. Your boy Drake London with the other score as he's been peppered with targets, 6 targets, 5 grabs, 64 yards. Other than Bijan Robinson, it's just London and Bijan. Nobody else has caught a pass, as Kyle Pitts has the only other target in this game. So we're going to see a pass here on 3rd down. Maybe it's only 3rd and 1 for Atlanta. Hopefully they're going to be able to stave off a 3rd or 3 and out and limit this drive. But Bijan's out of the game. Tyler Algier's in. I got to guess, just a hunch, Horvath, it's going to go to Tyler Algier, don't you think?
Yeah, I still am mad at myself
it's
for not betting.
No, direct snap. That might have been Pitts on the right snap. He barely got it if he did.
Oh,
yep, they're giving it to him.
That's a good
I think that was
stop.
Kyle Pitts.
I think that's the backup tight end. That was who was that they put on center? I didn't even see who it was. 84.
Tony Gonzalez. Was that Tony Gonzalez out of retirement? Like, I
Oh,
don't
it
know
was
who that
it was
is.
Frank. It was Frank's. It was
Bubba
Felipe
Franks is back in the league.
Oh man, unreal. Yeah, that is him. That is him. Under center. Wow, nice play.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff. All right, we'll keep you up to date on the action. If you want to do a live dive right now, the live lines in Atlanta, Buffalo, currently at BetMGM, the ATL in 6.5, the over-under at a sky-high 60.5. If you believe the Bills are going to come back and win this thing, is plus 240 on the money line. Meanwhile, Chicago do it for all the Giardiniera in the room, taking on the Commanders. Bears up 3-0. Commanders still minus 4.5 on the live line. There's your Drake London catch. Cash another ticket, Ryan Horvath. The over-under at 49.5 live, and the Bears are plus 175 on a live money line. Do you like the Bears on a live dive? I think that's great value at plus 175, don't you?
Love the Bears on the live dive. Would stay away from this total, but I feel really good about this over in Atlanta. Also, didn't mean to celebrate like that, but man, I always think like, oh, he only needs one more reception. We got 3 quarters to go. I said that in a college game this week. The guy had 4. I needed 5 in the first quarter. Gets injured. Didn't get. I'm not one of those guys that complain to the sports book, but that was a bad beat. So really happy to have Drake London home. I like Chicago, man. I get why people do like the Commanders in this matchup, but Brandon made a really good point during the commercial break. As bad as the run defense has been for Chicago, let's see how they look tonight, getting a little bit healthier out of the bye. And also, I like Ben Johnson off the bye. Granted, we've never seen Ben Johnson as a head coach off the bye. I'm guessing because he's a play-calling genius. He's got a couple things up his sleeve for this Commanders defense.
Well, we're going to find out here in this opening possession. JCM is clearly the guy that you got to try to contain, given his explosivity. He's way up there in Yaka per attempt as well. Missed tackles forced, gets the first carry of the game for about a 3-yard gain. By the way, Michael Penix is cashing over. We didn't feature this earlier, but was only 2.5 on rush yards. He got that with ease. 1 carry for 8. So way to go home there if you slammed home Michael Penix on the over on rush yards. I just love rush yards. I love receiving yards receivers or running backs, some of those low threshold markets, and a lot of those do indeed come through as Tyler Algier gets another carry, but only for a yard. Again, we'll keep you up to date. All the action in both these games got to come fast and furious, but we got to spin some market movers in fantasy football. Some guys had some standout performances this weekend in the National Football League. Let's start with Drake May, who's been absolutely dealing right now for the New England Patriots. A guy who was at quarterback 3 on the season in fantasy points per game. Next 3 matchups at Tennessee, number 25 in dropback EPA defense, and the Browns at number 22 in dropback EPA defense, and the Falcons, who we see right now, they're number 6 in that category. May not really slip in the category. We're looking pretty stiff and stout so far this evening. I look at May, 261 yards, 3 touchdowns, and down in the Crescent City with 28 rushing. He's number 3 to adjusted completion percentage, number 3 in deep ball completion percentage, though only number 24 in red zone completion rate. Still a budding star right before our eyes. These are 1-for-1 deals that have been agreed upon in Yahoo leagues over the last 24 hours. Horvat, you tell me you'd rather have. Always kind of tough to judge with quarterbacks, but Drake May or my cousin Mike Evans, who might return this week?
I would rather have Drake May.
I'd rather Drake May as well. Drake May or Alvin Kamara?
Ooh, still Alvin Kamara for me.
Oh, not even close. It's going to be Drake May for me. Alvin Kamara, I think, is going to stay in New Orleans. The hope was he was going to get traded. Kendre Miller is going to continue to eat at his opportunity share. Last one, Drake May or Devontae Adams?
Drake May.
I take Adams, especially with Nakua now going to be sidelined for how long? 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, longer? Less than that? No idea. Adams going to be the WR1 at least in the short term. All right, let's move on. Rico Arena Dowdle. Mr. Suave getting it done like Uncle Rico again. He ain't going to throw it over them there mountains. He's going to plow through them, and he did that. A whole mess of Cowboys just running roughshod over them in back-to-back weeks. Unbelievable. He had 30 carries, 183 yards, 4 grass, 56, and a receiving touchdown. All of a sudden, he is RB11 on the season in total points after back-to-back colossal performances next 3 games. I get the Jets on the road, number 19 rush EPA defense. Get the bumbling Bills, who aren't defending, but licking the trenches again tonight. Evidence by Bijan Robinson. Number 27 in United rush EPA. They may fall in that category. And then at Green Bay, they've been subpar. Number 18 in rush EPA defense. I look at some of the advanced analytics. Rico Dowdle at RB4 in yak per attempt. And he's also number 15 with 15 missed tackles for us. 1-for-1 deals that have been agreed upon at Yahoo the last 24 hours. Ryan, tell me you'd rather have Rico Dowdle or Tyler Warren?
You know what? Tyler Warren.
Rico Dowdle for me. Dowdle or Jalen Waddle?
Dowdle.
Dowdle for me. Dowdle or Xavier Worthy?
Dowdle for me.
Dowdle again. Dowdle, and last one, Cortland Sutton.
Dowdle for me.
Dowdle for me. Let me ask you a follow-up question. Chuba Hubbard comes back, let's say, this week. What's the split look like, or is Rico going to be the main man now moving forward?
I do still think that you have to use Chuba, especially because they paid him, right? So I think I was going to initially say 50-50. Maybe they work him back like 60-40, but how do you go away from the hot hand? I know that's cliche to say, man, but 200 total yards from scrimmage in back-to-back games. I know it wasn't against the best defenses, but right now I think you have to ride the hot hand, and he looks damn good. So I'll go 60-40 this week.
I'm going to say 70-30. Yeah, you have to go with Rico, man. Keep feeding the beast, right? I mean, Hubbard's a fine back. But Rico Dowdle is just a man possessed right now. And again, you got another soft matchup. You're taking on the Jets. Both those guys honestly could go off if Chuba Hubbard comes back and is in uniform, and that is far from a guarantee. All right, let's move on. Guy we talked about with RJ Choppy in the last segment, George Pickens, who is wide receiver 2 in fantasy points per game so far this season, coming off a monstrous game against those Carolina Panthers. 11 targets, 9 grabs, $168, and yet another touchdown. I think he's got 6 TDs now on the season. 7.4 targets per game is what he's averaging. He's number 6 in deep ball targets, number 2 in red zone targets, 122.4 passer rating when targeted. Next 3 games, the Commanders, number 19 dropback EPA defense, and at the Broncos, number 2 outstanding in coverage are they, and then Arizona, number 17 in dropback EPAD. Oh, the Bears pick off Jane Daniels right at the goal line, and then he's off. Oh, Bear down, Chicago Bears. Outstanding stuff. Love to see it. The Bears defense. People were absolutely, drowning them, skewering them, slapping them around. On one of them, hand was raised, and they said, "Shut up and sit down, Evans. So Bears fan. We're better than you think." I look pretty damn good there. Way to go, Chicago. Anyway, getting back to Pickens, 1-for-1 deals conducting Yahoo the last 24 hours. Who would you rather have? Pickens, this is a real trade, or Justin Jefferson?
Justin Jefferson, but man, it's actually tougher than it should be.
It's crazy that that is an actual deal that was agreed upon, but it's a fair deal. I would still take Jefferson. Pickens or Ashton Genty?
Oh, man. So, I'm really desperate for running back help. So, for me, it would be Genty, but it's tough, because of that offensive line for Vegas and their offense. I would still go Genty.
I'm going to go Genty as well. Pickens or Derrick Henry?
Oh, Pickens in a landslide, which, I don't know that I know that I would say, I don't think I would know that I would be saying that, like 3-4 weeks ago, man, but he is awesome. Turns out, hey, if you're a really talented wide receiver and you don't have a quarterback, if your quarterback's names are Duck Hodges and Mason Rudolph, you're not going to do a whole lot, and also, what's funny? It doesn't really seem like he's a problem in the locker room either. Maybe that was just something that was going on in Pittsburgh. I love him, though, his skill set, even when CeeDee Lamb comes back.
Yeah, and the defense stinks, folks. So it's going to be high-volume situations across the board. So that's something that's always going to raise the floor for Dallas Cowboys wideouts. I'm going to give you an option on one of these 2 guys we'll cover first. Kendrick Bourne or Matthew Golden?
Kendrick Bourne. You know what? No. Matthew Golden, yesterday, finally, they got him involved in the offense. He was the offense in the first half. I was worried about what he looked like with the ball in his hands because we didn't see it a whole lot at Texas, but he looked a lot better yesterday. I think his role continues to grow. In fact, I think he gets in the end zone next week. Matthew Golden for me.
All right, so here's a breakdown on Golden. A guy coming off a 5-target, 3-catch, 86-yard game. Also had 2 carries for 16. Love to see that multi-purpose usage taking on the Bengals. He's only averaging 3.5 targets per game, though on the season he is number 3 in average yards of separation per target, number 19 in ADOT. That's average depth of target. Next 3 games, at Arizona, 17 dropback EPA defense, at Pittsburgh, number 11, Carolina at number 26. 1-for-1 deals. Agreed upon in Yahoo Leagues the last 24 hours. Matthew Golden or Jaylen Warren?
Jaylen Warren for me.
Yeah, Jaylen Warren for me too, but it's close. Matthew Golden or Daniel Jones? Odd trade.
Matthew Golden.
Yeah, I'm going to go Golden as well. Almost a great catch there. Matthew Golden or Khalil Shakir?
Matthew Golden for me.
Matthew Golden for me. Last one, Matthew Golden or Devontae Smith?
That one is a little bit tougher. I'll go Devontae Smith.
I'm going to go Matthew Golden, man. The breakout is about to happen in a big way. The TDs are going to start rolling in. He's got the best hands in that wide receiver core. The role's starting to ramp up. Jordan Love's been talking him up all year long, going back to over the summer. I think the role is just going to continue to grow and grow and grow. Could be a WR3, a high-end one, rest of season as DJ Moore rumbles his way to a first down. All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back. We'll give an update in these 2 Monday night games and 2 we're hawking the waiver wire, giving you some early free agent options ahead of the week. So stick around, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Stay tuned.
We'll be right back with more bets, more sweats, and more fantasy right here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
And when you ask yourself the question, can the Buccaneers win the Super Bowl? I asked myself this last night, and I thought long and hard because I was like, I need to make sure I get this right. I need to make sure that I'm not getting fooled with what's going on right now or getting in like a full-on hater mode with what's going on right now. Can the Buccaneers actually win the Super Bowl? And maybe this answer surprises some of you out there listening and watching, but I actually think they can. I'm there. I'm officially there with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think that they can win the Super Bowl. Now, will they? I mean, we'll find out. Obviously, there's a lot of hurdles between now and next February for the Buccaneers to actually pull this off. But just based on the NFC and the landscape that's out there and what's on the AFC side, which is the much worse conference, in my opinion, unless they have to run up against Mahomes and the Chiefs, which maybe they will, I think they can beat any other team in the AFC. And right now, I think they can beat a lot of these teams in the NFC. Now, you look at the head coach in Todd Bowles. He's doing a fine job so far this season. Is he a coach that you think of as like Super Bowl winning head coach? I'm not sure. Maybe not. Maybe he is. But, I mean, Todd Bowles has at least coached in playoff games. Baker Mayfield has played in many playoff games. So it's not as crazy to make this leap of, oh, Tampa can actually get there and get this done. Right now, over at BetMGM, the Buccaneers, they're 20-1 to win the Super Bowl, 8-1 to win the NFC. I look at the NFC, and amongst the contending teams, which quarterback is playing better than Baker Mayfield? I mean, is Jared Goff playing better? No. Jordan Love? No. Jalen Hurts? I mean, we all know what's going on with the Eagles' offense over the last couple of weeks. Matthew Stafford? He's been awesome, but is he playing better than Baker? No. Jaden Daniels? We love Jaden Daniels on this show. I love Jaden Daniels. Made us a lot of money last year in the playoffs. He's not playing better than Baker Mayfield right now. Brock Purdy? He's hurt. Sam Darnold? No. Baker Mayfield just outdueled him last week in Seattle. So if you look around the landscape in the NFC, who's playing better than Baker? I mean, I guess you could say maybe Dak Prescott, but his team is irrelevant, which we'll talk about in the next segment. But like amongst the contending teams, no one's playing better than Baker Mayfield.
Vrabel going back to Tennessee, laying a touchdown. Can you lay it with the Pats?
Yes. Yes, I could. Vrabel, I was told, wants to stomp a hole in their head. That's what I was told about Vrabel going into Nashville. Uh-huh. It was actually worse. I can't say what it was really relayed as, but this one's personal. New England goes into Tennessee, where the Titans fired Vrabel to hire Brian Callahan.
Ooh. He's going to coach circles around him. Everything that he's been how much has he saved for this game? Like, I would think everything. It's going to be like a playoff game.
He's not going to stop. If they can make them cry, they will.
some of these hitters can bail out a manager from making a poor decision or just kind of gloss over a skipper making a poor decision in game. These Dodgers bats can gloss over Shohei having a bad series because you don't tend to focus on that. You're like, oh, well, Shohei, it doesn't matter.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Manic Monday edition of the show. We're going to hawk the waiver wire here for fantasy football purposes momentarily. Some interesting names, to say the least. And one guy in particular that was a standout that you should have grabbed last week. Still widely available right now in Yahoo League. So even those of you in baby pool shallow 10-team or 8-team leagues have to consider his services. We're going to break all those down here momentarily. Get even update here momentarily as well in the pair of Monday Night Football games. Before we dive into that, two things. Number one, if you have any fantasy football questions for us, if you have any sports betting, inquiries as well you want to share, maybe some thoughts on tickets that you're sweating and riding out right now, maybe you want to do a live dive on the air, by all means, pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X, at BetMGM Tonight. Number two, hey, BetMGM account holders, you'll receive an any sport parlay boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with a parlay boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and my personal favorite, SGP. So opt in right now on the any sport parlay boost token only at BetMGM. All right, update right now. Atlanta kind of clocking the Buffalo Bills. 27 seconds remaining, a 3rd and 10 here for the ATL. They're already up 2 touchdowns. It is 21-7. Meanwhile, Jake Moody, former Michigan standout, formerly of the San Francisco 49ers, has already split the upright not once, but twice from 45-plus yards. Bears out to a 6-0 lead. 2 and change remaining there in the first quarter. Let me give you a live update on both these lines. Atlanta right now at BetMGM laying 6.5 on the live line. Over-under is now down to 55.5, as was as high as I saw of 60.5. If you believe the Bills are going to come from behind and take this sucker after halftime, they are plus 220 on the live money line. Meanwhile, and Bears and Commanders, as Bears broke up a deep shot there. That was beautifully played. The Bears, again, up 6-0. Commanders still favored right now at a -2.5. Put some damn respect on my Chicago Bears books. 46.5 as a live total. Even Steven -115 juice. Either side of the ledger there. And the Bears, if you like them to win this game, folks, are plus 125 right now. Tremendous value in my opinion. Ryan, talk long-winded because I think I'm going to grab the Bears straight up on the money line right now.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm feeling real. I'm going to celebrate myself because right now I'm looking on pace for maybe like a 9-0 night. I'm feeling really good about this Bears Commanders under 49.5, even though it scared the hell out of me. Just because the Commanders get into the red zone, Jaden Daniels with a rare turnover, throws an interception. Bears have marched down the field, and twice they've had to settle for field goals. So feeling even still like at the current price, good about the under. I like the Bears to win this game outright. And I liked Atlanta to win this game outright. I would not take Buffalo to come back. Famous last words, they probably do. Josh Allen's the best quarterback in the league at current moment. But I liked both dogs tonight. I liked the over in this Buffalo-Atlanta game, and I liked the under in this Chicago game. And, man, we got a fumble, and this game is sloppy right now. So, yeah, if you're getting plus money on Chicago right now, Ben Johnson out of the bye, I'd bet the Bears. I'm just not there with this Commanders team. And I know the offense has looked much better since Jaden Daniels has come back, but it's Chicago or pass for me on the current price.
Well, guess what? Adios, amigo, to the plus money. It gone as Bill puts the ball on the ground. Bears recover it. Bears now favored at -2.5, and they're -140 on the live money line. That total's sitting at now 46.5, so that shade off 3 points immediately. And I need Caleb Williams to get some work done here for fantasy football purposes, betting purposes. I need a couple of end zone strikes, preferably, please, and thank you to the guy who just caught the ball, and Rome Odunze. Again, we'll chime in if you hear the Tecmo Bowl sounder. You will know that somebody has found the end zone. All right, let's go ahead and get to the Hawk of the waiver wire for fantasy football. And we got to start off with Kamani Vidal, still only about 32% rostered right now in Yahoo League. So for those of you that play in those shallow formats, 8-teamers, 10-teamers, you might have to spend considerable fab cash to get him on your squad, as the ATL just picked off Josh Allen. Man, what a half by the Falcons. Only 7 seconds remaining, though they may be able to put 3 on the board with a quick strike. You look at Kamani Vidal, again, you know, tore up Miami, 18 carries, 124 yards on the ground, 3 for 14 and a touchdown through the air. He was RB5 on the week. Appreciable yak per attempt at 3.44, forced 3 missed tackles, and a great schedule upcoming. He has the upper hand, despite the report that came out early on Sunday morning that Hassan Haskins was going to be that guy. Nah. Harbaugh says, you're a bunch of liars. I told you it was going to be Kamani Vidal. And sure enough, he absolutely delivered. So how much fab cash would you spend to get Vidal on your team? I think it's going to, at this juncture, probably take at least, 30, 40% of your budget?
Yeah, I was going to say probably 40 to 50% of my budget, especially if you're desperate at this position right now. Now, a lot more, I should say, injuries at the wide receiver position, but running backs are tough to pick up. I worried about the Chargers running back situation just because the offensive line has not been very good with the loss of Slater, their tackle. And Joe Alt was dealing with an injury. But, man, I mean, more than 100 rushing yards in his first NFL start. Like you said, you had Haskins, who appeared to be the top running back on the depth chart. But there Vidal was, and he breaks that 38-yard run. I do think they'll probably go with a hot hand situation, but I think he's the better back, the more efficient back. So, yeah, probably 40 to 50% of my fab cash right now after that performance.
Look, he's slick. He's got great feet. He's low to the ground. He's built like a fire hydrant, right? And he gets appreciable yards after contact. I want all of those things. Hassan Haskins is a bigger back. He's like 6'2", 220. A lot of people are like, oh, he's going to be the goal line guy. He's going to be the dude. No, Vidal was the guy primarily used in red zone packages, and he absolutely delivered. I think he's here to stay at least in a 70-30, maybe 75-25 split moving forward. All right, let's move on to Bam Knight. Another erroneous report that came out on Sunday was that, Bam Knight was going to be the lead back for this Arizona club. Now, if you plugged him in, you picked him off waivers, he actually delivered. Did Zonovan, that's his actual name, as he went for over 30 yards, had a rushing touchdown, 2 catches for 20. So double-digit fantasy output, but the yak per attempt not the greatest at 2.36, but he also forced 3 missed tackles. Next 3 games for him: Green Bay, number 18 in rush EPAD, then the bye, then at Dallas, yes, sir, please and thank you, number 26 in rush EPAD, then at Seattle, number 3 in that category. Michael Carter is still going to be involved. Amari DiMercato was banged up yesterday. What are your thoughts on Bam Knight? How much you willing to spend? If you got $100 of fab cash, you thinking like 10 to 15, a little bit more?
Yeah, maybe like 10 to 15. I do think he'll get some goal line work, but I mean, like you said, that report ends up being false. Carter plays every single snap on the first drive. We didn't see Knight until the second drive. Now, he does then go on to out-snap Carter. Unfortunately, I played Carter yesterday and made a trade for him in one league, played him to score an anytime touchdown, and then there's Bam Knight. That's what I like, though. It is probably going to be a heavy 2-man rotation even next week against the Packers. Then after that, they get that matchup against Dallas, though. So, I do kind of like Knight. So 15 to 20% I think is reasonable because I do think that'll get some goal line work.
Yeah, that's about it. It's still going to be a full-blown RBBC with him and Michael Carter. All right, let's go to a pair of Tampa wideouts. We don't know Mike Evans is going to be back. Oh, my goodness, Drake London. Oh my God. Touchdown Atlanta as time expires in the first half. They're about to go up 28-7 on the Buffalo Bills. The camera pans over to Josh Allen. He just sits there bewildered, like, what the hell is going on? A 40-yard receiving touchdown in the half. What a half by the ATL, although he is out of bounds. Definitely, that's going to be short. That's going to be short, folks. Those points going to come off the board. His right foot out of bounds before the ball crosses the chalk and breaks the plane. So I think that's going to be erased here in short order on review. Anyway, wide receivers in Tampa, Tez Johnson, Cameron Johnson, Barton College. I never heard of it. That's where Cameron Johnson went. And a guy that absolutely balled out yesterday, 4 targets, 4 catches, 64 yards, and a touchdown against San Francisco. We don't know the status of Ibuka as the Bears get in. Caleb Williams, touchdown, Chicago Bears.
No.
Chicago Bears. No. Hell yeah, 1-yard touchdown run for him. I wish it was a passing variety selfishly, but I will take it for fantasy football purposes. Bears, Dicka, Mini Dicka, Polish sausage. Any interest in Cameron Johnson, Tez Johnson, with that wide receiver room in so much flux? Again, we don't know the status of Emeka Egbuka dealing with that hamstring.
Yeah, because we don't know the status, right? If you're desperate at that position, and there's a lot of injuries at that position. Now, there are some guys that are going to work their way back here, a guy like Christian Watson, eventually, but I would probably pick up Tez Johnson. I wouldn't get too crazy. Cameron Johnson. I liked Tez Johnson a lot more coming out of college. Right now, it's just a big unknown with this Egbuka injury. Mike Evans is going to come back, but I would try to buy cheap on both of those guys, to be honest with you, man, because they continue to rack up injuries. Every week, another wide receiver goes down with an injury.
Yeah, I'm looking like $4 to $7 or either one of those guys. I have a preference. It'd be Cameron over Tez. But again, I think it's going to be a mixed bag as Baker spreads the love around. How about smacking that booty? Kayshon Boutte in a homecoming in the LSU product in New Orleans. 5 targets, 5 grabs, 93 yards, not 1 but 2 touchdowns. On the season, number 8 and ADOT, number 2 in yards per target. He's averaging 16.7 yards per catch. Next 3 games at Tennessee. Love that matchup. Cleveland, which is struggling on the back end. Their strengths on the front end. And then Atlanta, who is really balling defensively tonight. How much for him? I'm thinking like 10 to 12.
Yep, 10 to 12, maybe even 15, man. Looked really good. And I liked him coming out of college. That offense looks damn good. I think he could be that number 2 wide receiver.
And last one to do Atwell. Spend a couple of bucks, folks, with Puka Nacua out. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. The tightest beard of the betting game. Jared Smith's joining us. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Bear down!
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Another sizable point spread here in the SEC, which could be a very good game. How about Bama laying 8 against Tennessee? Numbers 8. This has been a tough road here for Bama. So over the weekend, it's a push in their game. They end up winning by 3 on the road at Missouri. I think that sat 3 all week. I never really saw it come off to 3. And there you get a push there. And now they're going to have to lay 8 against the Vols.
Bama's been very impressive. And it's crazy. I saw this stat that Bama has faced an opponent every week that had no losses. Isn't that something? Like the team coming in did not have a loss. And Bama has beaten all of them except for Florida State. I mean, to go Georgia, Vanderbilt, Missouri in a row, bang, 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 and win all 3 is very impressive. And Ty Simpson, I mean, you want to talk about Heisman Trophy contenders? He's right there with Carson Beck. Depending on the sports book you look at, those two are mano a mano They are right there near the top. Simpson made some throws on Saturday that were insane.
I'm kind of speechless. And this is a lost season now. So you've got an interim head coach in Terry Smith. Drew Aller is out for the year. And, oh, by the way, the buyout for James Franklin is a little more than $48 million. So Penn State is moving in a new direction where they're going to pay for it.
Oh, absolutely. And also it's the trickle-down effect, because I will say this, like, James Franklin is at least a good recruiter, but all those recruits that were committed to Penn State, it feels like they are leaving in a mass exodus, you know, because that's what happens when coaches are fired, because usually the commits are based on the head coach. So not only is Penn State losing this year, it feels like it's going to hurt them for the next few years as well.
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Manic Monday edition of the show. We're going to be talking to the tightest beard in the sports betting game, the incomparable Jared Smith, here momentarily. Update on the pair of Monday night matchups as Atlanta's up 21-7 over the Buffalo Bills at halftime. Really dominant in that first half. Meanwhile, Washington is driving. They are down 13-0 right now against bear-down Chicago Bears. Still 11 minutes approximately to go in this first half. Again, Washington knocking at the door, penetrating the red zone, just looking right now with the box score. Jaden Daniels only has 3 carries for 6 yards, just had his longest run of 7. Jacoby Krosky Merritt, unfortunate fumble, a great fumble, and for my fandom's sake, as a Bears diehard supporter, and really the Bears looking tremendous. Caleb Williams with the first touchdown of the game on the ground, as it looks like Chris Rodriguez gets the carry. No, that was Jeremy McNichols, pardon me. As JCM, we'll see if he does get another touch in this game. Could already be in the doghouse with that fumble loss, and a matchup a lot of people are licking their chops at against a Bears defense that certainly had struggled entering the night on the ground for much of the season. Again, we'll keep you up to date on all the action that is going down right now on the NFL gridiron. But a friendly reminder, phone lines remain wide open if you want to talk fantasy football with us. You want to talk your sports betting tickets as well. By all means, pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. All right, let's bring him in right now. A man who is on a heater so far tonight. Yeah, Caleb Williams, folks, to score the first touchdown of the game. Yes, on the ground at like 25-1. Also cash in with Tyler Algier, first touchdown. Just retire, Jared Smith. Just go ahead, get your Caribbean island, get your lady, get your beverage, and have a good old time, as it looks like, the Commanders just scored a touchdown more with the touchdown reception of all people, as the Commanders get on the board, about to be 13-7, Bears over Washington. But Jared Smith here, host on Fox Sports Radio, host of a brand new podcast. Check it out wherever you get your podcast, called The Morning After Podcast. And follow him on X, would you kindly, at Jared Smith Betts. Again, on X, at Jared Smith Betts. All right, Jared, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight, Mr. Heater. As a Penn State grad and enthusiast of that school, and sorry to be Debbie Downer, your reaction to James Franklin getting fired after he had another debacle, this time against Northwestern, and what's your feeling on a dead cat bounce in Week 8? Currently, the Nittany Lions are catching 3.5 points against Michael Montgomery, who works a video board in his Iowa Hawkeyes. That one on the road there in Iowa City. So give me your thoughts about Franklin getting shown the door, and also Penn State and maybe bouncing back in some way against the Hawkeyes on the road this weekend.
Gentlemen, it is great to be back. Shout out Ryan Kramer and the Sports Gambling Podcast. That is where I got my first touchdown bets tonight. This man is absolutely cooking. If you're not following them, free show. They are OGs in the sports betting space. They are fantastic at what they do, and they are really good at the first touchdown markets. It's not a market that I typically swim in, at least my research. I just kind of fire, smaller wagers, but they were on point tonight. 20-1 on Caleb and 9-1 on Algier. Really good night. So yeah, dinner on me, boys. But James Franklin, dinner on James, because he's going to be unemployed yet still making $50 million. I wish I was in that situation where I was so bad at my job to where they fired me and then they said, "Here's $50 million for your troubles, sir." But no, all kidding aside, just a horrible situation. I mean, you're talking about what a difference 2 weeks makes, right? You're up 7 in overtime against Oregon, and now 2 weeks later, you are coachless and hopeless in terms of a college football playoff berth and just having any semblance of a season. It was, I guess, the only move left to be made, because from my perspective, it looked like he quit on the team. It looked like he was so out of it. Right. Like, the one thing I love about coaches, and Brad, I know you know this, being a Illinois guy and having Bielema on your sidelines every week, the fight, the fire, that regardless of your team winning or losing, even if it's a positive play, like, you are just raging on the sidelines. And the last few weeks, really all season, I didn't see any of that from Penn State. It almost looked like the pressure of having the best roster and the best coordinators and the quarterback coming back and all of the national championship hype was just too much. Like, right, we talk about this all the time when we see young players rise to the occasion and they're not quite ready, right? The moment too big. It just seemed like Penn State was just so out of it. And from what I was told, Drew Aller has been coached all year. Don't make the big mistake. And when you're playing not to lose, like, this is what happens. Eventually it all just crumbles because you're not letting it rip. And I think that all of that, combined, and then the loss to Oregon kind of broke their spirits. And then they go to UCLA and just, I don't know what that performance was. And you could just see it on the sidelines this weekend, guys. Like, there was just no fight, no fire left. He kind of quit on the team. And then the Drew Aller injury is just horrible because now he doesn't get to leave on his terms. And the whole situation, I mean, it's one of the biggest flops, I think, in college football history. As for going forward, I don't know how you can bet on them right now based off of the quarterback situation they have. Grunkmeyer is just not a guy that you really want to rely on. And I think because of all the uncertainty surrounding both coordinators right now, it seems like a situation that you should probably stay away from.
Yeah.
Jared, Puka Nacua, unfortunately, yesterday suffers an ankle injury, and the Rams hope that, or they're lucky that they dodge anything long-term here, but we don't know when he's going to be back. I know you were really high on him in the Offensive Player of the Year market. Do you think now, if you're getting plus 850, 9-1, if he is back in a couple of weeks, it's still worth a bet? Is there somebody else maybe that you would target? Because Jonathan Taylor has been ridiculous, but now he goes from 22-1 to plus 175. JSN, Smith and Jigba, he's sitting there at plus 450. Anybody that you would target, or would you still maybe ride it out with Puka or look to buy?
I would ride it out, honestly, Ryan. I think you're getting a good number now, so I think if you're willing to bet the injury bug, I think there's a chance that he comes back relatively quickly. And because he did such a great job the first 5 weeks of the year, I mean, there's a decent chance he still leads the NFL in receptions and targets. So I think there's still upside for him. Bijan's interesting. I mean, he made a play tonight that's like a wow kind of play. I think the problem with Atlanta is I just don't know if it'll be as sustained, right? Because you've got Algier back there who also scored, right? He scored tonight too. So there's a lot of mouths to feed, I think, in that Atlanta backfield where, let's be honest, with the Rams right now, I mean, Adams doesn't look like a volume receiver. I mean, he looks like a guy that's going to kind of be like a, 3 to 6 catch per game guy. And I think outside of that, of the run game, of course, but when Stafford's throwing it, I still think Nacua is the main target. Whereas in Atlanta and Indy, I don't know. I would be surprised if the Colts offense keeps this up. I really would. I didn't love how they looked yesterday. I thought that they got by, but when they face a team that's going to be a little bit more stout defensively, I think they take Taylor away, and we'll see what Daniel Jones has. I mean, he's been great the first 6 weeks, but I would be surprised. Like, of the two things Indy has, I think their defensive line has a little bit more staying power than their offense does. Because I don't fully. Maybe it's just a personal choice, but I'm not fully there yet on Daniel Jones. I want to see it in big games, in big spots, and big moments, because I think we're starting to see teams come around to his style just a little bit.
Totally agree, man. What about, let's switch back over to college football. Indiana. I didn't know if I wanted to believe. I believe that they were going to be good, and I really like Fernando Mendoza, man, and I love what they do on the defensive side of the ball, especially with their safeties. But 10-point winners on the road against Oregon. They confused the living hell out of Dante Moore in that game. Are the Hoosiers for real? Obviously, big game coming up against Ohio State. But what do you think about Indiana here?
Legit. Absolutely legit, guys. I think I was surprised at how legit. Like, I think, I gave them a puncher's chance. The market did, right? The market shortened on them all week. I think it closed at a flat 7. And I think it was in kind of the double-digit range for a lot of the summer. And we saw a big move on them before, right it open and then kind of, drifting throughout the week. But I'll be honest, I think Mendoza might be QB1 right now outside of Ty Simpson in terms of NFL draft upside. He's got the size, the prototypical size. He's got everything. He checks every box. The only box he doesn't check is he goes to Indiana, which, is not a program that typically, churns out NFL prospects like Alabama does or like Oregon does. But lightning quick delivery, decision-making process is elite. And they've got weapons. Like, we loved their weapons last year. I mean, I thought this Indiana team last year had all the pieces. It's just they got in that game against Notre Dame and they kind of shriveled up like a prune. That's not the case this year. You know, they went to Eugene. I mean, to be fair, I mean, Notre Dame was great last year, but I think Oregon's roster might be better than what Notre Dame had last year. I mean, I think the upside is definitely there. Maybe they're a little bit younger than Notre Dame was. Notre Dame was a little more savvy, a little more experienced probably in the big moments, but Oregon's roster is all full of 4- and 5-star kids, and they got a hell of a coach. And Indiana went in there and just stuffed them in a locker. I mean, that was really impressive. So I think you've got to give them all the flowers in the world. Now, can they do it against Ohio State? People are going to hate this, but I think Ohio State's probably the best team in the country again. And I don't really think it matters that Julian Saint's unproven because Will Howard won a national championship last year. I think Patricia is just an elite defensive mind. And pencil, pen, marker, I don't care what he's using on the sidelines, but they've got a defensive scheme that is just nuts. I mean, it is absolutely nails. And they've got some dudes on that defensive side of the ball that are going to shut you down. So that'll be a really fun game when we get it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I saw Ohio State in person. Holy crap, they got dudes everywhere. Just speed, disruptive for days. I can't wait for them to clash with Indiana. Hopefully we're going to get it down the road. We're talking to the great Jared Smith right now, host on Fox Sports Radio, host of the Morning After podcast. Follow it and subscribe to wherever you get your podcasts. And follow him on X, would you kindly, at Jared Smith Bets. Again, on X, at Jared Smith Bets. Jared, who wins this year's MVP in the NFL? I stated earlier in the show how the argument for Baker Mayfield at plus 425 continues to grow despite one wide receiver after another falling to the sinister injury imp's wrath. Though Patrick Mahomes at plus 275 certainly deserves his standing in the conversation after last night's performance. And of course, Josh Allen, we're going to see what he does as Ray Davis gets in the end zone on a receiving touchdown and getting closer as they're only down 7 right now. He's the front runner of plus 180. But as of today, who would you vote for? Josh Allen, Baker Mayfield, Patrick Mahomes? Who's going to hoist the hardware?
If I had to vote today, it'd be Baker. They have a better record, and he's done more with less. I mean, there's zero doubt about that, right? You've got a defensive-minded head coach. You've got your top 3 receivers are all injured. You've got injuries just up and down the lineup, and he continues to make plays. Now, the season doesn't end today. There is a chance that those injuries eventually catch up to Tampa, and that's where a Mahomes or a Josh Allen, I think, come into the picture. I think Drake May is an intriguing choice. The Patriots' schedule is about as soft as paper towels. There's a legit chance that they win 13 games this year. And if that's the case, I think you have to at least consider Drake May. I think the problem is if Drake May has 13 wins, Mahomes has 12, Baker's got 13. Like, I think that's where the narrative and that's where, kind of just the fact that Drake is still up and coming and those other guys are significantly more established veteran quarterbacks. That's where the narrative, I think, will bite Drake May. But let's say, Baker falls off and, Mahomes, they finish like 10-7 or 11-6 and Drake May's 14-3. I mean, then you have to actually really consider May to win this award. I wouldn't bet it at 10-1 because I just think the narrative is so stacked against him that you have to overcome that. The bet over the summer was real. I forget what the number was, but it was significantly longer. And that was the time to bet Drake May. I don't think anyone in the market today is worth a bet. I think everyone's priced correctly. I think Mahomes probably deserves to be the favorite just because of narrative. But Baker would get my vote today just because of what he's been able to overcome and the fact that Tampa Bay is just a mash unit right now.
Awesome stuff. We're up against it, Jared. We appreciate it again. Host on Fox Sports Radio, host of the Morning After podcast, and follow him on X at Jared Smith Bets. All right, we got to follow ourselves out of here right now. When we come back, college football fade or follow for week 8 right here at BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
start in the college game. We had another great week. PJ's picks. We've had 7 of 8 winning weeks in college football on our PJ Pick 5. So let's keep it rolling. NFL, we're 3-1. If the Bills win tonight, we'll improve to 4-1. For next week in college football, I'm looking, let's go to some action, okay? Now, you guys know if you listen to the show, I normally don't like taking big favorites, but this week, I like Toledo. I like Toledo a lot. Minus 24.5 against Kent State, okay? You're getting maybe the best team in the MAC against maybe the second worst team in the MAC, because Kent State is coming off a game against UMass, the 2 worst teams in the league. Kent State was favored for the first time in 28 games. They were a 2.5-point favorite. They won 42-6. Meanwhile, you have Toledo coming off of an outright loss against Bowling Green as an 11-point favorite, okay? So you have maybe the best team in the MAC versus one of the worst teams in the MAC. You have the worst team coming off a huge blowout win, and you have Toledo coming off a disappointing loss as a big favorite. I mean, this just feels like a smash spot. Kent State got their win, right? They're probably not going to win again all year, so they're happy. They're feeling good. Now they got to go out and play a pissed-off Toledo team that just lost. I think Toledo takes care of business. I think they smash Kent State, so we'll lay the 24.5 with Toledo. Let's take Mississippi State plus the 10 against Florida. I think this line is going to move. I'd grab the Bulldogs at plus 10 against Florida. You guys know I love my scheduling spots. I love looking for when teams are going to have letdowns, and these are the kind of games that I live for, are these type of matchups, right? Florida's last 4 games that the Gators have played in have all been against top 10 opponents. They played LSU when they were top 10, Miami when they were top 10, Texas when they were top 10, and then on Saturday they played Texas A&M. Those have been their last 4 games. They have played 4 straight top 10 teams, right? I mean, you're playing the best teams in the country. You got to get up for all those games every single week. And now this week, you're at home. You're a big favorite against Mississippi State after being an underdog and going up against all these top teams. Now you're a big favorite against a pesky Mississippi State team that's much improved, that upset Arizona State, took Tennessee to overtime, was hanging with Texas A&M for 3 quarters. And, oh, by the way, Mississippi State is off of a bye week. And did we not see Florida in a look-ahead spot earlier this year against South Florida not take a good team seriously and lose outright at the Swamp? This is what Billy Napier does, man. He's good against good teams. He gets his team to compete. In these kind of games, though, these aren't the kind of games you want to bet Florida. I like Mississippi State plus the 10. All right, you guys knew this was coming, right? I mean, we're all Penn State this week, plus the 3.5 against Iowa. You know we are. As soon as James Franklin got fired, I'm like, well, we got to do it. We got to take Penn State, plus the 3.5. Now, the fear, obviously, is even with the firing of James Franklin, does Penn State, do they even still care, right? So many of these guys came back to try and win the Big Ten, try and win the national championship, and all those things are out the window. Now their quarterback, Drew Aller, is done for the season as well, which I don't necessarily know it's a bad thing because he's not very good. But that's really the fear, is that Penn State, it's all about pride now. It's all about, can they finish the season strong, try and make a good bowl game, and go out the right way. Clearly, Penn State, the administrators, they felt like there needed a change to be made, and I agree with them, because if Franklin kept coaching that team, I don't know if they would have won another game this season. But look, they still have a good coaching staff, right? That's why I like Penn State so much coming into the year, was because Kotelnicki was the OC and Jim Knowles now was the defensive coordinator. You still have those guys. You still have one of the most talented teams on paper in college football. It's just all about if they're motivated or not. But imagine before the season, even with Drew Aller not playing in this game, imagine before the season if I told you you're getting Penn State plus 3.5 against Iowa.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Probably the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this Manic Monday edition. We got a Monday Night Football double dip, and we're keeping our eyes peeled on all of the action. Again, if you want to talk anything fantasy football related, you want to talk anything sports related in the betting markets, by all means, pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Got a couple of really tight games here all of a sudden. Atlanta really owned that first half, but they're only up 7 right now. 21-14, 6:07 eternity to go in the third quarter, and the Bills are about to get the ball back, I believe. Meanwhile, the Bears, they raced out to a 13-0 lead. Is now 13-7 as Washington has the ball back. Puzzling, a 4th-and-1 call in which Caleb Williams sat back and tossed a pass over the middle of the field to Rome Odunze, deflected before he could get to Odunze. Ben Johnson, that's what you call on 4th-and-1? Like, run the damn ball. Run a sneak. Like, what are we doing? That was a little bit bizarre there. And it looks like Bill Jacory Krosky Merritt, no longer in the doghouse, back in the game, just caught that ball before there was an injury on a Bears defender. That was a 7-yard gain. Again, 13-7, Chicago over Washington, 21-14, Atlanta over Buffalo. I'm going to give you the live lines right now on BetMGM, Horvath. You tell me if you want a live dive anywhere. Let's start with the ATL and Bills. Atlanta right now laying 1.5 on the standard line. The over-under at 52.5. Juice the under a -120. And the Bills, they're both teams are a -1. The Bills are -105 on the money line. Atlanta at -125. Meanwhile, for Chicago and Washington, the Commanders laying 2.5. The over-under is set at 50.5. And the Bears right now +130. Seems like a decent value on the money line. So, side, total, money line, either one of these Monday night matchups, are you willing to do a live dive, and on what?
Yeah, no, I'm going to stand pat on my current positions here. I am actually worried I could lose both of these, right? So I definitely would not play Atlanta as a favorite. If anything, maybe I would buy back and bet Buffalo to win this game outright because they're falling apart. And it is Josh Allen and the Bills. And then with the Bears, I felt really good about them until that 4th-and-1 play call. Like you said, I just don't understand. And this goes back to where I really wish Chicago had a running back that they could trust. Although Swift's look all right tonight, you know. I think they need to use Monangai. Also, use Caleb's legs like he did in the red zone. He got in the end zone. So if I had to bet a game, if I didn't have anything right now, 100 bets already on the table, I would probably go live, take the Bills. Atlanta scares me, man. This is the one that I feel like I'm going to lose and just hate myself for betting. Atlanta does this to me every other week.
Yeah, I could see that. Again, I kind of like Chicago on the money line, especially the +130 odds. If you want to look at and investigate some of the player prop markets that are out there, you're right, man. DeAndre Swift's run the ball effectively. The good news is JCM is back in business. So you look at the rush yards on him, potentially, given the shortcomings of the Bears in the trenches for much of the season, that might be worth an investment. So that's about it. Again, we'll chime in if you hear the Tecmo Bowl sounder. That means somebody got in the end zone as I'm watching James Cook gain about 9 yards on 1st and 10. As Sewell exits the field. Looks like he's grimacing, a little bit of pain for the Bears. Again, we'll keep you up to date, all the action, and the Monday night double dip. But right now, we got to get back after it. College football, baby. Only a meter rising in another edition of Fade or Follow.
Will you fade or will you follow?
Whose car are we going to take?
On BetMGM tonight.
All right, let's go in to get after. Got a 4-pack of games. Going to be doing this Monday through Thursday, our usual exercise during the fall here on BetMGM tonight. So we got a 4-pack of college football games, 1 matchup on Friday, and 3 early ones on Saturday. Here's how this is going to work. I'm going to give you the matchup. I'm going to give you the favorite in said matchup. I'm going to break out the numbers nerd, who's going to give you a little bit of statistical background on each one of these teams. And then I'm going to kick it to Ryan Horvath and ask him them simply, you going to fade or are you going to follow the favorite? And then we'll move on to the next game. So let's go ahead and get after it right now. First game on a Friday night. The for real Miami Hurricanes looking like a Category 5 storm right now as they're top 5 in the nation, laying 14 points at home in SoFly, taking on the Louisville Cardinals. I always say Lowell because that's eventually how it becomes in that part of the country. Numbers there time. Miami, number 8 in the Football Power Index at ESPN. Lowell at number 37. Offense efficiency at PFF. Miami, number 11. Louisville at number 61. Miami in defense efficiency according to PFF at number 3. And Louisville at impressive number 6. So Miami minus 14 against Louisville at the BetMGM Sportsbook. Ryan Horvat, fade or follow?
Haven't done this yet this season. Well, actually, I did with Florida State, and it was a big mistake. I am going to fade Miami this week. Now, if I'm wrong, again, I'm fine with that because Carson Beck right now is one of the favorites to win the Heisman, and at 22-1, that was one of our Heisman bets. So I feel pretty good about him, but I worry that a stinker is eventually going to come. Louisville's defense, you just said it right there, man. They have a top 10 defense, and if you get pressure on Carson Beck, that's last year at Georgia. Now, they didn't have a good offensive line, not like they do right now at Miami. Miami in the trenches might be the best team in the country. On the defensive side of the ball, they have the best player in the nation. I think they're the best team, but if you get pressure on Beck, last year he threw double-digit picks. And I like this Louisville pass rush. Right now, just outside the top 40 if you look at sack numbers. But I'm going to take them to keep this game close because of not only their defense, but them on the offensive side of the ball. Miller Moss, although he does have the 4 interceptions and he's been sacked 13 times, he's got over 1,300 yards passing. He's completing 67% of his passes. And I like their skill position players in Lacey and Bell. And I think they'll be able to get the ground game going enough, even if that's 4 or 5 yards per carry. Isaac Brown this season averaging over 7 yards per carry. So I'm going to go with Louisville. Might be a backdoor cover. I think this game's a little bit closer than the market thinks, but I love Miami, man.
All right, let's move on and stay down the dirty south. Go to the SEC. LSU minus 1.5 at Vanderbilt. Got to be a dynamite game. There's a lot of marquee matchups on the slate this week. Football Power Index has LSU at number 18. Vandy at number 16 in the country. Offense efficiency. LSU only number 83. Vanderbilt number 26. Defense efficiency. LSU number 29. Vanderbilt at number 38. With all that information coursing through your brain, what's your take here? Fade or follow LSU minus 1.5 against Vanderbilt?
Have not bet this game yet, but if I were going to, I would probably follow LSU. I actually like LSU in this game. I feel like Vandy is going to be the popular, trendy pick, and I get why, man. We all like Diego on the defensive side of the ball. Like you said, they're top 40. And LSU, their offense has been a huge letdown. Garrett Nussmeier, a lot of these quarterbacks, Cade Klubnik, Arch Manning, have been huge letdowns. But Nussmeier, man, I thought there was a good chance that he might be the first quarterback off the board, and he's really struggled at times, but they keep winning. They're a 5-1 football team because of their defense. The reason I like them, Diego Pavia, he's really good, obviously, with his legs. I like their ground game, but LSU's run defense is damn good, and they've been really good defending and limiting quarterbacks on the ground this season. They've only given up an average of 37 rushing yards per game from opposing quarterbacks. The only quarterback who went over 50 yards was Trinidad Chambliss, the quarterback for Ole Miss. So I'm going to go with LSU. Harold Perkins Jr. has been awesome, and he's playing a lot of quarterback spy right now. He's got an 82.8 PFF run defense grade, 18th among all linebackers in the country. I'll fade Vandy. I'll go LSU, even though I hate Brian Kelly.
All right, let's go to the next matchup. I already know the answer on this one because this is a team you cannot fade. The Dukies, baby, laying 1.5 against Georgia Tech. Football Power Index says Duke at number 33, Georgia Tech at number 35. Offense efficiency, according to the Nimbers nerd at PFF, Duke at number 9, Georgia Tech at number 53. Defense efficiency, according to PFF, Duke at number 84, Tech at number 103. So put all together, what's your call here? Again, I know the answer. Duke minus 1.5 against Georgia Tech. Fade or follow?
I considered wearing my Duke jersey for this one, but decided against it. I love Duke. I'm going to continue to ride Duke. The only time they let me down, well, there was a couple, but the only time that they really let me down was against your boys, against Illinois. And they outgained them. They just couldn't stop coughing up the football. They had 5 turnovers. But right now, everything's finally starting to click. This is why you go out and you pay your quarterback $4.5 million or whatever they're paying Darian Mensah. He's been awesome. 15 touchdown passes, only 2 picks. He right now is completing almost 70% of his passes, 1,838 yards. Nate Shepard, the running back, has 447 yards on the ground. He's averaging 8 yards per carry. I really like a couple of their wide receivers, and they're getting better defensively. I think Duke wins this game, and I feel like everybody that we talk with this week and we ask about this game, everybody's going to like Georgia Tech, and I get why. I like Haynes King, really well coached, but Duke's going to win this football game by a field goal. So Blue Devils for me.
Shocking. And I'm probably going to ride with Duke as well, to be honest with you. All right, last one for tonight's show. Let's go with the Big Ten. Michigan coming off the loss in convincing fashion at USC. They're laying 6.5 against the University of Washington. Nimbers Nerd says Football Power Index at ESPN. Michigan number 17 in the country. Washington at number 23. Offense efficiency, according to PFF. Michigan at number 51. UW at number 7. Defense efficiency, Michigan number 19, Washington, yikes, at number 94. So there you go, the background on this one. What's your call here? Fade or follow? Michigan laying 6.5 in Ann Arbor, taking on the University of Washington.
Really glad that you threw this one on the rundown tonight. Teamwork is dream work because I forgot. I'm going to bet Michigan in this game. I love this Washington team. But if you remember, I bet them against Ohio State. And they did not cover. Yep. They probably should have actually covered, but the reason that they didn't, they don't play a whole lot of defense. Sloppy tackling. Nope. They play a lot of like drop back zone coverage. I expect Michigan on the offensive side of the ball to bounce back. USC is a good football team. That was we really liked that bet. We were both on the Trojans. But I think that Bryce is going to bounce back. He wasn't terrible against USC. Finished 15-24, 207 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. This is what I figured we would get from Underwood. He's a 19-year-old kid. He's a true freshman. Some good, some bad. This week against this Washington defense, I think there's a lot of good. I think he throws at least 3 touchdown passes or runs for a couple. Regardless, Michigan covers, wins this game by a touchdown.
All right, to recap, Horvey is going to fade the Miami Hurricanes, laying 14 against Lowell. He's going to follow LSU minus 1.5 at Vandy. He's going to follow, naturally, the Duke Blue Devils minus 1.5 against Georgia Tech. And he is going to follow as well Michigan minus 6.5 against the University of Washington. So liking a lot of chalk, 3 out of the 4 matchups so far tonight. Don't worry, folks. We're going to cover more games tomorrow. I already have the matchups right here, so I'll give you a sneak peek. TCU Baylor, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Texas A&M and Arkansas, and Auga and Ole Miss in the running for game of the week, no matter the conference.
Yes.
Certainly there in the country. Can't wait to watch that one, to say the least. Bears got the ball back here. Again, down 13-7 as Washington had to give it away back to them. We got just over a minute left, and they do have a timeout. Oh, DJ Moore almost with an awesome catch. Meanwhile, the Bills went for it on 4th and 2. Shuffle pass in the open field. kind of a desperation shuffle by Josh Allen. Could not reach Ray Davis as they turn the ball over on downs and puts Atlanta in a great field position here. Although Tyler Algier gobbled up for a loss of about 2 to 3 yards. That was Bijan Robinson, excuse me, on that carry. Just give you a little bit of stat update here. Let's go ahead and start in the Atlanta-Buffalo game as I got a little bit of time. James Cook's up to 83 yards on the ground. Everybody is catching balls, it seems like, except for James Cook, which I'm puzzled by for Buffalo. Meanwhile, you look at Bijan Robinson, 16 carries, $157 and a touchdown. Also has a couple of catches for 14. Drake London going off. 9 grabs, $147 and a TD. That all came in the first half. Tyler Algier, I still need a handful of yards to bring that home. We'll update you on the Bears game when we come back. Hopefully Caleb Williams will be able to get some more stats on the board. Get out of the tackle. Oh, he's gonna. It looks like the Bears are gonna have to punt it away. Anyway, we come back. Thoughts on Thursday Night Football and our cards. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Sport opportunity, Bears.
On the move? Take the BetMGM Network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
And when you ask yourself the question, can the Buccaneers win the Super Bowl? I asked myself this last night, and I thought long and hard because I was like, I need to make sure I get this right. I need to make sure that I'm not getting fooled with what's going on right now or getting in like a full-on hater mode with what's going on right now. Can the Buccaneers actually win the Super Bowl? And maybe this answer surprises some of you out there listening and watching, but I actually think they can. I'm there. I'm officially there with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think that they can win the Super Bowl. Now, will they? I mean, we'll find out. Obviously, there's a lot of hurdles between now and next February for the Buccaneers to actually pull this off. But just based on the NFC and the landscape that's out there and what's on the AFC side, which is the much worse conference, in my opinion, unless they have to run up against Mahomes and the Chiefs, which maybe they will, I think they can beat any other team in the AFC. And right now, I think they can beat a lot of these teams in the NFC. Now, you look at the head coach in Todd Bowles. He's doing a fine job so far this season. Is he a coach that you think of as like Super Bowl winning head coach? I'm not sure. Maybe not. Maybe he is. But, I mean, Todd Bowles has at least coached in playoff games. Baker Mayfield has played in many playoff games. So it's not as crazy to make this leap of, oh, Tampa can actually get there and get this done. Right now, over at BetMGM, the Buccaneers, they're 20-1 to win the Super Bowl, 8-1 to win the NFC. I look at the NFC, and amongst the contending teams, which quarterback is playing better than Baker Mayfield? I mean, is Jared Goff playing better? No. Jordan Love? No. Jalen Hurts? I mean, we all know what's going on with the Eagles offense over the last couple of weeks. Matthew Stafford? He's been awesome, but is he playing better than Baker? No. Jaden Daniels, we love Jaden Daniels on this show. I love Jaden Daniels. Made us a lot of money last year in the playoffs. He's not playing better than Baker Mayfield right now. Brock Purdy, he's hurt. Sam Darnold, no. Baker Mayfield just outdueled him last week in Seattle. So if you look around the landscape in the NFC, who's playing better than Baker? I mean, I guess you could say maybe Dak Prescott, but his team is irrelevant, which we'll talk about in the next segment. But like amongst the contending teams, no one's playing better than Baker Mayfield.
Vrabel going back to Tennessee, laying a touchdown. Can you lay it with the Pats?
Yes. Yes, I could. Vrabel, I was told, wants to stomp a hole in their head. That's what I was told about Vrabel going into Nashville. It was actually worse. I can't say what it was really relayed as, but this one's personal. New England goes into Tennessee, where the Titans fired Vrabel to hire Brian Callahan.
Ooh. He's going to coach circles around him. Everything that he's been how much has he saved for this game? Like, I would think everything. It's going to be like a playoff game.
He's not going to stop. If they can make them cry, they will.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath along for the ride on this Manic Monday. We're going to be reviewing our cards here momentarily. How are they looking so far? The Monday Night Football Double Dip? Well, you're about to find out. We're also going to take your questions if you have any for us in regards to fantasy football. Maybe you're thinking about some waiver wire options already this week. Maybe got some trade thoughts you want to fire off to us to get our opinions on. Maybe even thinking about start-sit decisions for next week. Is either wrapped up the week or you got trounced and you're like, hey, man, I got to scratch and claw. I'm desperate for a W to stay afloat. By all means. Anyway, anything that really is top of mind in the world of fantasy, go out and pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also just up via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. And right now, we have, Bills and Falcons at 21-14. The live line presently at BetMGM, the ATL minus 3.5, over under at 50.5, Buffalo plus 240 on the live money line. Meanwhile, Bears and Commanders at halftime. Bear down, laying now, minus 1.5 at the half. Over under at 44.5. Bears at minus 120. Live money line. Commanders at minus 110. Horvath, any thoughts, anything live at all, either one of those matchups? Again, love the Bears. I would take them and lay the 1.5.
Yeah, I feel good about oh my God, did that really just happen? Atlanta got the gosh darn kick blocked. Oh my God, maybe just why bet momentum in the Bills to win this game outright, man. I was about to say I'm feeling really good about Atlanta plus 4. Now I don't feel good about anything. Now they're probably hopefully still going to come home on that. Live, I still like Chicago. I'd ride it out with the Bears. I'm going to continue to ride it out with Atlanta, but man, it feels like Uncle Mo is on the side of the Bills, and they're the better football team. Man, is this not every Atlanta game? So yeah, I would lie bet the Bills. But yeah, that's what I would do. Bills.
I just did. I just grabbed it because I believe in the power of momentum. A lot of people are like, oh, that's fake. That ain't real. But I mean, come on, man. They've been chipping away at this lead the entire night. That's a massive swing. Puts them right into primo starting field position. I think they're going to score and score quickly. And all of a sudden, very quickly, the money line has moved from plus 120 to plus 114 in a blink. So a lot of people thinking the same way we are. And I grabbed a plus 120 moments ago there on BetMGM. All right, again, if you hear the Tecmo Bowl sounder in the background, that means somebody has scored a touchdown. We'll jump in. We'll give an instant update. We'll spin it forward. That's how we rock. That's how we roll right here every single Monday through Friday on BetMGM tonight. All right, Horvat. Before we get to our cars, let's do a little sync preview with Thursday Night Football. Already some player props have showed up, which I'm quite gleeful about. Let me give you the standard line of the Steelers. Your Pittsburgh Steelers, as a giant Aaron Rodgers fan, laying 6.5 on the road. Oh, check that, 5.5, excuse me, is what Pittsburgh is laying in Cincinnati. Over under at just 42.5. The Pittsburgh Steelers at minus 265 on the money line. Cincinnati at plus 215. Side total player prop SGP, anything you like. And Steelers and Bengals, an intra-divisional rivalry that doesn't have nearly as much meaning with Joe Burrow out of action.
Yeah, I know, man. I wish it was Burrow against Rodgers one final time. I don't know if I could get these on camera. I'm wearing right now. Probably not. You see these? I got some Steelers pajama pants on because the boys, big cover for me and my mama for my birthday. I got these in the mail today. So, yeah, Steelers are pass. I keep getting cute and betting the Bengals, and they did cover for me yesterday against the Packers. And I expected the offense to look better. I expected Jamar Chase to get in the end zone. But and it's not just because I'm a Rodgers guy. Man, the offense looked really good for Pittsburgh yesterday. Now, Rodgers isn't going to throw the ball 50 yards down the field, nor does he really have to right now. In the defense with these veteran players, I think they're only going to continue to get better as the weeks go on. TJ Watt's still a top 3 pass rusher in the league. And how about Jalen Ramsey, man? Kind of finding something. He had 2 sacks yesterday. I loved his post-game quote. He said, I played in the same game on the same field with TJ Watt and Myles Garrett, and I was the one that had 2 sacks. So he looks great. He looks happy. Even Rodgers looks happy. And, I like this Steelers team, man. I really do. So it would be Pittsburgh or pass. As far as props, man, I might go back under on Aaron Rodgers' pass yards. He had a really good game yesterday, but I think they're going to look to run the ball here.
That really feeds into where my action is because anytime touchdown market is wide open for business, folks. Jalen Warren is attractive. Now, unfortunately, he's not a plus money. Yes. I was hoping he opened at like maybe even money, plus 105. He's at minus 120, but I'd still fire off a ticket. Maybe take him with the Steelers straight up with the money line and a little SGP so he can reduce the juice and get seduced by that juice because I think the Steelers will in this game outright. The Bengals number 28 in rush EPAD. They've allowed the most fantasy points to opposing running backs. So whenever the rush yards props open, I'll probably get some action on Jalen Warren. I'll probably get some action even on Kenneth Gainwell. Hell, maybe I'll even bet on Caleb Johnson. Just for you, Monty, working the video board as an Iowa grad, who's getting a little bit more run. He may get like 4 or 5 carries in that one. But you look at the Bengals giving up 4.57 yards per carry, 166 flat total yards per game, and 10 total touchdowns they have allowed to the running back position. Warren seeing over 66% of the opportunity share. He's averaging 5 yards per touch. Number 12 in yards created per touch, netting a appreciable 3.00 yak per attempt. He's number 7 in missed tackles forced as well. Catching balls, do a little bit of everything. He's built like a bowling ball. He is going to hit a strike and shatter those pins. Anytime touchdown, minus 120, I'm in. Rush yards, I may look at the alt market, might ladder it. Jalen Warren. And guess what? More Jalen Warren. Steelers should be able to run all over the Bengals in that game. Yep. All right, let's go ahead and review our cards tonight on the Monday Night Double Dip. How are your top 3 bets looking tonight, mi amigo?
Atlanta plus 4. Still looking all right as they get the ball back with the 7-point lead, so looking good. Drake London over 5.5 receptions. We laddered that all the way up to 8, so that was a plus money winner as well. Josh Palmer goes over 21.5 receiving yards early, thank God, because then he gets himself injured. Hopefully he's okay. As far as the crew to cash, we got the Bears plus 5.5 for my leg. Luther Burden over 1.5 receptions is already cashed at minus 135. Bears Commanders under 49.5 right now on the live line is looking decent. And really good prop night, man. So hopefully Atlanta doesn't blow this, and hopefully our Chicago Bears win this game outright, and we just keep the points. Keep him.
Yeah, I should have tailed out all your action because my card ain't looking so hot right now. Numero uno on mine was Caleb Williams over 1.5 passing touchdowns. He's got a rushing touchdown. It's still, entire half to play. Luke McCaffrey over 20.5 yards receiving. Don't have a catch yet, but again, he's averaging 20.9 yards per catch. I need one grab, hit your average, and we cash. Then Keon Coleman had the over on 41.5 receiving yards. I've barely even seen the dude in the game. He's got 2 grabs for 11. Could be an over 3 night for me, quite frankly, so not looking too good. My crew to cash, Bijan Robinson's going to lead the game in rush yards. Nobody's going to catch him, so my leg's going to hit. Hopefully Brando's, I don't follow hockey, so I have no idea. I don't even have the box scores up or anything. So Brando, hopefully your boy's going to come through. That's Frank Nazer on the over on 0.5 point against the Mammoth. The Bears first half team total over 9.5 came through for Monty. Your Bears at plus 5.5. My Bijan's got to hit. There's a chance here, folks, at better than 12-1 odds, nearly 13-1. The crew to cash is going to come home. Sledgehammer special is Debo Samuel over 6.5 rush yards. Doesn't have a carry yet, but there's still time. Roma Dunze, anytime touchdown at plus 140. I also fired off on a live dive related to Roma Dunze and the over 34.5 at halftime at a minus 115. Couldn't resist it. And my bonus time was an SGP with Caleb Williams, 5+ rush attempts. I believe he only had 2 runs, and one was for the touchdown, had another scramble. 2 for 5 yards. So I need 3 more runs, and I need the over on the all total hit at 44.5, and we're at 20. Ooh. So that's got a chance to say at least it goes Bijan again, doing some damage. I need Tyler Algier in the worst way to cash. I thought it was going to be easy sailing, coasting. My mistake for, thinking it was going to be low-hanging fruit. He had a 19-yard run to begin the scoring in this game. He's got 4 carries for 20 yards, Horvat. I have the over on 29.5 rush yards. Are you kidding me?
I know, right? And he scores the first touchdown, which I considered as well. And I was like, man, he's probably going to finish with 8 to 10 touches. Now, the good thing, though, okay, so still 9:30 to go as Bijan gets another touch here. The good thing is, if they do kick the field goal, they get the ball back, they're going to be running some clock. I can still see him getting 2 to 3 touches here. Maybe.
Well, I need it big time in the worst way. And he's going to have to break one for, 10 yards for me to feel good. Hey, I saw Luke McCaffrey. He's alive and well, catching the kickoff return. But we need him to accumulate some receiving yards for me to hit. Some of these low threshold bets I usually like to chase. Sometimes they're money in the bank. Other times they just take my stinking money. But we're going to find out here what Atlanta does on 3rd and 2. Run the damn ball.
Oh, my God.
Give it to my guy. He's not even in the backfield. They throw it over the middle of the field into double coverage. Drake London trying to thread the needle. Idiotic decision there by Michael Penix, as it is 4th and 2, and they're going to have to punt as it appears the first reception of the second half. Zach Ertz. It hurts so good getting it done there. So I need Luke McCaffrey, please. And thank you, Jaden Daniels. But I would love the Bears to win. All right, I got to exit the stage left and concentrate on both these games. Horvat's sticking around for a bonus hour of BetMGM tonight. Until tomorrow, adios, amigos. Come on, Bears.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Another sizable point spread here in the SEC, which could be a very good game. How about Bama laying 8 against Tennessee? Numbers 8. This has been a tough road here for Bama. So over the weekend, it's a push in their game. They end up winning by 3 on the road at Missouri. I think that sat 3 all week. I never really saw it come off the 3. And there you get a push there. And now they're going to have to lay 8 against the Vols.
Bama's been very impressive. And it's crazy. I saw this stat that Bama has faced an opponent every week that had no losses. Isn't that something? Like the team coming in did not have a loss. And Bama has beaten all of them except for Florida State. I mean, to go Georgia, Vanderbilt, Missouri in a row, bang, 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 and win all 3 is very impressive. And Ty Simpson, I mean, you want to talk about Heisman Trophy contenders? He's right there with Carson Beck. Depending on the sports book you look at, those two are mano a mano. They are right there near the top. Simpson made some throws on Saturday that were insane.
I'm kind of speechless. And this is a lost season now. So you've got an interim head coach in Terry Smith. Drew Aller is out for the year. And oh, by the way, the buyout for James Franklin is a little more than $48 million. So Penn State is moving in a new direction where they're going to pay for it.
Oh, absolutely. And also it's the trickle-down effect, because I will say this, like James Franklin is at least a good recruiter, but all those recruits that were committed to Penn State, it feels like they are leaving in a mass exodus, you know, because that's what happens when coaches are fired, because usually the commits are based on the head coach. So not only is Penn State losing this year, it feels like it's going to hurt them for the next few years as well.
It's time for more Wagertainment.
I wake up feeling really good about the day. We hit the gym. We hit the squat rack. More than 3 plates still, even though we're pushing 40 years old.
It's time for the madness.
You just go right on Twitter or X. That's where you're going to see me giving out college football bets. We don't win every week, but we are going to win 8 of the 12 weeks.
It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Ryan Horvat.
Probably the big noise happens with it. Ryan Horvat in the host here on a Manic Monday edition of the show. We're going to be talking to our friend RJ Choppy about them Cowboys here in a second. It is 14-7 right now in the ATL as I'm watching Khalil Shakir just undress dudes in the open field after the catch on that run. Was 3rd and 10, and he got about 14-15. So the Bills trailing, and this game's got a lot of pew-pew-pew shootout appeal down there in the ATL, and Buffalo driving, approaching midfield here in the second quarter. We'll keep you up to date on that. Friendly reminder, folks, if you have any fantasy football questions for us ahead of a week 7, if you as well want to talk a little college football, whatever's on your mind, sports betting or fantasy-wise, by all means, pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Right now, though, through the power of animated picture and sound, let's talk to our dude who knows everything about Big D. Really, it's Little D this year, especially on the defensive end. We're talking to our guy, RJ Choppy, who knows the Cowboys inside and out. He's a host on Shannon RJ on 105.3 The Fan in the Dallas area. Also on X, give him a follow, would you kindly, at RJ Choppy. Again on X, at RJ Choppy. RJ, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. And straight away from me, holy mother of the fantasy gods, is George Pickens going absolutely nuts week in and week out in this offense without CeeDee Lamb. What's the latest that you have heard on Dallas's WR1? And it's not Pickens, it's clearly CeeDee and that bum ankle. Do you think we may be able to see him back in action this week? Got kind of a rivalry game going down with the Washington Commanders who are about to see in action against my Chicago Bears here in a second. So what are your thoughts about Pickens, and what's the latest on CeeDee Lamb and his potential return possibly this week?
Well, Pickens is awesome. We didn't we didn't exactly know what we were getting because it's hard to really judge a wide receiver who plays for Pittsburgh when you have absolutely no quarterback throwing you the football. None. And so it was really hard to judge him. This guy is unbelievable. He is so incredibly fun to watch. I'm like, whatever, just pay him, dude. You just saved $47 million with Micah. If you have to trade CD, you know what? I'll even have that conversation with you because they're probably going to get 2 1s for him. Let's have that combo. I'm not saying I would do it, okay? But I would listen. That's how awesome this guy is. He is phenomenal. As far as CD, I mean, he's going to have a chance to play. The thing is that you don't have to force it. George Pickens is doing just enough. I mean, you don't have to force it. Ryan Flanoy has kind of established himself as the current number 2, the way it's working out with Pickens as the 1 until CD comes back. And, I mean, this team, they need all the points they can get. But, Pickens and the offense, the way Dak is playing the position right now, they're scoring enough points. It's not the offense that's the problem. If they want to just let this sit and let him get help, what are they going to do, score 33? I mean, how many more points are they going to possibly score if he comes back, a week early rather than a week late? So they might let him sit, but he's got a chance to play.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought up Dak, man, because you look at the numbers right now, and he's second in passing yards. He's second in passing touchdowns. He's only thrown 3 interceptions. He has a 79.6 QBR, which is second in the league. If he's on a team with 1 or 2 losses, he's probably an MVP candidate. Do you expect that play to continue all season as long as, like we always talk about, he stays healthy? They protect him, especially with some of these matchups coming up. I know that they got the Commanders coming up Is that a guy that you would, figure is going to be in the running to lead the league in passing yards? Or, probably not the MVP conversation, again, because they'd have to win 9-10 games. I don't think they're going to be able to do so. But how do you feel about Dak the rest of the way?
I mean, look, when he has been healthy over his career, he's been really, really good. That's why I thought the Cowboys winning 8, 9, 10 games was not out of the realm of possibility just because of how good he's going to play. I didn't expect the defense to be historically bad, to allow a passer rating of 116 throughout the first 5 weeks. That's literally insane. Insane numbers. They're so bad. Like the defense, and it's not just the run defense. The pass defense is worse. The run defense is demoralized. The pass defense is like, you've got to be kidding me. So, yeah, I do expect Dak to play like this because he kind of always does. I mean, the last few years, you go back to 2023, that was the last 12-5 year, he was phenomenal, right? He was like top 3 in MVP voting, and then he gets hurt the next year. He's kind of at that stage of his career where he's on autopilot, and he just understands the game. The problem is that, he won't see a big game this year. Like he's not going to make the playoffs, so they're not going to see a big game.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to ask you, man, because if you look at the win total coming into the season, a lot of people were looking at the 7.5, and I like the 7.5, and then they trade away Micah Parsons. It drops to 6.5, and I was like, now I really like it. But with this defense, like you said, historically bad, the numbers are really bad. Again, they were bad this week, but you know when I knew it was bad? When they gave up 22 points to the Jets. We all saw that Jets offense yesterday, especially in the second half. How do you give up 22 to that team? Has there been anything like encouraging though? If you did bet a win total, or if you think this team could make a run, or is it just let's get to next year? We got 2 first-round picks from Green Bay. Like, is there anything positive about the defensive side of the ball where maybe it could get any better?
About the defensive side of the ball, the only thing positive could be is that maybe Overshown shores things up with the linebacker spot. Maybe Bland and Diggs are banged up still from injuries that they sustained. That's, maybe you'll get better communication on the backside of the defense because you get more time on task with Matty Eberflus and his defensive scheme. That's it. There is no positives on the defensive side. The positives on the defensive side is that by rule in the NFL and all football, after you allow a touchdown, the other team has to kick off to your offense. That's the only thing positive about the Cowboys defense is there's this quirky rule that after they allow the TD, you get to possess the football. That's the best thing.
No doubt about it. We're talking to RJ Choppy. I think you're having nightmares maybe of Rico Dotto still running amok on that front line. Yes, revenge game, RJ. The man knows everything about the Dallas Cowboys, watching this team thoroughly each and every snap. And you got to listen to him. He's a host on Shannon RJ on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. Follow him on X, would you kindly as well, at RJ Choppy. Again, on X, at RJ Choppy. RJ, speaking of running backs, let's talk about Dallas's. And Javonte Williams has really been the persistent and consistent RB1 in this offense. The guy's been crossing chalk early and often, to say the least. Been a bit of a surprise sensation for those that invested a cheap mid-draft round pick in his services there in fantasy. But there are some people that expect that Jaden Blue is eventually going to take on more work in this offense, especially with Miles Sanders now out. What's your view on this backfield split as it evolves as the season wears on?
There is no split right now. It is Javonte's team. Jaden Blue could barely find his way out of the active roster until Miles Sanders got hurt. The reality is that he is in someone's doghouse. He is in the doghouse. For why? I don't know, but that is very evident because you don't draft somebody. Running back is a young man's game. It is find me a young set of fresh legs and put them on the football field. And you can't be active for the first couple of weeks, and it takes an injury to an old man who fumbled at a crucial spot this year. Something's going on. So it's not. I would not expect anything from Jaden Blue. If you're looking for fantasy, if you got a deep roster and you got 1 million guys on IR, go ahead, man. Knock yourself out. It's a waste. It's a waste of time.
I'm one of those guys, hand raised, has got roughly a million guys on IR right now. So that's why I thought that, toss that question out to you. I'm hoping to scratch and claw and find any points I can. So thanks, RJ, for that a report on one, Jaden Blue. RJ, we'll get you out of here on this. Another guy that's been killing it in fantasy is Jake Ferguson. Far and away having his best campaign of his career. Dude's on pace over 120 catches. 864 yards, and 11 touchdowns. Thoughts on his development this season? Thoughts on his continued stellar play? Can he keep this up?
Well, look, he had the same amount of touchdowns last year as I did. And now he is already blowing by that. He's gone from I can't find the end zone to now I can't do anything but find the end zone. He's been what they hoped he was going to be last year. They gave him some money. They signed him long-term. He's a really good player. He's an awesome guy. If you get a chance to interview him, dude is an awesome interview. He's like Dak historically does very well for tight ends. If you go look, he has done, obviously, Dalton Schultz. They had a great thing going. Jason Witten at the very end of his career. Dak utilized the tight ends pretty well. So I would expect this to continue for Ferg.
Yeah, outstanding stuff, and we love having you as an ongoing guest right here on BetMGM tonight. The one, the only, the terrific, the goal, Bijan, go! Oh, he's still running! Go! He's going to take it to the touchdown, Atlanta! As Bijan Robinson, I think, has already crossed the century mark. He got a large chunk on that 81-yard touchdown run.
I must have swore.
Hey, RJ, selfishly, I'm glad to see that because I have him for the most rushing yards in the game at even money and part of our Crew to Cash Parlay League tonight. Bijan, folks, there's a reason why you drafted him. And number one overall in fantasy football. Outstanding run, outstanding inside scoop from RJ Choppy as well. Host on Shannon RJ 105.3 The Fan and Big D. Follow him on X, which kindly at RJ Choppy. Again, on X at RJ Choppy. RJ, we appreciate the time and hope the defense continues to suck because they got a lot of Cowboys on fantasy.
There you go. It's gonna be bad. I was hoping that Bijan was a pass catch. I took the over 31.5 receiving yards.
Don't worry, he'll get home.
He'll get home.
Yeah, don't worry. Let it simmer.
He'll get home.
All
right.
Outstanding stuff from RJ
Thanks,
Choppy. Look, hey, we're all betting on stuff. It's tremendous. He's on receiving yards. I'm on the rush yards as well. I was talking about it earlier today on my podcast at Fade 5 about how much I like Bijan Robinson at 80+. I mean, it should have undersold it. Should take it for like $120+. He may run for 200 tonight. Or about the way that he is ripping them off. And the Bills, man. The Bills continuously, and this is a note for all your fantasy football players. This is a note for all you player prop bettors as well. This is a consistent stain on their record defending the run. Again, and they enter the night giving up 4.99 yards per carry. I think Bijan just added like 2 to that average on one run alone.
Yeah, man, and this is why I really liked Atlanta in this game, right? I'm worried about Buffalo on the defensive side of the ball, which is why, again, today I played some more Kansas City futures because I want it for the Bills. But even right there, and Atlanta is right now top 10 in the league, getting pressure on the quarterback. But Josh Allen, I was worried, man. He got up. He did take a big hit. He looks to be okay, but I worry about pass pro. I worry about their run defense. I also worry about their secondaries, their linebackers. I love Matt Milano as a player, but he's constantly injured. So that's what scares me about the Bills. That's why I liked Atlanta tonight. I bet way too many props, I thought, but all of these are about to come home as long as Drake London gets in the end zone. I had Bijan, but I played it in a what could go wrong 2-touchdown parlay. Now I just need Bill to get in the end zone. It was only plus 145, but you got to reduce that juice to get seduced by the juice. And with the outside zone matchup going against this Bears run defense, it should be a huge game for Krosky Merritt, meaning 15 carries for 13 yards, no touchdowns.
Yeah, the Bears all of a sudden resemble the '85 version.
Yeah,
Wilbur Marshall's going to be out there. Richard Dent is going to be out there. Mike Singletary is going to be rapping dudes. Come on. The Bears are going to get skewered on the ground. Jacoby Krosky-Merritt is one of the most efficient per-touch backs in the NFL. Just feed him, Dan Quinn. Feed the man. Kingsbury, give him the rock. He's clearly far and away the best back in this backfield. I question it at beginning's start to the season, and now I'm not doubting it at all. Like, he is for real, to say the least. Just tremendous stuff from Bijan Robinson. Hopefully soon from JCM as well. All right, we got to take a little siesta here and exhale on BetMGM tonight. We come back, we're going to talk some fantasy football. Another edition of Market Movers, including Rico Arena Suave. That's Mr. Dotto. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Run, Bijan, run!
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
We'll start in the college game. We had another great week. PJ's picks. We've had 7 of 8 winning weeks in college football on our PJ Pick 5. So let's keep it rolling. NFL, we're 3-1. If the Bills win tonight, we'll improve to 4-1. For next week in college football, let's go to some action, okay? Now, you guys know, if you listen to the show, I normally don't like taking big favorites, but this week, I like Toledo. I like Toledo a lot. Minus 24.5 against Kent State, okay? You're getting maybe the best team in the MAC against maybe the second worst team in the MAC, because Kent State is coming off a game against UMass, the 2 worst teams in the league. Kent State was favored for the first time in 28 games. They were a 2.5-point favorite. They won 42-6. Meanwhile, you have Toledo coming off of an outright loss against Bowling Green as an 11-point favorite, okay? So you have maybe the best team in the MAC versus one of the worst teams in the MAC. You have the worst team coming off a huge blowout win, and you have Toledo coming off a disappointing loss as a big favorite. I mean, this just feels like a smash spot. Kent State got their win, right? They're probably not going to win again all year, so they're happy. They're feeling good. Now they got to go out and play a pissed-off Toledo team that just lost. I think Toledo takes care of business. I think they smash Kent State, so we'll lay the 24.5 with Toledo. Let's take Mississippi State plus the 10 against Florida. I think this line is going to move. I'd grab the Bulldogs at plus 10 against Florida. You guys know I love my scheduling spots. I love looking for when teams are going to have letdowns, and these are the kind of games that I live for, are these type of matchups, right? Florida's last 4 games that the Gators have played in have all been against top 10 opponents. They played LSU when they were top 10, Miami when they were top 10, Texas when they were top 10, and then on Saturday they played Texas A&M. Those have been their last 4 games. They have played 4 straight top 10 teams, right? I mean, you're playing the best teams in the country. You got to get up for all those games every single week. And now this week, you're at home. You're a big favorite against Mississippi State after being an underdog and going up against all these top teams. Now you're a big favorite against a pesky Mississippi State team that's much improved, that upset Arizona State, took Tennessee to overtime, was hanging with Texas A&M for 3 quarters. And, oh, by the way, Mississippi State is off of a bye week. And did we not see Florida in a look-ahead spot earlier this year against South Florida not take a good team seriously and lose outright at the Swamp? This is what Billy Napier does, man. He's good against good teams. He gets his team to compete. In these kind of games, though, these aren't the kind of games you want to bet Florida. I like Mississippi State plus the 10. All right, you guys knew this was coming, right? I mean, we're on Penn State this week, plus the 3.5 against Iowa. You know we are. As soon as James Franklin got fired, I'm like, well, we got to do it. We got to take Penn State plus the 3.5. Now the fear, obviously, is even with the firing of James Franklin, does Penn State, do they even still care, right? So many of these guys came back to try and win the Big Ten, try and win the national championship, and all those things are out the window. Now their quarterback, Drew Aller, is done for the season as well, which I don't necessarily know it's a bad thing because he's not very good. But that's really the fear, is that Penn State, it's all about pride now. It's all about, can they finish the season strong, try and make a good bowl game, and go out the right way. Clearly, Penn State, the administrators, they felt like there needed a change to be made, and I agree with them, because if Franklin kept coaching that team, I don't know if they would have won another game this season. But look, they still have a good coaching staff, right? That's why I like Penn State so much coming into the year, was because Kotelnicki was the OC and Jim Knowles now was the defensive coordinator. You still have those guys. You still have one of the most talented teams on paper in college football. It's just all about if they're motivated or not. But imagine before the season, even with Drew Aller not playing in this game, imagine before the season if I told you you're getting Penn State plus 3.5 against Iowa.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Tonight. All right, let's bring him in right now. A man who is on a heater so far tonight. Yeah, Caleb Williams, folks, to score the first touchdown of the game. Yes, on the ground at like 25-1. Also cash in with Tyler Algier, first touchdown. Just retire, Jared Smith. Just go ahead, get your Caribbean island, get your lady, get your beverage, and have a good old time, as it looks like, the Commanders just scored a touchdown more with the touchdown reception of all people, as the Commanders get on the board, about to be 13-7, Bears over Washington. But Jared Smith here, host on Fox Sports Radio, host of a brand new podcast. Check it out wherever you get your podcast, called The Morning After Podcast. And follow him on X, would you kindly, at Jared Smith Bets. Again, on X, at Jared Smith Bets. All right, Jared, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight, Mr. Heater. As a Penn State grad and enthusiast of that school, and sorry to be Debbie Downer, your reaction to James Franklin getting fired after he had another debacle, this time against Northwestern, and what's your feeling on a dead cat bounce in Week 8? Currently, the Nittany Lions are catching 3.5 points against Michael Montgomery, who works a video board in his Iowa Hawkeyes. That one on the road there in Iowa City. So give me your thoughts about Franklin getting shown the door, and also Penn State and maybe bouncing back in some way against the Hawkeyes on the road this weekend.
Gentlemen, it is great to be back. Shout out Ryan Kramer and the Sports Gambling Podcast. That is where I got my first touchdown bets tonight. This man is absolutely cooking. If you're not following them, free show. They are OGs in the sports betting space. They are fantastic at what they do, and they are really good at the first touchdown markets. It's not a market that I typically swim in, at least my research. I just kind of fire smaller wagers, but they were on point tonight. 20-1 on Caleb and 9-1 on Algier. Really good night. So yeah, dinner on me, boys. But James Franklin, dinner on James, because he's going to be unemployed yet still making $50 million. I wish I was in that situation where I was so bad at my job to where they fired me and then they said, "Here's $50 million for your troubles, sir." But no, all kidding aside, just a horrible situation. I mean, you're talking about what a difference 2 weeks makes, right? You're up 7 in overtime against Oregon, and now 2 weeks later, you are coachless and hopeless in terms of a college football playoff berth and just having any semblance of a season. It was, I guess, the only move left to be made, because from my perspective, it looked like he quit on the team. It looked like he was so out of it. Right? Like, the one thing I love about coaches, and Brad, I know you know this, being a Illinois guy and having Bielema on your sidelines every week, the fight the fire that regardless of your team winning or losing, even if it's a positive play, like you are just raging on the sidelines. And the last few weeks, really all season, I didn't see any of that from Penn State. It almost looked like the pressure of having the best roster and the best coordinators and the quarterback coming back and all of the national championship hype was just too much. Like, right, we talk about this all the time when we see young players rise to the occasion and they're not quite ready, right? The moment too big. It just seemed like Penn State was just so out of it. And from what I was told, Drew Aller has been coached all year. Don't make the big mistake. And when you're playing not to lose, like this is what happens. Eventually it all just crumbles because you're not letting it rip. And I think that all of that, combined, and then the loss to Oregon kind of broke their spirits. And then they go to UCLA and just, I don't know what that performance was. And you could just see it on the sidelines this weekend, guys. Like there was just no fight, no fire left. He kind of quit on the team. And then the Drew Aller injury is just horrible because now he doesn't get to leave on his terms. And the whole situation, I mean, it's one of the biggest flops, I think, in college football history. As for going forward, I don't know how you can bet on them right now based off of the quarterback situation they have. Grunkmeyer is just not a guy that you really want to rely on. And I think because of all the uncertainty surrounding both coordinators right now, it seems like a situation that you should probably stay away from.
Yeah.
Jared, Puka Nacua, unfortunately, yesterday suffers an ankle injury, and the Rams hope that, or they're lucky that they dodge anything long-term here, but we don't know when he's going to be back. I know you were really high on him in the Offensive Player of the Year market. Do you think now, if you're getting plus 850, 9-1, if he is back in a couple of weeks, it's still worth a bet? Is there somebody else maybe that you would target? Because Jonathan Taylor has been ridiculous, but now he goes from 22-1 to plus 175. JSN, Smith and Jigba, he's sitting there at plus 450. Anybody that you would target, or would you still maybe ride it out with Puka or look to buy?
I would ride it out, honestly, Ryan. I think you're getting a good number now, so I think if you're willing to bet the injury bug, I think there's a chance that he comes back relatively quickly. And because he did such a great job the first 5 weeks of the year, I mean, there's a decent chance he still leads the NFL in receptions and targets. So I think there's still upside for him. Bijan's interesting. I mean, he made a play tonight that's like a wow kind of play. I think the problem with Atlanta is I just don't know if it'll be as sustained, right? Because you've got Algier back there who also scored, right? He scored tonight too. So there's a lot of mouths to feed, I think, in that Atlanta backfield where, let's be honest, with the Rams right now, I mean, Adams doesn't look like a volume receiver. I mean, he looks like a guy that's going to kind of be like a, 3 to 6 catch per game guy. And I think outside of that, of the run game, of course, but when Stafford's throwing it, I still think Nacua is the main target. Whereas in Atlanta and Indy, I don't know. I would be surprised if the Colts offense keeps this up. I really would. I didn't love how they looked yesterday. I thought that they got by, but when they face a team that's going to be a little bit more stout defensively, I think they take Taylor away, and we'll see what Daniel Jones has. I mean, he's been great the first 6 weeks, but I would be surprised. Like of the two things Indy has, I think their defensive line has a little bit more staying power than their offense does. Because I don't fully. Maybe it's just a personal choice, but I'm not fully there yet on Daniel Jones. I want to see it in big games, in big spots, and big moments, because I think we're starting to see teams come around to his style just a little bit.
Totally agree, man. What about, let's switch back over to college football. Indiana. I didn't know if I wanted to believe. I believed that they were going to be good, and I really like Fernando Mendoza, man, and I love what they do on the defensive side of the ball, especially with their safeties. But 10-point winners on the road against Oregon. They confused the living hell out of Dante Moore in that game. Are the Hoosiers for real? Obviously, big game coming up against Ohio State. But what do you think about Indiana here?
Legit. Absolutely legit, guys. I think I was surprised at how legit. Like, I think, I gave them a puncher's chance. The market did, right? The market shortened on them all week. I think it closed at a flat 7. And I think it was in kind of the double-digit range for a lot of the summer. And we saw a big move on them before, right at open and then kind of, drifting throughout the week. But I'll be honest. I think Mendoza might be QB1 right now outside of Ty Simpson in terms of NFL draft upside. He's got the size, the prototypical size. He's got everything. He checks every box. The only box he doesn't check is he goes to Indiana, which, is not a program that typically, churns out NFL prospects like Alabama does or like Oregon does. But lightning quick delivery, decision-making process is elite. And they've got weapons. Like, we loved their weapons last year. I mean, I thought this Indiana team last year had all the pieces. It's just they got in that game against Notre Dame and they kind of shriveled up like a prune. That's not the case this year. They went to Eugene. I mean, to be fair, Notre Dame was great last year, but I think Oregon's roster might be better than what Notre Dame had last year. I think the upside is definitely there. Maybe they're a little bit younger than Notre Dame was. Notre Dame was a little more savvy, a little more experienced probably in the big moments, but Oregon's roster is all full of 4- and 5-star kids, and they got a hell of a coach. And Indiana went in there and just stuffed them in a locker. That was really impressive. So I think you've got to give them all the flowers in the world. Now, can they do it against Ohio State? People are going to hate this, but I think Ohio State's probably the best team in the country again. And I don't really think it matters that Julian Saint's unproven because Will Howard won a national championship last year. I think Patricia is just an elite defensive mind. And pencil, pen, marker, I don't care what he's using on the sidelines, but they've got a defensive scheme that is just nuts. It is absolutely nails. And they've got some dudes on that defensive side of the ball that are going to shut you down. So that'll be a really fun game when we get it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I saw Ohio State in person. Holy crap, they got dudes everywhere. It's speed, disruptive for days. I can't wait for them to clash with Indiana. Hopefully we're going to get it down the road. We're talking to the great Jared Smith right now, host on Fox Sports Radio, host of the Morning After podcast. Follow it and subscribe to wherever you get your podcasts, and follow him on X, would you kindly, at Jared Smith Bets. Again, on X, at Jared Smith Bets. Jared, who wins this year's MVP in the NFL? I stated earlier in the show how the argument for Baker Mayfield at plus 425 continues to grow despite one wide receiver after another falling to the sinister injury imp's wrath. Though Patrick Mahomes at plus 275 certainly deserves his standing in the conversation after last night's performance. And of course, Josh Allen, we're going to see what he does as Ray Davis gets in the end zone on a receiving touchdown and getting closer as they're only down 7 right now. He's a front runner of plus 180. But as of today, who would you vote for? Josh Allen, Baker Mayfield, Patrick Mahomes? Who's going to hoist the hardware?
If I had to vote today, it'd be Baker. They have a better record, and he's done more with less. There's zero doubt about that, right? You've got a defensive-minded head coach. You've got your top 3 receivers are all injured. You've got injuries just up and down the lineup, and he continues to make plays. Now, the season doesn't end today. There is a chance that those injuries eventually catch up to Tampa, and that's where a Mahomes or a Josh Allen, I think, come into the picture. I think Drake May is an intriguing choice. The Patriots' schedule is about as soft as paper towels. There's a legit chance that they win 13 games this year. And if that's the case, I think you have to at least consider Drake May. I think the problem is if Drake May has 13 wins, Mahomes has 12, Baker's got 13. I think that's where the narrative, and that's where, kind of just the fact that Drake is still up and coming and those other guys are significantly more established veteran quarterbacks. That's where the narrative, I think, will bite Drake May. But let's say, Baker falls off and, Mahomes, they finish 10-7 or 11-6 and Drake May's 14-3. Then you have to actually really consider May to win this award. I wouldn't bet it at 10-1 because I just think the narrative is so stacked against him that you have to overcome that. The bet over the summer was really, I forget what the number was, but it was significantly longer. And that was the time to bet Drake May. I don't think anyone in the market today is worth a bet. I think everyone's priced correctly. I think Mahomes probably deserves to be the favorite just because of narrative. But Baker would get my vote today just because of what he's been able to overcome and the fact that Tampa Bay is just a mash unit right now.
Awesome stuff. We're up against it, Jared. We appreciate it again. Host on Fox Sports Radio, host of the Morning After podcast, and follow him on X at Jared Smith Bets. All right, we got to follow ourselves out of here right now. When we come back, college football fade or follow for week 8 right here at BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
That was an interview from earlier tonight. Jared Smith. You can check him out, Fox Sports Radio, and my co-host Brad Evans, of course. Ryan Horvat with you here, BetMGM tonight after dark. Sitting back earlier tonight, we get a winner with Atlanta plus 4.5. They win that game outright against the Buffalo Bills. Game 1 of Monday Night Football. On the money line, they were plus 170. Total does go under 54.5. Right now, the Bears were about to take a lead, although another drive does stall out in the red zone. They settle for a field goal, and it gets blocked. So the Commanders, with a 17-16 lead, 13:25 to go. Deebo Samuel with his 4th reception of the game for 15 yards. 2nd and 6 coming up here for the Commanders. Again, 13:15 to go in the 4th quarter as Washington, now on the live line, goes back to being a 4.5-point favorite. If you like Chicago, you can get them at that original number right now as Jaden Daniels, little play action pass underneath. Total in the game sitting there right now at 46. If you think the Bears could come back and win this game outright, they're plus 300 on the money line. Washington minus 320 right now. But the Commanders, again, up 17-16. They just had a completion to pick up a first down, but we do have a flag on the play, and that is going to go against Chicago. So just an ultimate melt right now from the Bears. Questionable play calling, questionable decision making. Caleb Williams actually almost threw an interception in the red zone, which is rare for him. But got away with one, and then they end up getting a kick block. So that's what we're watching right now. Monday Night Football, Bears trail 17-16, 13:30 to go.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
And when you ask yourself the question, can the Buccaneers win the Super Bowl? I asked myself this last night, and I thought long and hard because I was like, I need to make sure I get this right. I need to make sure that I'm not getting fooled with what's going on right now or getting in like a full-on hater mode with what's going on right now. Can the Buccaneers actually win the Super Bowl? And maybe this answer surprises some of you out there listening and watching, but I actually think they can. I'm there. I'm officially there with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think that they can win the Super Bowl. Now, will they? I mean, we'll find out. Obviously, there's a lot of hurdles between now and next February for the Buccaneers to actually pull this off. But just based on the NFC and the landscape that's out there and what's on the AFC side, which is the much worse conference, in my opinion, unless they have to run up against Mahomes and the Chiefs, which maybe they will, I think they can beat any other team in the AFC. And right now, I think they can beat a lot of these teams in the NFC. Now, you look at the head coach in Todd Bowles. He's doing a fine job so far this season. Is he a coach that you think of as like Super Bowl winning head coach? I'm not sure. Maybe not. Maybe he is. But, I mean, Todd Bowles has at least coached in playoff games. Baker Mayfield has played in many playoff games. So it's not as crazy to make this leap of, Tampa can actually get there and get this done. Right now, over at BetMGM, the Buccaneers, they're 20-1 to win the Super Bowl, 8-1 to win the NFC. I look at the NFC, and amongst the contending teams, which quarterback is playing better than Baker Mayfield? I mean, is Jared Goff playing better? No. Jordan Love? No. Jalen Hurts? I mean, we all know what's going on with the Eagles offense over the last couple of weeks. Matthew Stafford, he's been awesome, but is he playing better than Baker? No. Jaden Daniels, we love Jaden Daniels on this show. I love Jaden Daniels. Made us a lot of money last year in the playoffs. He's not playing better than Baker Mayfield right now. Brock Purdy, he's hurt. Sam Darnold, no. Baker Mayfield just outdueled him last week in Seattle. So if you look around the landscape in the NFC, who's playing better than Baker? I mean, I guess you could say maybe Dak Prescott, but his team is irrelevant, which we'll talk about in the next segment. But like amongst the contending teams, no one's playing better than Baker Mayfield.
Vrabel going back to Tennessee, laying a touchdown. Can you lay it with the Pats?
Yes. Yes, I could. Vrabel, I was told, wants to stomp a hole in their head. That's what I was told about Vrabel going into Nashville. It was actually worse. I can't say what it was really relayed as, but this one's personal. New England goes into Tennessee, where the Titans fired Vrabel to hire Brian Callahan.
Ooh. He's going to coach circles around him. Everything that he's been how much has he saved for this game? Like, I would think everything. It's going to be like a playoff game.
He's not going to stop. If they can make them cry, they will.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark, wrapping up tonight's show here on Monday night, Monday, October 13th. 2 Monday Night Football games, which I forgot we have again next weekend. Or next weekend, that wouldn't make sense, right? Next Monday. I prefer my football to be on the weekends. That's what I meant to say. But earlier tonight, everything started out great as Atlanta wins outright against Buffalo. I'm selfish, and I did have Atlanta. All my props hit, including Drake London. You gotta, man, that was about as good as it gets. That's why you gotta listen to the show every single night. BetMGM Tonight. Drake London goes off. Atlanta beats Buffalo 24-14. They were 3.5-point dogs. Total went under in that one, 49.5. Josh Allen tonight had some struggles. 15 of 26 passing for the league MVP. 2 touchdowns, the 2 picks, only 180 yards. James Cook, 17 carries for 87 yards. Josh Palmer had 2 grabs for 60 yards. Khalil Shakir, 3 grabs for 33. Not a great night offensively for the Buffalo Bills. For Atlanta, Michael Penix tonight, 20 of 32 passing. He had 250 through the air. 1 touchdown, no interceptions, a 97.1 QB rating. Bijan Robinson was excellent tonight. Looked like the offensive player of the year. 19 carries, 170 yards, average 8.9 yards per carry. He had an 81-yard rush. Tyler Algier also got in the end zone for Atlanta. And Drake London, like I said, the player prop was 5.5 receptions. He finishes with 10 grabs on 16 targets as Caleb Williams going deep. Aaron one out. Almost gets intercepted as he throws into double coverage looking for Rome Odunze, who's got great hair but couldn't come down with the grab. That'll bring up 3rd and 4 with 10:36. Again, the Commanders lead right now 24-16 over the Bears. But Drake London tonight, 10 grabs for 158 yards and a touchdown. Bijan, not only did he have 19 carries for 170 yards, he also had 6 grabs for 68 yards, his longest of the night, a 23-yard reception. Right now, we're sitting back, sweating out the Bears, who trail 24-16. If you like Chicago, and if you liked them at 3.5, you're going to love them right now at 7.5. Live total in the game, right where it closed, 49.5. 3rd and 4, Caleb Williams drops back to pass, and we do have first down and maybe more, as DeAndre Swift is going to take this one to the house. Is Chicago.
Let's go.
24-22 point game here, 10:26 to go in the fourth quarter. Now, Brando, do they go for 2 or do they kick the extra point here? I go for 2.
I go for 2. You go for the tie here. Why not?
Ben Johnson. Well, I don't know. Some coaches win it, You figure you're going to need to score again anyway. There you go. Crank that stuff.
That was a nice, nifty move there by DeAndre Swift, too, after the catch.
It was a Swift move.
Yeah. I see what you did there. Like a pro.
Shoot. That just actually won me. Not that anybody out there cares about my fantasy league, but that just moved me to 5-1 now on the season. Caleb Williams back to pass, 2-point conversion. Caleb scrambling for his life, looks like last year. Oh. And he incomplete, 24-22. So 10-26. Honestly, Brando, I'd be cool. I love your Bears this year to win 9 games, but I'd be cool if this was the final score because I have the Bears to cover the 4.5. I'm sorry, 5.5, and I also have the under, though. So selfishly, if this wanted to be the final score, that'd be cool, but it's not going to be. I think we get multiple scores. So my live bet right now, if I were to make one, which I'm good, would be the over on the live line. Yeah, great move by Swift. Bears back in this game, but man, that 2-point conversion would have been nice. By the way, Buffalo 4-2 this season, but that's their second straight loss, Brando. For the last 3 years, Buffalo's 0-3 coming against teams coming off the bye. That's another trend. Not the biggest trend guy, but you're a big Bills fan, aren't you? This year, isn't that your AFC pick?
That is my AFC pick. Yeah.
How worried are you right now?
They'll figure it out. Look, the NFL is weird, man. One week you get shut out by Carolina, the next week you beat the Buffalo Bills. Like, it's the Atlanta Falcons are not a terrible team, but I said it before. With Atlanta, you just don't know which Atlanta team is going to show up. You don't know what Atlanta team you're going to get week in and week out. They are one of the most inconsistent teams in the league. So they showed up tonight, man. Bijan Robinson was a beast. He played out of his mind, which I needed. Pat Boyle, take that. Because I beat Pat Boyle in our fantasy league because of Bijan Robinson's game tonight. So, you take the good with the bad, and tonight was bad for my long play of Buffalo Bills winning the Super Bowl, but good for my short-term play of my fantasy football team.
You or anybody out there right now who decided I'm not going to watch Monday Night Football, I'm going to go on YouTube and watch BetMGM tonight because I don't think we're on any stations currently. I think that the advice would be right now would be to take $100 if you bet the Buffalo Bills or any other AFC team. And like a smart person, go to your local sports book or just on your app, the BetMGM app, of course, right? And bet the Kansas City Chiefs right now to at least win the AFC. Because you're going to have a great hedging opportunity, like I remind everybody every year, because Mahomes has been to the AFC title game every year since he's taken over as a full-time starter in Kansas City. Let's say maybe you do like Buffalo. Well, guess what? You get the opportunity either to ride out your original future or bet against Mahomes. But the Chiefs, last night against the Lions, look like the Chiefs. Mahomes, 250 passing yards, goes over that number. Travis Kelce, 78 receiving yards. The Chiefs against that Lions defense, which actually looked pretty good, man, and I think it is going to continue to get better because I think anything like by default that loses Aaron Glenn gets better. I think he's a terrible head coach. Remember when I told you this preseason game 1, actually right after the hire, and he told Aaron Rodgers that he was good only to bring in Justin Fields, LOL. Well, Justin Fields, well, he will be out of the league soon, unfortunately. Or he's a backup. He's a fine backup, right? But he's not a starter. I love Justin Fields, right? Is people from Chicago that watch these games were like, man, if only he had an offensive line or a real play caller. And I'm not saying that the Jets have an offensive line or a real play caller or even a real organization, to be honest with you, or franchise. But like Justin Fields is not the answer. But you know who's really not the answer? Aaron Glenn. I keep saying he's going to be the head coach at like a MAC school in 3 years. I think that's too good. If Dan Campbell will have him back, maybe he's the defensive coordinator, but that's the reason that Detroit lost to the Commanders in the NFC Championship game, or not even the championship game, the divisional round game with home field advantage against a rookie quarterback. That defense got absolutely torched, man. I don't think Aaron Glenn's very good. I do think the Chiefs are very good. They score 30 on that Lions defense, and the defense looked pretty good. Held Gibbs and Montgomery both under 65 rushing yards. Chris Jones looked pretty good. This is just like, you know what I mean? Remember back in the day? It's more an NBA thing, Brando. Like the final run for the Bulls, they come out and they struggle, and everybody's like, oh, the run's over for the Bulls. No, they still had Michael Jordan and a broken down Scottie Pippen and Rodman. And my guy, Tony Kukoc, damn it, and Phil Jackson. It's always like this, though, with these teams. And in the NFL, we did this for years with the Patriots. I guess that would be the better example. It was always Brady's cooked. It's over. And towards the end, it was over because of Bill. But, like, they would always figure it out, right? And the Chiefs are always going to figure it out until Mahomes retires, Andy Reid retires, or Spagnuolo retires. So I think the Chiefs are the team to beat the AFC.
Let me throw this at you, because I threw this out there on social media because I was having an argument with some people about Justin Fields. And I do feel like he's just back in another one of those situations where he's just not going to be successful. I felt like he could have been successful in Pittsburgh last year had they stuck with him. And he was pretty successful until they went to Russell Wilson. Who would you rather have through 4 games? I'm going to give you 3 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Quarterback 1 has 1,000 yards passing, 6 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and a 93.5 rating. Quarterback 2 has 800 yards passing, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, and a 94.2 rating. And quarterback 3 has 845 yards, 5 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and an 89.5 ranking.
See, here's the thing. I can't do that, right? Because there's quarterbacks that stat pad, and I don't know who the teams have played, but I'll go with the quarterback with no interceptions. Who is it?
So that would be Justin Fields. So quarterback 1 is actually Patrick Mahomes. And quarterback 3, who has 5 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and an 89.5 rating, is Trevor Lawrence. So what I'm saying is when you look at the numbers, and Justin Fields not stat padding, you know what I mean? So you can never accuse Justin Fields of stat padding, especially not in this league. But I just think that he gets a bad rap because of the teams that he plays on. They're 0-6. And now, granted, he's only played in 4 of those games, but I just feel like he's been better. You watch that game. I mean, he hit Garrett Wilson in the hands 3 times yesterday, and Garrett Wilson just dropped the ball. Twice was because he was afraid that he was about to get hit.
And this is like where I don't understand where it's like a lot of the fantasy guys that don't watch the actual games where everybody was like, Rodgers has gray in his beard. He's washed. Like, no, watch the games. The Jets, you might be right, Brando. Maybe Justin Fields. Again, it wasn't. And well, that's the issue for him, though, right? There's no good situation for Justin Fields because all the good situations already have a quarterback. So he's just kind of screwed. You know, just like it has to work out for Caleb. Like it has to work out for the majority of these guys. Everybody, that's why it's so rare that you see Daniel Jones. It's his 3rd stop. You know, if this was his 2nd stop, it just didn't work out in New York, that's one thing. But, like, you know, Daniel Jones has been bouncing around now for a while. And
do you think if Fields went to Minnesota, would he be successful if he went to Minnesota with Kevin O'Connell?
Yeah.
He's been Kevin O'Connell has turned everybody around.
Good point. Yeah. He could do what, like, now Darnold might just be good. Darnold's proven, I think, now. I think there's a big enough sample size, and he won me over $1,000 yesterday, so shout out to Sam Darnold. I think he's proven that he's good. Yeah, in that situation, man, especially with Justin Fields and Jordan Addison, I'm with you. All right, we'll recap everything that we saw in the NFL and college football. We got firings. I didn't even talk about James Franklin. We'll get to that tomorrow because we got a crazy Monday Night Football game going on. 3rd and 10 here for the Commanders, 24-22. Jaden Daniels back to pass. He's under pressure. Bears almost get him. He throws it away. We're back tomorrow night for a Tuesday night edition of BetMGM tonight, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Another sizable point spread here in the SEC, which could be a very good game. How about Bama laying 8 against Tennessee? Numbers 8. This has been a tough road here for Bama. So over the weekend, it's a push in their game. They end up winning by 3 on the road at Missouri. I think that sat 3 all week. I never really saw it come off the 3. And there you get a push there. And now they're going to have to lay 8 against the Vols.
Bama's been very impressive. And it's crazy. I saw this stat that Bama has faced an opponent every week that had no losses. Isn't that something? Like the team coming in did not have a loss. And Bama has beaten all of them except for Florida State. I mean, to go Georgia, Vanderbilt, Missouri in a row, bang, 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 and win all 3 is very impressive. And Ty Simpson, I mean, you want to talk about Heisman Trophy contenders? He's right there with Carson Beck. Depending on the sports book you look at, those two are mano a mano. They are right there near the top. Simpson made some throws on Saturday that were insane.
I'm kind of speechless. And this is a lost season now. So you've got an interim head coach in Terry Smith. Drew Aller is out for the year. And, oh, by the way, the buyout for James Franklin is a little more than $48 million. So Penn State is moving in a new direction where they're going to pay for it.
Oh, absolutely. And also it's the trickle-down effect because I will say this, like James Franklin is at least a good recruiter, but all those recruits that were committed to Penn State, it feels like they are leaving in a mass exodus, you know, because that's what happens when coaches are fired because usually the commits are based on the head coach. So not only is Penn State losing this year, it feels like it's going to hurt them for the next few years as well.